Hello everyone and welcome back to the class tier lists of 2023. Immediately fumbling my words, great. Yeah, we're back. The end is near. All that's left is all the extra class servants, and much like last year, we will be splitting these into two different batches. Otherwise, this would be way too long. So in this first half, you'll be seeing the good old triangle of affinity regarding Ruler, Avenger, Moon Cancer, and now we also have the Beast class on this side, mostly so that the split becomes better. So now it's going to be 34 servants each, which lines up pretty well for the split. So you're going to be seeing Draco as a bonus at the end of this list as well. Everything else for extra classes, you'll hopefully see them next week if everything goes according to plan. So again, as usual, for all the disclaimers, placement criteria, etc., refer to the top right of the corner right about now if you're watching this on YouTube. There should be a thing you can click on that will redirect you to a video I posted earlier this year that basically explains my thought process and, you know, how I place things, etc. So there you go, check it out if you don't know what's up, and that way I don't have to explain everything at the start of these lists. Very cool. So hopefully now that everyone is familiar with how things are gonna fly here, if you're someone that plans on watching this thing in its entirety, be it on YouTube later or on stream live right now, definitely grab a drink or two, maybe some snacks, because even if this is like 34 entries is the lowest number so far, we're definitely still gonna be here for a good long while, so buckle up, get comfortable, and yeah, whatever works. But if you're someone that doesn't want to watch the full thing, understandable, it's long anyway, so I will always write timestamps on the YouTube videos. If you open up the description, there should be everything listed down there. So if you just want to listen to one or two servants or whatever, just click on them, use them, jump around, it's fine, I understand. But also do remember to check the final placements at the end as well, because we are probably going to shift a little bit of stuff around before we lock in the list after the initial placements. And once again, I am very happy to report that I am not alone, because once again I am joined by Mr. Plushie. Very awesome to have him here. How's it going?
Hello, sorry. I
No,
spaced
no
out a little bit
worries.
there.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, Plushie here. And yeah, once again, very, very glad I get to join in another tier list. Very fun for me always.
Awesome. Again, everyone is definitely glad to have you around as well. Both people on my stream and YouTube comments seem to really like your presence, so it's basically just a triple win. Very cool.
Thank you.
Yes. Alright, and before we begin, let's do some shoutouts. So shout out to Copy again for making this template. Very awesome of him. All of this stuff that I will be mentioning will be listed in the description as well, including this template. And if you guys want to do your own lists, you could very much do so. And then afterwards, on a later day, there's this community rank thing that I can click on. And then we can kind of see like I think it gives you like a breakdown of all the averages where people tend to place servants. So we can maybe do a fun retrospective at some point to see where you guys placed all these servants at. Now, shout out to also Mr. Jord for his MP looping tier list of the AoE kind. This also will be linked in the description. I'll be referring to a lot of these numbers when we talk about AoE farming. Shout out to Mr. Trevor for his single target looping sheet. This is, again, a bit more the realistic kind, you know, even taking into account the face cards, etc. It's nice to see somehow, you know, servants kind of mix with each other in terms of the damage. Although all of the extra classes are listed in one thing here, but that's fine. It's okay. And, of course, big shout out to Plushie, because, you know, he's gonna be here with me for all this time, so definitely takes a good chunk of his day out just to do this, which is awesome. So do check out his channel as well. Very good content, very great guy in general. So I think with that, we should be able to jump right in. As usual, the placements will be done from the lowest rarity all the way to the highest. So in this case, I guess we have unknown rarity to 5 stars. And in this case, there really isn't that many, like any servants below 4 stars. So we'll be mostly looking at gold today. But yeah, that's what the order is. And within the rarities, because we have multi-classes here as well, it's going to be from release day. Or first of all, it's going to be class-based. So first off, Rulers, then Avengers, then Moon Cancers, finally Beast, and then within them it's also, I think, based on release day, so hopefully that's not too confusing. But if you look at the thing right now, it should be pretty clear on how it works. Alright, so we're gonna talk about the very, fun entry as the first one. The lowest rarity, I suppose, on this list, when you think about it, because he kind of translates to 2 stars in stats and numbers, even his levels, so yeah, we're just gonna start and talk about the Angry Mango. Angra Mainyu, there he is. Very infamous. I'm personally a big fan of Holo Ataraxia, but I have to say, sadly, gameplay-wise, this guy is kind of unfortunate. Which makes sense lore-wise as well. So what is he even? It's hard to say. He's supposed to be like a quick DPS that has some utility, and then his MP is just garbage. I'm just gonna flat out say it's garbage. So he's basically a face card DPS that also wants to die. So he kind of hates everything. So in theory, it's not that appealing, and in practice, it really isn't either. So yeah, he's like a trophy. Stat-wise, he's doing very badly, because again, he mostly translates to 2 stars on stats. Same with his max level being 64 on base, or 65 rather. He has a quick double art stick, which fair enough. I think it would have been way better if he had triple quick when you see his 3rd skill as well, but I guess it's double arts. Even double buster, double quick would have been better nowadays, but oh well. Now what do we have on skills? There's some stuff to like here, honestly. It's not all terrible. Like, if anything, the skills are the best part about him, even if they're not amazing. So first of all, a single target crit chance down for 3 turns, 50% on max rank. It is a 6-turn cooldown, but it's up half the time, and it's a lot of crit chance down, so it can actually, kind of render one boss's crits kind of null. So definitely has a use. I wish there was more, though, or the cooldown was maybe lower. But there you go. Then we got his left weapon. It's a guaranteed drain for 1 enemy. Very cool. Love to see it. No RNG BS. Also comes with a minus 30% attack on the target on max rank for 3 turns. Another 6-turn cooldown. Again, definitely not a garbage skill. Helps if you're fighting one boss. Both of these can actually be very useful in crippling the enemy. Though their damage and their MP rate as well. And then the interesting 3rd skill, which has been buffed, thank god, because it's now a little bit more usable to use. I guess they also bumped the cooldown down to 7, so there's that. So he gets a 5-turn quick up, which is a ramping one. It's not just a flat one. So every turn, he gets a higher amount of quick up. So on max rank, it's a 40% base, and then it increases 40% every turn. So wait, did the stream crash? No. Okay, so I just got debated by this chat. Okay, I think it's fine. Okay, anyway. Okay, and then, yeah, it goes up 40% every single turn, and on turn 5, you have a 200% quick up. Like, for another servant, this could be absolutely game-breaking, but as it's him, yeah, sure, he might do decent damage on his quick face guards with that, but man, it's, yeah. And this is a very weird upgrade. You also need to bond 10 him to even have access to this, which I still think is the only one to be like that. Now, what else does the skill do? Now, with the buff, you get a 1-time 6-turn guts, which is a half HP guts, and it also stacks with other guts, which is cool. So both the quick up and the guts, considering it's a 7-turn cooldown, pretty good uptime, I would say. Not too bad. But then you also get the demerit, so after 5 turns of using this skill, you just sacrifice yourself. Now, obviously, Guts can prevent sacrifice, so this skill alone can be used to counter it. Unless your Guts gets popped before that, then you need some other Guts. But yeah, it didn't even used to have the Guts, basically, so at least now there's that. So honestly, this skill could be really amazing on someone else, but on him, it doesn't really do much, even if the numbers get crazy good on the quick up later down the turns. Anyway, passives. He's only got the Avenger once, so he gets 20% MP gain on damage taken. Pretty good rank on that, not bad. 10% crit damage. Not that he will really crit at all, honestly, because Avenger absorb is trash on base, and he has no absorb. And he gets 2% MP gauge per turn on the lowest rank of that. So, I think overall the Avenger passes, they're nice to have for sure. The demerit of the first one hardly ever really matters. So they're just nice to have, but they won't really help him too much either, honestly. His anti-append is against casters, which in my opinion pretty irrelevant. And then the MP. Again, it's very lore accurate, but man, it is not good. So you when you use the MP, you basically get a weird stun that cannot be like you just can't resist it at all. It's always gonna happen for one turn. It's like a much worse than a normal stun. So you can't do a full Brave Chain with the MP, obviously, because the MP stops you from acting on him after you use it. But what do you get then? Then you also get a 1k heal on base OC. Not much to say about that, pretty lame, honestly. It does help with how the MP works, but not very great, honestly. And then the enemy takes their turn, and depending on if he got hit or not, he's gonna do either 0 damage or like very low damage. The MP is an interesting case though, the way it works. Like it deals damage based on your with the HP when you activated this on, and then the HP you are at when the damage happens. So sadly, for shit like, let's say you have a Guts Up, right, which you can get just from his third skill alone. Let's say the enemy MPs you. They deal like 50k damage, right? Big numbers. And you have like an MP1, which is already at 2 times base. You would think that he would do at least 100k on AoE, right? That's pretty damn amazing. Sadly, because of the way it's calculated, it doesn't work like that. It's a difference of his HP. The number that he got hit by does not matter at all. So let's say you have 5k HP, you get knocked down, guts, 1 HP guts from something else. So that means you're gonna do 4999 damage times 2. So with MP1, you would do like 10k for all enemies. Like, that's not great, obviously. And the way it works is the MP levels, they give you more multiplier, basically. So if you have MP5, you return 3 times the damage of the difference in HP. Again, difference in HP, not based on the damage you take. If it was, it would actually be fairly legit in some cases, but because it's a difference in his HPs, it really just sucks. It's absolutely garbage. And obviously, if he doesn't get hit at all, even if the modifier was good, he would still deal 0 damage. So yeah, but yeah, the fun thing is, usually when he's an enemy, he has tens of thousands of HP, so he can actually completely wreck your front line. So for the enemy, it's actually amazing. Sadly for you, he's just gonna suck with this MP. Absolutely terrible MP. Not much to say about it. Needless to say, I think he's very lore accurate. I think he's one of the worst servants in the whole game. But do you have any cool uses or anything nice to say about him, Plushie?
No.
Yeah.
There's like 2 fights ever that people use him on. It's like from what, Nero Fest 1? There's like a Siegfried one where he has damage cut, like 10,000 damage cut, and doesn't have any HP.
Oh yeah, because his MP does true damage, yeah. It ignores all defense and everything.
And there's like the other one with the Hermitcraft. I don't know, dude.
Yeah. Like, the funny thing is, like, we can even do some quick math here. Like, let's say you have a 120 copy. You're, like, the biggest fan. His HP is going to be 13.5k. Add 2k foes on top. 15.5k HP. So the absolute best case scenario for your MP is going to be, like, 45k damage on AoE. It's, like, the best of the best you could ever do with the MP. And it's nothing. It's just absolutely nothing. And that's like the ultimate copy. The absolute best of the best. 45k on all enemies. And that's, again, the best case scenario. Just, yeah, not gonna happen. So I think we can just...
remember, doing something with like Merlin, trying to boost his HP. It still sucks. Anyway, yeah, he's... trash.
Oh yeah, I guess we can add, if you have a CE like the stacking HP one, you can maybe add like 3k HP. So let's say, how much is that then? 54k maybe, the absolute ceiling. But yeah, it's... I think we can just put him into E and move on. Fun character though, but sadly gameplay-wise he is lore accurate, which in his case is terrible. He's supposed to be the weakest servant, and damn right he is. Alright, now we're going to talk about the only other non-golden servant in this entire list. It's a pretty cool one, honestly. Maybe not the most talked about one nowadays, but yeah, we are going to talk about Salieri, AoE Arts Avenger. Can do decent farming as well. He obviously doesn't... I feel like a lot of people, even if you can farm with him, I feel like a lot of people will just outgrow him very fast in that sense. And honestly, in my opinion, his DPS won't be like that crazy either. So it's like mostly for the people that really like him but have fat copies, etc. But oh well. So what are we working with here? First of all, 8.1k attack is really high for a 3-star. In fact, is it still the highest in the game for a 3-star? I think it might be actually. Probably. Yeah, it might be the highest of all 3 stars in the game.
Pretty ridiculous, yeah.
So yeah, at least he has that going for him. His attack for a 3-star is like as high as it gets, basically. He's got a double buster, double art stick, which honestly, fair enough, that works pretty well with his playstyle. Now let's take a look at his skills. There's a lot of these like hit-based ones on his kit. I guess this was around that time where they liked those. Like very soon after Epic of Remnants and whatnot, being the first lost belt. So you can get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Pretty cool on a 5-turn cooldown. It's okay. Could be better, but it's not trash. And then 30% crit damage for 3 attacks, 5 turns. Considering it's only for 3 crits, I really wish it was at least 50%. It wouldn't be broken at all. It would be totally fair. So 30% for just 3 crits feels like it's not too much. I do like that it's for 5 turns, obviously, so you have easy time to get exhaust all those crit stacks. But just could do more, honestly. Second skill is his arts buff, but again, it's only for 3 arts cards, including his MP, for 3 and for 5 turns. So it's a 5-turn cooldown. You get a 30% arts buff. Again, this could easily be just a 3-turn arts buff. It could easily just be that. Now, I guess you can still make use of this for farming, because you still get 3 MPs out of this. Granted, you don't use your arts phase cards during that, so it still works for that. But man, they could have just improved on his DPS as well and just made it 3 turns, and then it would still be like, it would be okay. But now it's just like, eh. And then the third skill has been buffed, which is cool. So he's not completely without buffs. Single target defense down 30%, but again, 3 attacks, 5 turns. So this one just flies. Just 1 turn is gone. So you better make it count, hopefully. But now he also gets a 2k absorb, which is very needed, considering, again, he's an Avenger. He can't crit easily, especially being an Arts Avenger. And his MP even nerfs your star generation. So yeah, it's good. It's needed, because you're not going to get many stars with this guy on the field. So this will help with that, the few stars that you get will hopefully land on his cards. I wish it was higher than 2k though, maybe 4 or 5, but whatever. And then 100% crit damage for 1... Excuse me. I knew that was coming. Anyway, 100% crit damage for 1 turn. So with this, he could have up to 130% crit damage for that 1 turn of big crits. So for 3 of your cards, because extra can't crit anyway, you can actually do a nice crit turn. But yeah, there will be some downtime for sure. Pretty cool. At least this skill is fine. Everything else I think could definitely use a buff on his skills. He's only got the Avenger passives as well, so he's 16% MP gain on damage taken, 8% crit damage, and 3.3% gauge per turn. Not too bad. Usually the gauge per turn is the one you want to see the highest. Unless you have a lot of crit focus, then maybe the second one, but yeah, the gauge is nice. So, his anti-pen is against casters as well. If you really like him, yeah, sure. Otherwise, you probably have better options. His MP hasn't been buffed, and again, it's worth noting at this point that he is sadly story-locked, so a lot of people don't even have an MP5 despite him being 3 stars. But let's see, what do we got on the MP? Just damage, and in fact, there's another normal effect, but it's only a demerit. So for 3 turns, your entire party, not just him, the entire party gets a minus 20% star gen for 3 turns, so... Ooh, it's not the biggest deal, but, considering there's no normal effect besides just that demerit, then, yeah, I don't know. Not that great. And then the OC is minus 10% arts res on base for 3 turns, which is sadly after damage. If it was before damage, that would honestly help quite a bit. So I feel like his MP is actually kind of bad. It is 3 hitters, so again, it's loopable for sure, but, man... I think FX-wise, his MP is pretty trash, and there's no damage up, and again, you can't even get a free MP5. I think he hasn't aged too well, honestly, personally, but let's see, is his numbers here? I think they might. Oh yeah, we got his numbers here. So, again, only, and this is even with MP5 numbers, by the way, like if you're really lacking on everyone else, and considering even NA is going to get Ranmaru for free this year, like there's really not that much reason to ever farm with Salieri. And a lot of the 5 stars are also very popular ones that people will go for, so it's only mostly for people that really like him, in my opinion. He hasn't really otherwise aged that well for farming, at least. His DPS did get a little bit better with the buff, but besides that, I don't think it's all that great. What do you think about Salieri?
I think you put it very well. People really outgrow him because there's a lot of welfare options for like neutral arts loopers. And like nobody says you can't loop with someone like Summer Valks on neutral, right? So
and we actually have a really good neutral looper welfare in this list as well later, for sure.
Yeah, so like there's a lot of options, so I don't know. Yeah.
And it's funny, actually. A lot of people, they might also like outgrow out of him, but also a lot of people, when they get their first copy, their account might already be good at that point, because again, he's not permanent. So it depends.
Yeah.
You might not even, have him early on anyway for a lot of people. So yeah.
Like the
now, granted,
good opportunity, I would say. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, are you going to talk about the extra class banners?
Yeah.
I was going to mention that too. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, with those, you can maybe get a free MP5 with one multi. So at least if you're willing to do that, then great, enjoy. But again, is he really needed to MP5 even, or do you need him in your Chaldea? Probably not. I think last year I had him on B+, but I might honestly put him on like one of the Cs. Maybe in a flat C. It looks a bit brutal, but yeah. Like for 3, maybe for C+, he's still high attack. 3-star, he's pretty okay, but I feel like otherwise he just doesn't really bring too much to the table. Yeah. We'll see. Maybe I'll move it later. Anyway, that's it for all the low stars. Now we're gonna talk about all the gold ones. The 4 and the 5-star ones. And again, it's going to be rulers into Avengers, into Moon Cancers within the rarities. So we're going to start with talking about Summer Martha, Let's see. Summer 1 served single target Buster Gorilla DPS. Now she has seen some upgrades as well, which is cool. Let's see what we're working with here. 9.5k attack. Let me pull up my reference here as well. That is very solid for a 4-star, and with the ruler mod being 1.1 for damage as well, it is even better. So while it's not the highest attack among 4-stars, it's certainly good. So stat-wise, she does fine. She's got the full gorilla deck. Honestly, I kind of like that. And it's funny because with the Mighty Chains, her Mighty Chains are actually pretty nutty because she has really good... those single arts and quick cards that she has, they're actually very strong for gains. So even as someone who has a full Buster deck, including the MP, it's not even impossible to get her MP, honestly. Because those 2 cards do generate quite a bit. Now, skill-wise, what do we got? 30% battery for self, and then if you're on water side, you also get a 20% attack for 3 turns. Now, it's on a 6-turn cooldown. If you do land the attack up, I think it's fair. If you don't, I think it's very underwhelming. So it depends on the situation, I suppose. And even if you do land the attack, but it's not like it's amazing. It's just fine. Like, it's decent value. Anyway, second skill, self-debuff immune 1 time. No duration, by the way. So it will guaranteed block 1 debuff at some point, whenever it happens. And correct me if I'm wrong, is this one of the buffs that you can actually stack? You can have multiple instances of this buff? Or unless it's different types of immunities. I'm not sure, actually.
I mean, usually, I think you should be able to stack debuff immunities because I have stacked different debuff
I think I have seen this being stacked, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's actually cool in that sense.
Yeah, so for example, the mirror command code is probably the one that you
Oh, true, and it's because it's stun immune, like, and you can stack that, so surely you can stack this one too.
Yeah, I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good example, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, besides that, comes with a 3k heal on self. So that on a 5-turn cooldown, it's a pretty average defensive skill, but I do like the flexibility of the debuff immune. It will guaranteed give you some value, pretty much on all boss fights, so not bad. Could still be a better skill for sure, though. And then the third skill, Sadly, I wish this was 3 separate mods, but yeah, you get 100% damage for 1 turn against a demon or undead or divine. Now, sadly, if the enemy somehow has all 3 of those, you don't get 300% because it's just 1 mod, you just still get the 100%. So as long as one of those exists, he gets that big buff for 1 turn. So again, on a 5-turn cooldown, yeah, you can have really fat turn against some boss, depending on if they have one of those traits, but again, the downtime isn't super pretty. Do wish they were separate mods, if anything. Like, if they're 1 turn, just make them separate 100%. Fuck it, give her a 300% damage mod. It's not like undead is common anyway. So, and demon as well. Again, this is demon, not like demonic. Very big difference, okay? Demonic is way more common as a trait than demon is. So divine is really the only one of these 3 that is fairly common on boss encounters. Yeah. So skill-wise, I don't think she has aged all that well, honestly. But, it's not complete trash. Her only passive is Magic Rest EX, so pays 25% debuff rest. I do like that. That is very awesome to have, even if she does have some immunity as well. Then we got Anti-Berserker Append. Now, obviously, her being a ruler, you're probably not gonna really go like crazy about rulers against Berserkers, but hey, at least it's against the class, one of the 2 classes that she does do 2.0 times damage against, so, it's still viable for sure. You're just gonna lose that beautiful defensive advantage that rulers normally enjoy mostly. The MP has been buffed, thank god, because it used to do like 0 damage. So they also buffed the OC, which is great, so because it's before damage. So for 1 turn, before damage, minus 20% defense on base, it definitely helps a lot with the damage, and then no normal effects besides damage. But at least it has been buffed, because it really didn't do much damage. I would agree that it still honestly doesn't do the most damage, but it's certainly, better than what it used to be. And hey, on 10 hitters, she can maybe, dish out a few stars from it too. Now, I guess we can take a look at the sheet here, the single target one. I assume she's going to be pretty not great here. Like, if you have none of the niches up, she's basically at the bottom. Like, of all the single targets, she clearly does the worst, so definitely doesn't complement her very well. Now, if you do have the damage mod active, you nearly get double damage. But even then, when you look at how many things are above her, and yeah, this includes part 2 extra classes as well, but still, like, yeah. It really says a lot when she does, like, worse damage than Abigail does. Without an MP damage upgrade on Abigail, so, yeah. Ay. What do you think about Summer, Martha?
I mean, she's just very straightforward 1-turn nuke. I have used her to farm stuff, like the recent Valentine's one, because Jinako's a divine moon cancer, but like it's not like these pop up every day, right?
Yeah, very rare.
I don't really, not really like, not big on this servant gameplay wise, to be honest. It's just all 1-turn stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, and the downtime is definitely there. The cooldowns could also be lower if it's only gonna be like that.
Yeah, the water side is like never gonna happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not super common. It happens sometimes, but not super common. Now, I do have to say this, though, that I still value the ruler class itself a lot. I think it's a great class that, defensive advantage against basically all normal classes minus Zerks is definitely very nice to have, and they have a good class mod with decent absorb on base as well. So overall, just a great class, what could I say? But even then, like, I still probably can't place her too high, even if she is a ruler that I like. Just, we probably have better options anyway.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have, like, yeah, she has the class, but she doesn't have any other thing to, like, back it up, kind of, for, like, maybe for better survival. I feel like she'd probably be on par with another, like, neutral class with survival skills, so I don't know. Or even worse, who knows? Because, like, neutral happens.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to plop her down next to Salieri, honestly. Obviously, they're not being directly compared here, they just happen to be around the same tier with what they tend to do the best in their respective rarities. So, yeah. Definitely could use more buffs, but Summer Servants sadly don't get too many. Most don't get any. For a good reason, I guess.
I'm sure they got one. But it's still...
yeah.
Right?
It's something, yeah. Alright, next up we're gonna talk about a welfare. We got the Santa kids. Santa, very cool. Okay, ruler, obviously. AoE Buster. I guess she's a DPS, because I'm pretty sure you can't farm with her, because she doesn't really have, like, the batteries. But, you know, ruler DPS. Surely she can't be, like, complete garbage, right? Let's see what we're working with here. 9.6k attack, so very similar to Martha. In fact, I guess they will kind of compare a lot anyway, even if one is AoE, because both are kind of DPS anyway. Attack is very similar, it's still pretty good. She has a quick double buster deck, which I think is totally fine. Maybe double buster would have been even better, why like Martha, but... or triple rather, but... you know, at least there's a bit of Summer Skadi synergy, I guess. Although her MP is still buster, so... Hit-wise, we get a Charisma, 20% attack for the team, 3 turns and a 5-turn cooldown, and then also 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, so definitely still better than a lot of Charismas in the game, but is it like one of the best? Absolutely not. But it's for a welfare, it's actually pretty okay. I think this is fine. This is a pretty okay skill. Second skill is a targeted utility skill. Target gets 600% absorb for 1 turn, and then also 30% star gen for 3 turns. It's on a 5-turn cooldown. Again, I wish the absorb... I think they could have made the absorb 3 turns, honestly, to give her more viability as like a crit support. But as is, it's probably mostly just going to be slapped on herself. Pretty much most of the cases. So in that sense, maybe they should have made it self only and maybe up the numbers or something. Third skill, self-buster up 3 turns, 30% on a 5-turn cooldown. Very solid. And then also 600% buster absorb for 1 turn. So she's got 2 ways of getting stars, I guess. Well, considering they're both 1 turns, I guess it makes the downtime a little better. So there you go. Definitely a very offense-oriented kit, much like Martha. Passives, we got good old Ket's resistance, so while it's not like 50%, it's still, what, 46% magic debuff res? Like, that's great, needless to say. Very easy to avoid debuffs a lot of the times. The flat damage is like whatever though. But the debuff rests are nice. Her append is against rulers, which again, I guess is going to be neutral, right? So yeah, sure, it can be useful. Depends. Although if you have Avengers or Draco, you're probably just going to run them instead. Actually, no, Draco, never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. I was thinking Berserkers. Avengers, yes. The MP then. No buff, obviously. Most welfares never see one. And then, what do we get? Before damage, 100% star gen for 1 turn. It is a 4-hitter, so even with that, the MP itself won't be generating too many stars. It's mostly if you have like her quicks maybe after the MP, or some of the busters. You can get some stars, but it's not like Raiko, who actually dishes out a ton of stars with the MP. This one won't do it. But, you know, it still helps with the face cards for that turn. And it's nice to have a normal effect besides damage anyway. And then the OC is 30% crit damage for the full party, actually, for 3 turns. Not bad. Helps her, and maybe helps some of your allies as well that like them crits. I think maybe it should have been 50% for self only, though. But you know what? Okay. Cool. So FX-wise, it's actually not that bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. And obviously, she's a free MP5 being a welfare. So there you go. I'm pretty sure she does not loop at all, so we're just gonna rate her as a DPS, I suppose. What do you think about her?
I don't know. She's kind of weird. I obviously I never owned her until the recent thing. I guess I do have her on NA. I just never use her. I don't think she's bad, but it's like it's kind of hard to justify. I guess for more free to play players, she can be pretty okay damage dealer because she's, you know, free MP5 and she's a ruler. Can kind of put her in anything. She even kind of supports the team with the MP. But like overall, I don't know. She's kind of mid.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think she's mostly carried by the class, if anything.
Yeah.
Like, I think you put it well that she's not bad, but I don't think anyone really uses her. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So that really kind of summarizes her well.
Yeah.
I think maybe we should plop her down into B, though. She's still a free MP5. She's a great class. You can still make use out of her for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't have a lot of experience with her, so...
I mostly used her during the event too, where she released, and there she obviously felt better because of damage mods too, but... Yeah, she's fine. You can use her, but you're probably just gonna pick someone else most of the time anyway. Alright, next one though. Oh, is a big one. And someone I'm a huge simp for as well. We are gonna talk about the Luvia, aka Astraea. Goddess of Justice herself. So, what do we got? Single target arts DPS ruler. 9.7k attack, very solid. Again, it's around 10k when you consider the ruler class mod into play as well. Double Buster, double art stack works completely fine with her crit slash MP spam playstyle. Very cool. Her arts cards are also very strong. Good spam, good generation. Now the skills then. First skill, really good. It's a targeted skill. Like, even if this was self only, it would already be good because you're probably going to use it mostly on herself. But man, this being targeted is even better. So the target gets 20% attack, defense, and MP generation for 3 turns, all on a 5-turn cooldown. Very strong and flexible skill. This could easily be an SSR skill, honestly. Just very good. Even if you might not always use the target, because you're probably just going to use it on herself. But still, great effects. All very useful for bosses. In fact, she even has presence in farming, which is the fun part. But bosses, that's where she really shines. Second skill is her mana burst, so they nerfed the arts to 30% because you also get a star bomb. But hey, it's a 30 star bomb. So honestly, yeah, the downtime is there, but man, this really enables her to immediately go crazy, especially when you combine this with the third skill. You can just have a really fast start with some supports as well. You'd be surprised. Like, yeah, it's not an amazing skill, but it's very, like, it's well placed on her, if anything. Third skill. Where we go. So you have to have 5 stars because it also costs you 5 stars to use it, so it spends 5 stars. But then what do you get? 500% absorb for self for 1 turn. Okay, and then 50% crit damage for 1 turn. Cool, and a 20% battery. And this is also a 4-turn cooldown, so it's actually not even that bad for downtime. So her kit is really all about crits, MP spam, just go, 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 and she really does go. Even the MP kind of refunds a very decent amount. So the skills make a lot of sense, despite not being broken or anything like that. Passes, we get a lot of good stuff here. 10% crit damage, great. 10% perm arts, really great. And then 22.5% debuff res, also very nice to have. So passes was already, again, very good for a 4-star, super nice. Her appendage against archers, and honestly, if it's evil archers, she could absolutely slam them down, just rip bozo. And then the MP, which I'm still shocked they ever buffed this. She was already very solid, but man, yes, and they did not even increase the damage. They added a 1-turn invul pierce before damage. So even her face cards after the MP benefit from that, and considering how spammable this is, invul is not really going to stop her at all. Or evasion for that matter. Just great utility to have here. But then besides damage in that, you also get 20 stars on every MP use. Wow. Like, she's not, like, she honestly doesn't generate too many stars from her hits, but because of her second skill and the MP being spammable, she still brings a consistent amount of stars in throughout the battle. And then the OC is a very nice anti-evil damage mod. It's the good old normal 150 to 200 range. Very solid. Again, it's really good on her because she's a ruler, so you know you can absolutely bring her against neutral as well. Like all the normal classes, best case scenario is Moon Cancer, but yeah, any evil, she's always gonna be super viable. The MP hits really hard, even without class advantage, honestly, if you just fight evil. So yeah, what can I say? I guess we can take a peek at the numbers. I'm not sure if these will reflect her really well. I guess they will. Like, even here, without the damage mod, she's already, you know, already trashing Martha with her damage mod, I guess. And then, if you do have it, yeah, there's not that many other ones that beat her. In fact, all the ones that beat her also rely on their own damage mods. And of all the top ones here, I would say her MP might just be the most spammable one. Erice is up there as well, for sure, but yeah, she is very easy to spam it. So, yeah. You have anything to say about Astraea?
I mean, I don't know who designed that buff, but yeah, she's the goddess of justice, but that sure ain't fair. I don't know. This character kind of nuts. This character's kind of dumb. Like
Okay.
I remember when Super Recollection Quest, like Arjuna and Morgan came out, and people were like, "Oh
Mm.
my god, this is how do you stall this?" Well, you don't. You just
Yeah, you
bring
just nuke
Astraea.
the millions.
You don't even need to grail her or something, and she just
Yeah.
deals like 1,000,000 damage out of nowhere. It's so stupid. She's EX. I don't know. I don't think there's any
I
debate
mean,
that
yeah, I
she's
don't think
EX.
there's really any. It's just that, like, not just the top tier servant, but like of all 4 stars, she would be like top 3, 4 stars in the entire game. Honestly, just
Yeah, she's
really
one of the best single
ridiculous.
target arts characters in the game.
Really is. She
Definitely.
dumps on a lot of 5
Yeah.
stars easily. Honestly.
Yeah, out competing a lot of 5 stars. Evil is very common as a boss trait. Really ridiculous character. Yeah.
Yep. There you go. There's Astraea. I will forever sim for her, even if she wasn't goated on gameplay. But it's a nice bonus to have, I guess. Right. Then we are gonna move on to another welfare. We're gonna talk about someone we're gonna get this year on NA. Very cool. So Da Vinci Ruler, welfare from Summer 6. Single target arts DPS, right? Let me double check. Oh, it's Buster? Oh shoot, it was Buster MP, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, because her MP is weird. She has like.
Oh yeah, it's just the RNG thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing.
Yeah, because they have different color bullets and whatnot. Anyway, 9.1k attack. So far, it's the lowest of the 4-star rulers, but still, it's fine for a 4-star. It's around the average, maybe with the ruler class mod in play as well. So not terrible. If anything, she's not just a DPS, by the way. She actually has pretty decent presence in supporting as well, so that's cool. She's working with the double Buster, double Arts deck, which again, very similar to Luvia, just has a Buster MP over Arts, so yeah, fair enough. I think the deck kind of matches her playstyle. Then here we go. Immediately we had some support utility, so it's a targeted rainbow for 20%, 3 turns, 5-turn cooldown. Very solid, actually. It's very comparable to the one that Kairon has, I suppose. I think this has a lower cooldown, with maybe like lower numbers, but yeah, also very solid in both cases, I would say. Interesting thing. But if you're going to bring her, chances are you're going to use her as a DPS yourself, though. But, if you're going to double DPS, you could maybe use this on your other DPS. Then we have another targeted skill, 20% battery and 30% MP generation for 3 turns. Now, this on a 5-turn cooldown is actually very legit. I was honestly half expecting this to be 6-turn cooldown as a welfare, but this on a 5-turn cooldown, very legit. Again, kind of comparable to Luvia, who also gives the MP gain, but instead of the attack and defense, you get a little bit of battery as well. So another especially for welfare, very solid. You can tell that they kind of upped the skills since Ruler Kets, because she's a bit more modern, I suppose. And then the third skill is like a play on her Rider version, a bit different. So you still get the party MP damage, 20% 3 turns, pretty cool. And then also a one step, 1 turn overcharge. I wish it was like maybe 1 turn or 1 time 3 turns to be a bit more flexible, but it's there. And then her version actually comes with an AoE crit chance down for 3 turns, 20% on max rank. Now again, this on a 5-turn cooldown, also very solid. So if you're paying attention, all her skills are a 5-turn cooldown, and they all have like at least 1 or 2 or 3 3-turn effects. So honestly, that's a pretty respectable kit, especially for a welfare. I can't emphasize that enough. So definitely, in my opinion, a much upgrade from Santa kits. Flexibility is always nice to have as well. Passives wise, she has 12% quick up, which sadly, it's the highest rank, but she only has that 1 quick, so it won't be that big of a deal. Unless you're maybe soloing with Mighty Chains, but I digress. 10% debuff success rate is nice for the 3rd skill and the MP, I believe. Very nice to have, because some enemies, especially servants, can have innate resistances. She herself has 17.5 innate resistance for debuffs, also nice. So overall, her passives pretty good. They're not like broken, but they're alright. I like them. Then the append is against Alter Ego, which I believe will be full neutral. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, can be useful, I guess, if you really want to, because there's still not that many great Alter Ego counters, honestly. So I think this is fairly legit. You could absolutely invest into this and use her against Alter Ego. And then the MP, obviously free MP5 as a welfare, but then what do we got? you get one of the 3 following effects. You only get one of them, even if it's like 33% chance. It's how like how the randomizing goes. You can't get all of them, only one. So if you get a green bullet, you get 30 stars. You get a blue one, you get 20% party gauge, very fat. And then if you get a red one, you get a party 20% attack after 3 turns. Honestly, they're all great. Like, that's the one nice thing about I like it. Sure, it's not going to be consistent like getting the one you want, but all of those are nice to have, so yeah, very cool. And then the OC is self-MP damage, 20% on OC base for 1 turn before damage. So even her own MP can do a decent chunk of damage. It won't do like Luvia damage, but it's still gonna do a decent chunk, especially as a free MP5. And especially if you land the attack buff, because then she can have MP damage, attack, and then a buster buff from the first skill as well. So she can actually have the good mix of buffs. Now let's see her on the single target sheet. Where does she rank? Am I blind? I must be blind. Where is she? Nani? Is she not on this list? Maybe she just can't loop easily then.
Oh,
Interesting. Unless I'm blind, I don't think she's here. Oh, she is there? Okay, I must be blind then.
Probably high because she has MP damage up. And
Oh,
also
there
MP
she is. Oh, it's the full Leonardo. Okay, I was looking for Da Vinci. Okay. Anyway, there she is. Honestly, yeah.
She's pretty high.
Yeah, that's actually pretty respectable. Pretty good peak numbers here. Potential is even greater, obviously, with the some of the ramp up you can get from the MP as well, if you land those attack buffs. So honestly, she's pretty damn nice, huh? Yeah. I think I rated her fairly high last year as well. What do you think about her?
I like her a lot. I think her skills are good enough to be supports sometimes, because I have used her as support, and just really solid free choice. And she's also just a good damage dealer if you want her to be. She doesn't really lean on certain characters too hard to support her. Like she can be the damage dealer. She can be like semi damage dealer, semi support. Like,
I think she's like a ruler Kairon, which is the same thing. He's both the support and a great DPS after his MP upgrade.
Yeah, and her MP even is also like a sort of a team wide effect as well. So I like her a lot. I'm a little bit tempted to put her in A+ because I think she's.
I think I would A+ her. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. I assume I did that last year as well.
Yeah, welfare as well, super good, in my opinion.
Good welfare for sure. Alright, here you go. Then we're gonna move on to another welfare, and this is a big one. This is the first of the new entries in this list as well, I believe. We're gonna talk about Queed-Eo. Very interesting and awesome case. We got an AoE Arts Ruler DPS / farmer. Very nice. Now, I guess her attack so far is the lowest of the 4-star rulers, but don't worry, she can still dish out good damage. So don't let that fool you. She's got a double arts, double quick deck, which honestly I'm okay with. I don't think they were ever going to give her triple arts, so this is as good as it gets for, you know, the gains for the MP, I suppose. So not bad. Then the skills. First of all, self-arts up 30% 3 turns. Very good with the loops. And also, depending on your, you know, what you're fighting, 50% anti-divine damage for 3 turns. And then you also do a 5-turn 1k curse on all the enemies on activation. The curse is like whatever, but man, anti-divine and arts, both up at least half the time on a 6-turn cooldown. That's pretty good for a welfare, man. It's, again, divine, fairly common. One of the most common traits you'll see in enemies. Not just bosses. Sometimes even normal mobs can have divine, depending on what kind of mobs they are. So that's good. Second skill is a 30% battery for self. Again, it really helps with the loops as well. And then Arts Absorb, 500% for 1 turn for self. And also 100% Arts Crit damage for self for 1 turn. Good synergy. So with this, she could actually land some really fat arts crits. Now, granted, it is on a 6-turn cooldown, so outside of farming, that's like maybe more than 3 turns, you will definitely feel the downtime. But sometimes in her farming, you will actually face card as well, and this can actually help quite a bit. Very interesting. And then the third skill is her Charisma, 20% attack, AoE, 3 turns, and then also All allies get 50% Wild Beast crit damage for 3 turns. And then also a cheeky 10 stars on activation. On a 5-turn cooldown, even if you don't fight Wild Beast, it's still okay for a welfare. Pretty cool. Overall, her skills, I like them. They make sense. It's full of offense. It's just, she just wants to go. And go she does. Passives, there's a lot to like as well. 17.5% magic res, or debuff res rather. Very cool. Oh, no, you're right, actually. Yeah, it's 4 Wild Beast. I'm stupid. That actually makes sense with her passive as well. Yes. Yeah, my brain is a bit fumbled. Yeah, this is actually really good then, because she always gets this. So that's great. Anyway. Good chunk of debuff res, very nice. And then 8% permanent arts, very good. She's also fully immune to poisons and burns, which in some bosses can actually hurt you quite a bit, so that's nice to have. And then the passive that makes the 3rd skill even better. So 5% quick up, pretty good for those 2 quicks. Also quick crit damage 10%, but then she gets the Wild Beast trait as a special passive thing, so she always gets the 50% crit damage. So when you think about it, when you use the 2nd skill, your arts cards for that turn have 150% crit damage. Now, that's pretty legit. Even for arts, that hurts. That will definitely shred enemies. So passives-wise, for a welfare, this is like amazing, basically. Append is against foreigners, which again, I believe is full neutral. So, if you want to. But I feel like a lot of people have at least 1 or 2 alter egos that might just be better because of full class advantage, but, can be viable. And then the MP. The OC is a 3-turn AoE curse for 1k, is like whatever. The normal effect also includes a curse amp for 100% for 3 turns. Even with the OC, the amp, and the first skill applying a curse, I don't think it's really all that legit. So it's just there. But then there's luckily another normal effect which is way more legit, which is 10% MP damage for 3 turns before damage. Again, it's a ramp up one. Very cool, even if it doesn't scale. And she's a free MP 5, so her MP actually does a lot of damage. And she has a 4-hitter MP. Key. It's not 3-hitter AoE, it's a 4-hitter AoE. So for arts, it's actually very solid. Now, if we look at her new looping numbers, she's amazing. She's just flat out gonna be amazing, right? Now, it depends on your MP levels on the, like Moriarty and Johanna, who are her arts ruler competition. I mean, obviously, there's going to be other classes with neutral looping as well, mostly. But in rulers, she just smashes, just straight up. It's not even close. Like, unless you have a really impressive copy of young Moriarty or Johanna, she's just going to clam them. It's not even close. In fact, her numbers are really damn solid, even against a lot of other 5-stars, not just among her, 1-to-1 peers in farming. So, like, look at these. These are some great numbers. Now, it is a premium comp. It's the full triple buster setup with the black rails and whatnot, but man. And this is without the divine niche as well. Think about that for a second. Oh, yes. So, what do you think about Queen EO?
I mean, I have Johanna at MP5, but she still loses to EO.
Oh, it's that bad? Oh no.
Yeah, it's that bad. But we'll get into her later. And this character is very relevant. She has been, because we have faced like 2.
Oh, did I say Buster, by the way? Okay, I meant arts. Okay, I had to cut you there. Okay.
Oh, it's fine. So like, yeah, she's been super solid. I think like obviously her refund isn't like super S tier refund, but I mean you can't really.
Yeah, it's not like Summer Valks, but it's consistent enough to do it, well anyway. She
has probably one of the highest damage out of all the AoE arts welfares, and by quite a bit, and like even higher than the Avenger. I don't know. I think I did the calculation for her hot take, but I kind of forgot. I apologize. But like I think she does really good damage with Oberon, and like I don't know. I feel like she's at least A+ because of how relevant she is. Like any farming that will need a ruler when they put in moon cancers, which has already happened twice, they will gravitate towards EO most of the time.
Yeah, I used her in both of those events too myself, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think at the very least she's probably A+. I don't know about EX, but yeah,
I think I should put her in EX, honestly. Just because I'm pretty sure she smashes both Ranmaru and Valks as well in neutral farming as well, which says a lot, by the way. Like, her damage is higher, like, highest of them all, basically.
Yeah, because of the ramp up, and of course, if you consider Oberon, which she kind of does need because her refund is not that great, but with Oberon, you don't really care that much about her non-super crazy refund anyways. And with
Mm-hmm.
the ramp up MP on the third turn, 30% MP damage up, he flips it, just a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, for farming, very good. Also, yeah, she has a lot of premium crit skills. It really looks like an SSR skill set for her crit skills, especially at skill 3. It's really solid.
Yeah, skill 3 is nice with the passive for sure. Good value.
Yeah.
Alright. I guess that's it for the 4-star rulers. We're gonna move into the 4-star Avengers. So let's see here. First up is gonna be none other than Gorgon. Again, worth noting, story locked, so it is what it is. I mean, we're still gonna basically evaluate them on lower MP levels anyway, but it's always worth mentioning. Now, she has a 10.7k attack, first of all. Was that the highest of all 4 stars? I think it may have been, or something like that. Yeah, it's ridiculously high. But yeah, before I didn't even mention what she is, she's an AoE buster DPS. I guess you could even do some farming with her. It's not going to be very pretty at all, though, so maybe just stick to DPSing, honestly. That's what I would say. Get a double buster, double arch deck. I'm actually kind of surprised she isn't double or triple buster, considering her playstyle, but yeah, sure. At least her MP is a bit easier to get. Yeah, I think I kind of prefer that too. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, oh yeah, I have some more use cases of Gorgon because of my free-to-play account as well. Very true.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at her skills. First skill has been buffed, thank god, because it used to be a 1-turn attack buff that no one likes. It's not the best buff ever, but at least now it's a bit more flexible. So you get 50% attack for 4 attacks or 2 turns. It's still not the best uptime, but you know what? It's better than 1 turn. Although, if you have a full Brave Chain, it's basically the same as a 1-turn one. But luckily, it's not the only thing that changed. You also get 600% Buster Absorb for 1 turn, which is nice. Which, again, kind of makes me hope she had triple Buster, but oh well. For a 5-turn cooldown, it's okay. It's fine. Second skill is her Guts, 1 time 5 turns on a 7-turn cooldown. Pretty much the normal stuff. 3k revive, yeah, nothing too crazy. And then 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Kind of pairs well with the buff to the first skill as well. Because she kind of needs the first skill to be active. Because again, this is the only absorb she has as far as I remember. So, they could have maybe made this, on hindsight, this could be like 100% crit damage for 1 turn or something. But obviously they didn't know that back then. Third skill is a 105% chance to petrify an enemy for 1 turn, which again is a slightly better stun when you use it, because it ignores stun resistance. Well, I guess it also, stun success rate up doesn't work, but it's already higher than base, 100%, so... On a 6-turn cooldown, it's fine, but the thing is, I feel like, because she's AoE, you're probably mostly going to use her against multiple bosses anyway, like AoE situations. So it would be nice if she had an AoE. Like, if you saw the Babylonia anime, she just flashes her eyes and everyone gets petrified. Like, come on, bro. This should be AoE.
Yeah.
So it's not even that lore accurate, honestly. So honestly, overall, her skills are they're average-ish, in my opinion. There's nothing too great or too trash. Just nothing really to stand out. And then she only has the Avenger passives. 18% MP gen on damage taken is alright. 6% crit damage, cool. And then 3.8% gauge. She actually has one of the higher ranks of the gauge per turn, so definitely helps in getting that MP over turns. Third dependence against riders, which, has limited use depending on how big of a fan of her you are, that is. And the MP has also been buffed, because it kind of used to do, poop damage. It still maybe, at least on neutral, doesn't do the greatest damage, honestly, but it's a bit better. So the OC is a 1k curse for 5 turns. It's whatever, but hey, the normal effect of 15% party battery, that I really like, though. That's great, that's cool. It even helps with her refund as well. And again, the damage is fine. It's nothing great, though, but it's fine. Also, Jordan already prepared a fucking essay for his favorite servant. I knew this was gonna happen. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna let Plushie talk about Gorgon a little bit while I read your essay. What do you think about her?
I mean, she has good crits. I don't use her that much, but at least from my experience, she has good crits. Her MP is weird for sure. I think 15 is an awkward number. Like, I'm not complaining because most of the times it's
Yeah,
probably
because it's not for farming use. I feel like it's a little bit less awkward.
yeah, it's a little bit less awkward. I would like that a little bit more if it was 20, or make it like, I don't know, make it like round up with her Avenger passive or something. Maybe, I don't know. She's kind of okay. I don't know. She's kind of just okay. I don't think there's a good reason. She feels a lot like Santa Cats to me. Like I feel like there aren't that many reasons to bring her out, but I would say I feel like it's a little bit harder to deal with rulers sometimes than moon cancers. I don't know. That's kind of a weird statement, but like at least I feel like there are more cases.
Yeah, because at least normal classes still are like neutral against that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, so like I would say she probably has more uses. Like, oh, you know.
Yeah, I think she is more usable than Santa Kids, but I don't know if I still like her overall more, even if she's a bit more usable.
I think they're close. She's definitely a servant where, like, if you're fighting rulers, you put her out and she's gonna do a lot of damage because she has good crits and
and that insanely high attack as well for a 4-star.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think she's probably B or B plus, in my opinion. It's just my opinion.
I could maybe put her into B plus, honestly, just because she definitely has use cases, and she has really high stats as well.
Yeah.
I feel like just based on usability, I feel like I could maybe put her above Kit Santa in that sense. It does feel a little generous, but yeah.
Yeah, but like, but actually, you don't necessarily need to use her MP that much for damage because she has good crits again. So yeah, I mean,
the crits won't be super consistent, but she can have some good crit turns for sure.
Yeah, I think 600 is a bit low on the Star Absorb. It could have been like.
Oh yeah, it should have been higher for sure. I mean, it is now. It's a bit better because it's only for Buster cards, so it's a bit more focused. But yeah, still.
Yeah. I like her, so her design's super cool, but yeah.
I think I'm gonna plop her down to B plus, which I feel like might be a little generous, if anything. So I hope Jordan won't be too mad at me. I'm sure he would love to see even higher, but I don't think I can ever go with the current state of Gorgon.
I mean, hey, that just means she has room for buffs. That's always.
Yeah, I honestly think she could easily get a 3rd buff. Alrighty then, let's move on and talk about the doggo. Very cool servant, honestly. We got single target, quick DPS in Hessian Lobo. Another insanely high attack at 10.6k, like just behind Gorgon. It's basically the same though. I forgot his attack is actually that freaking high. Just wow. For a 4-star, it's nuts. He's got double quick, double arts. I really would like to see double buster, double quick. It would be so good on him. But oh well. Like, double arts just feels so random on him. Oh well. Skill-wise, first skill, we get a 1200 absorb for 1 turn with a 40% defense up for 1 turn. On a 5-turn cooldown, it's not that great. Sure, it protects you a little bit for 1 turn because Avengers can usually be a bit fragile for sure, but I wish the absorb was also higher if it's only for 1 turn. Make it like 3 or 4k at least. Oh well. Second skill has been buffed, yay, because now it's a 3-turn 30% attack up on a 5-turn cooldown. That already I like a lot, but now he also gets 30% anti-man attribute, and again, most common attribute among servants, and also him being a Avenger even gives him more use cases, because you can absolutely pick him on neutral as well, I suppose. So I really like this buff, actually. This is a great skill now. Really fits Lobo in particular. Third skill is a minus 50% an instant kill resistance for 1 enemy for 1 turn. That's a meme, but then minus 30% attack for 1 turn. Cute, but hey, full buff strip. That I like a lot. And on a 5-turn cooldown, it's not even that bad, considering some of the effects are like not the greatest, but the buff strip is so nice. I like that a lot. So overall, with the buff to the second skill, I think his skills are average to, more on the thumbs up side, I would say. I'm not, like, going crazy with these skills, but, there's stuff to like for sure. If anything, I would love to see a quick buff. Anyway, passives, he's got pretty good ranks on all the Avenger passives, 20% MP damage or MP gain on damage taken, 8% crit damage, and 3.5 gauge per turn. Pretty good, actually. Overall, usually they're not this high, I'm pretty sure, among Avengers, so he's actually fairly high on the ranks. Anti-alter ego, again, honestly, can be legit, depending on how many other anti-alter ego servants you have, because there really isn't that many these days. There's only one class that fully counters it, and even then there's not many servants, and only the ones that do have alter ego bonuses, there's like, what, 2? Unless I forgot someone else besides Musashi and Kama. So yeah, it's actually kind of a legit append. And the MP has also been buffed, which is cool. Now, OC is a boring insta-kill, 60% after damage. Against bosses, it will never work, so just ignore the OC, there is no OC. But on normal effects, he ignores evasion for 1 turn before damage, that's great utility, and also gives him 20% crit damage for 3 turns with the buff, so yeah. It honestly does decent damage. Even though he doesn't like have MP damage or quick up in his kit, you'd be surprised. The MP can actually do a lot of damage. Especially if you plop in 1 or 2 Skadis in the mix. Ooh, he can actually, his MP can just slam people in some cases. Yeah, now, I don't assume he's going to be very high here. In fact, yeah, honestly, actually, he is higher than I thought he was going to be. Yeah, he actually does fairly okay on the sheet. Which, again, what I was just saying, that with the MP upgrade and whatnot, despite not having that many damage buffs beside, like, that help with the MP, yeah, he does good damage. And then, if you have the man attribute active, look at that. Actually, some real damn legit numbers. Not beaten by many of all the extra class DPSs out there of the single target kind. Very cool. I honestly think Lobo is fairly underrated. He's a bit fragile sometimes, obviously, but I feel like he's underrated. His damage potential is really good. What do you think?
I mean, this thing is the biggest problem for Gorgon, right? Like, because when we talk about use cases, when you want to deal with a ruler, he is infinitely more accessible. He's single target. He just.
And if I pick an Avenger D 4-star DPS, I would always pick Lobo over a Gorgon personally. I do like him as well, so there's a bit of a bias too, but yeah. He just feels better.
Once again, his only problem is, as you've stated, he is extremely fragile. And Quick isn't really known for protecting their teammates like Skadi unless you MP with her. But like sometimes, you can always throw in Astraea, right? And
I mean, honestly, in that case, him having double arts isn't even the end of the world.
Yeah, exactly. So like, I mean, he's not. I mean, he's. I don't know. There's not a lot to complain about him. I guess the biggest complaint is he spooks you when you roll for Avengers, but like, he's very solid when you need an event. You deal with a ruler. He's always gonna be there, right? Very very solid unit. Anti-Man is I like that buff as well, and the fact that he also has an upgraded MP.
Okay, Jord, can you stop molding? I never said Gorgon had a problem with surviving. That's why we didn't say, it's great that you can bring Astraea with her. Lobo does have a survival issue. Okay, you're just being biased, dude. Okay, we never even said she had problems. She at least has a guts, so it's a bit easier to keep her alive. You need to calm down, good sir. I know she's your favorite servant, but okay.
I mean, I kind of brought it up because what I said, his only weakness in comparison to Gorgon.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think he has a lot of weaknesses besides being a bit fragile.
Yeah, or maybe I guess you can run Buster. I guess Buster could be a little bit better because
you could run him with Merlin as well.
I don't know,
for instance.
I don't know, but like I just feel like he's really good. Like you need to protect him definitely. But other than that, he's a really good glass cannon. Like
he really embodies the term glass cannon pretty well.
Really cannon, yeah. So
I think I'm gonna plop him in A personally. Just because of sometimes it's hard to keep him alive, but if sometimes he's just gonna absolutely boom, 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 and the boss is dead.
Yeah, really solid.
Yeah.
Like Shi Huang. I feel like most people dealt with Shi Huang with him.
Yeah.
When he first came out in Lost Spell 3.
The buff removal especially is nice against his MP.
Oh yeah. That is really good as well.
Although I guess Jalter can also buff block, which is another good solution. But anyway, we're going to talk about that a bit later, I suppose. But yeah, good option regardless. Alright, we're going to move on to more 4-star Avengers. Next up is going to be another servant that NA will get this year. We're going to talk about mysterious Ranmaru X from Gura 6. AoE Arts Avenger, DPS / farmer. I guess she can do a bit of both for sure. Now her attack isn't as crazy high as Lobo or Gorgon, but still very good at 9.8k for a 4-star. Especially with the Avenger class mod. Definitely should be over 10k quick maps. We got double Buster, double Arts, which honestly, I think it's a pretty good deck for her. I have no problems with that. Skill-wise, what do we got? It's a targeted skill, first of all. Increases the absorb of the target by 5k. Again, you can tell it's a bit more modern since they start to realize, hey, maybe Avengers could use more absorb. So let's just make it like a big 4-digit one. So if you use this on herself, she can also crit. So 5k absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and also a full cleanse. On a 4-turn cooldown. Actually a fairly legit support skill. Yeah. But again, you're probably just going to use it on herself. But, you know, it's nice that it's targeted. It's always just a bonus, you know? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, she's the welfare of Gura 6, so she's a free MP5. Second skill is a 40% chance to AoE charm for 1 turn, individual calculations on all the enemies. So it's like a nerfed down version of the Shuten one, I suppose. 20% defense down for 3 turns, very solid, and then 10 stars. The cooldown might be lower though at 6 turns. I forgot if Shuten was 7 or not. I think she was. So, you know, if it lands, great. If it doesn't, hey, you're probably going to land the defense down at least, so not bad. For farming, it's a little awkward, obviously, because it only affects 1 wave for damage, but, you know, for DPSing, there's some stuff to like for sure. But just don't rely on the charm, because if it whiffs, you're just going to die, like on an MP turn. Definitely protect yourself otherwise. Third skill, self-arts up, 30% 3 turns and a 6-turn cooldown, pretty standard. Also comes with a 20% battery for self and another 10 stars. Pretty good skill, especially for a welfare. Makes sense. Overall, I think her kit, while it's not the best we've seen so far, I think, for instance, I prefer Ruler Da Vinci's kit. Or even Io's kit, like among the AoE arts. But, you know, certainly not a bad kit by any means. Still fairly modern. She's got a bit more going on than just the Avenger passive, so 16% MP gain on damage taken, 2% crit damage, so those could be higher, but then she gets a special version of the gauge per turn, so it's a 3% gauge per turn, but also increases her arts by the same amount. Very nice, cool little bonus. Then she also actually has the Foreigner passive, so she even has Van Gogh synergy for those that care. 2 stars per turn, 4% debuff res, cool, nice bonus. Another 15% debuff res, and also a burn immunity. Like, that's a lot of stuff, man, actually. That's crazy for a 4-star, especially for a welfare. I keep saying that, but it really is true. So many welfares have really damn poor passives. So yeah, that's a lot to like here. It's a lot of small things, but it really adds up when you think about it. Anti-caster append, for those that really want to use her for neutral as well, go ahead, get that. And then the MP, not much to say about it. 100% star gen for 1 turn before damage on OC base, scales up to 300. But on 4 hits, for the MP, it really is not going to help too much on an Arts MP, but depending on your follow-up face cards on her, you could see some stars too. And then also on base normal effect, we have an ignore defense, which is always nice to have. For farming, it really won't help too much or be that relevant, but for bosses, it can absolutely, you know, improve your damage. And again, free MP5. So let's look at her numbers then. They won't be as crazy as like EO from what I remember. Yeah, definitely not. I mean, this is not, we don't even have Oberon comp listed here, but even with Oberon in the mix, I'm pretty sure she would do less.
Yeah, I think she does a little bit less, yeah, despite being Avenger.
But the thing is, she's still she's basically budget version of all the SSR Avenger Arts loopers. And that's not bad by any means. Because, in fact, depending on your MP levels on them, she might still like beat them anyway. So it depends on what your MP levels on these 3 are. And if you don't have any of them, hey, she's pretty good. At least until EO comes out, and then you're probably going to use her over her in neutral looping, but, you know, Ranmaru's still pretty legit, even if not that many people talk about her anymore. What's your opinion on her, like, overall?
I mean, honestly, like, usually when I look at these extra class arts AoEs, I would evaluate them as like neutral loopers. But, you know, she kind of loses to EO in almost all cases. However, the one redeeming quality is existence outside of the domain. I like maybe this could be min-turn brain rot, but I think Van Gogh is such a broken support. The fact that you can combo with her, like even at MP1, you just get a flat 100% crit up for free for her, and suddenly she's doing really good single target damage.
I hate to cut you off, but I feel like it's a bit less relevant for Ranmaru though, because she only has a 1-turn absorb, because she's still like a Avenger, so even if she has a lot of crit damage, she of all the ones that have that passive is probably going to use it the least.
That is true, but Van Gogh has Star Absorb and Star Gem per turn. I don't know. I
guess that's
I have
true,
seen her composition work. I
Yeah,
get
I
what
guess
you
that's
mean,
true,
but yeah, like that's why I said it might be brain rot, but like she can dish out a lot of crit damage against bosses, ruler bosses. That's also why, you know, I like her double buster deck as well. But yeah, I mean, so overall, like I would have put her like maybe B plus, because I think in terms of looping, she kind of loses to EO in almost every way, but because I like her DPS a lot.
I feel like she should be A tier, honestly.
Yeah, I like because of that, I would put her A tier as well, personally.
Last year I had her an A plus, but that was before EO also existed. She was one of the premium, cheap options to go with.
EO is kind of ridiculous, yeah. It's kind of hard to compete.
But yeah, Amor is still legit, especially on NA, because we are not going to get EO for another year or so between their releases. Alright, it's time to talk about the last 4-star Avenger, and boy, it's another new one, and it's a big one, for sure. This is a fun servant. Talk about Summer Erice, or Erice, or Erice, or whatever you however pronounce her name. In Japanese is Erice, but I always say Erice, because it sounds good in my head. Anyway, what do we got? Single target arts DPS, another really high attack at 10.2k. It's really, really good for a 4-star. Double arts, double quick deck, I think is fine. You know, again, never probably gonna get a triple arts, so it's good for the games because she actually does want to spam her MP. It has good damage potential, so that's nice. Skill-wise, what do we got? 3 turns of 30% arts up for self. Nice to have, obviously, being an arts DPS. And then a nice flexible 2-hit 3-turn evade on a 6-turn cooldown. Pretty solid. I like this skill. It's not that awkward, considering, you know, the evasion has some turns of flexibility. Cool skill. Then the second skill. This is actually kind of important when you see the MP, I suppose. It's an AoE curse, 1k damage, 3 turns on all enemies. And then she taunts for 1 turn. This is not a targeted one. She gets the taunt, right? And then she gets an on-defense activate buff for 3 turns. And whenever she gets attacked, the target gets minus 10% defense down for 3 turns when attacking them. And this has no limit, by the way. You can, like, let's say you're solo, which is the best case scenario for this. You can have, like, minus 100% defense after 3 turns. That's kind of, you can literally defense cap from this. So that's kind of interesting. Now, obviously, the taunt itself is only for 1 turn. So the other hits besides this turn are going to come from RNG. Unless you bring targeted taunts or whatever, but the potential is interesting. Now, granted, she is fairly, you know, even with the evade and whatnot, she's still a bit, you know, fragile. Not Lobo fragile, but a bit more. So, you know, maybe you don't want her to get hit too many times. But if she does get hit, then you know what? There you go. Defense down for the hitters. Nice. And on top of that, you get a 30% battery for herself. So this sort of 6-turn cooldown, and considering the curse will be very important, I would say is very legit. So, good, interesting skill. Third skill is where things get fun, if they already didn't, which they kind of already were. Anyway, First of all, 120% instant kill rate for Cell for 3 turns. It's a high number, but it's still a meme, let's be real. She's not a farmer. So yeah, whatever. And then 35% crit damage for 3 turns. And then the big one, 35% anti-servant mod. Yeah, you read that right. It's literally a damage mod against servants. As long as the enemy has a thing under their emblem that says servant, you're just gonna do more damage against them. And this is not even her only damage mod, because the second one is also easy to enable. You already probably know what it is, considering I was hinting towards it. But yeah, this sort of 6-turn cooldown, considering that even if the instant kill is a meme, and the numbers for the other two are not super high, it's literally anti-servant. That's nice. Her skills are actually pretty nice, honestly. I like this. Now, passes, again, we have a lot of stuff. 16% MP gain on damage taken. On her particular, again, it's even more value because, again, she has that 1-turn taunt. It's even easier to spam the MP with this in combination with that while also weakening the enemy. And again, if it's one boss, which is her best case scenario, they're going to get 3 defense downs of 10% too, which helps with her damage even further. Now, 6% crit damage, pretty cool. Not the most relevant for her. She's not really there for crit. She's really all about the MP, let's be real. 4.2% gauge per turn. EX rank, very good. Just helps more. 7% quick up. Nice with the 2 quicks as well, being on 4 hitters each. Another 8% crit damage, and then divinity, which is like whatever. So yeah, that's pretty good passives once again. Her anti-class append is against Lancers, which honestly can be very legit too, because you can absolutely run her on neutral, so you might as well if you have the coins. Then the MP. First of all, 10% arts up for 1 turn before damage on the OC base. Not the highest number, it's only 1 turn, but you know, it's not like curse or something. And then 80% chance to insta-kill after damage, I believe, is like whatever, it's not relevant. But then, another damage mod. 150% damage against enemies that are cursed. And remember, the second skill does an AoE curse. Ah, beauty. Now, you might want to bring another cursor or curse command codes, because this is her only curse and it's only up half the time, because you definitely want the enemy to be cursed all the time. You don't want to miss out on this big damage mod here. So either bring curse CCs on her or someone else, or bring another servant that curses, because this is a big one. It's worth having there. Now, let's look at the numbers. Let's see, I think she should be pretty high. Really, yeah, she's really high. And again, remember, this damage mod is so easy to enable. It's so easy, right? Oh my god. And wait a minute, it's only mentioning servant. Does this not factor in the curse? Maybe it does.
Curse is kind of universal, so they don't write it out, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Because curse is technically universal if they don't have
the curse one is below. Wait, what? This one? It's not listed as curse though. But okay, is this the one with curse? There's no other one, so I assume that's the one, okay. Curse must be assumed. Well, okay, fair enough. I mean, that only speaks for itself of how easy it is to enable both of her damage mods. One is free all the time because you fight servants, and one is, you know, basically free unless the enemy is debuff immune. So yeah, kinda nuts stuff. What's your opinion on Summer, Erice?
She is... So I'm gonna talk about, like, non-TA first, because so she is one of the highest damaging single-target servants in the entire game. Like including all 5 stars, including every single class. It's one of the highest damaging characters in the entire game. It's really stupid. And she has somebody mentioned she has insta-kill because in farming in the recent I mean, yeah, that works.
Okay, maybe sometimes it can be legit.
Yeah, and she's just probably one of the best single target arts servants. Really easy to proc the defense down as well with her skill 2. And really solid if you want to deal with anything neutral. And in terms of like the min-turn community, I don't know if you call it that, she kind of destroyed the min-turn community. Like basically everything that comes out at a single target nowadays, she's the first one to min-turn it. And she is really, 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 really ridiculous. She out-damages, like, I don't know. Like, if you hit servant, I think she out-damages every single target in the game. I might be wrong. Like, assuming...
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
But, yeah, she is so stupid. in terms of how much damage she does.
Mhm.
So I like personally, I think she definitely cannot be lower than EX. That's just me. But
Can we just for a second again talk about how insane Summer 7 was? I just let's just reflect on Summer 7. We got Summer Ibuki, Lady Avalon is great. Summer Skadi enables quick to be better. We got Summer Erice being insane DPS. It's just so much insane stuff, right? Oh my god.
yeah, the Summer Ibuki banner.
Oh yeah,
is
she's
very
on that
valuable
banner.
because
Oh
she's
my
on
god.
that. So there you
It's
go.
like the
That's one
arguably
of
the best banner ever made.
Really wild.
You get one of the best single target DPSs, one of the best AoE DPSs and farmers as well in the same banner.
Yeah, this character is
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah, easy EX, needless to
Universal
say.
damage mod.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Okay, moving on. The one Moon Cancer. Oh, it's also the last 4-star. Yeah, then. Yeah. We got the only Moon Cancer 4-star servant. Oh, I closed the wrong tab. There we go. Let's see. BB, the welfare. The OG Moon Cancer. What tab? It was the Avenger class tab. Don't get weird ideas, okay? I don't have any weird tabs open on this window. Trust me. Anyway, we got BB then. Yeah, welfare. So free MP5 Pog. Single target arts DPS and also utility support. Interesting little case. Her attacks is sadly very low in comparison to like the rulers and the Avengers. So far it's only 8.1k, so as a 4-star it's pretty low, I would say. So there's that, but honestly her MP still has decent damage potential, especially if you're hitting Avengers. But besides that, it's like so and so. Double arts, double quick, honestly that's fine. Oh well, actually maybe she should have had double buster because she does have a pretty okay self mod as well. Yeah, but it is what it is. Her skill is some really nice utility. It's a full targeted cleanse with a 3k heal and also a 1-time 3-turn debuff immune. Yeah, it's just it's so straightforward and it's a 4-turn cooldown. This is a great skill, honestly. Even to this day, it's a really good utility skill. And with this, you can absolutely run a level 1 esports BB as well. And in some cases, you're gonna even do it for setup. So yeah, very cool and very usable skill. Second skill is a buff strip, but it only removes evasions and invulns from the enemy, one target. And then also 100% chance on max rank to stun them for 1 turn. 6-turn cooldown. It's just okay. It's interesting. Again, it's not that great. Could be AoE maybe, but eh. It is what it is. Her self mod has been buffed. This is a very cool buff. This happened, I think this wasn't even live by the time I did the tier list last year, but this is a cool buff. So 50% crit damage and 800% absorb for 3 turns on self on a 5-turn cooldown. That already was, again, a good crit skill. But now we also get 30% art stuff for 3 turns. Again, 5-turn cooldown. With these 3 already, it would be just flat out a really strong skill. But they even added a 4th effect, which is an on-activate attack buff for 3 turns, and every time he uses an extra attack, the whole party gets 10% gauge. That's so cool, though. It's not just cool, it's actually can be very useful, too. Like, man, is this skill stacked now, or what? This is better than, like, so many SSR skills as well. Wow, just wow. This is definitely the highlight of her. Well, this and the first skill, really. We got 17.5% debuff rest on the passive number 1. Pretty cool. 10% debuff success rate. So I guess it's even a bit easier to land the stun as well. Sure. And 10% perma arts is very nice. Her main card type. Anti-alter ego, which again can be legit, because still to this day there aren't that many good anti-alter ego coloners, because, you know, pretender is still not too many servants inside it. Then the MP. The OC is a minus 10% debuff rest for 3 turns on the enemy. I think it's might even be after damage, so it's not that it matters, but the OC itself is like whatever. Again, maybe makes it a little bit easier to land your stun as well, because that actually does work like that, for those that don't know. But hey, the normal effect of 20%, not just her own refund, but full team gauge is so good. I love that. That's so nice. And considering her MP is 5 hitters, even if it's single target, with the correct support setup, it's very spammable, honestly. And especially now with her 3rd skill also having an art skill. or arts buff rather. Now let's look at her numbers. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, she's gonna be a bit low here for sure, even with a free MP5. But I feel like it's maybe not portraying her in the correct light. Because she's not all about just, trying to do the most damage as possible. If anything, you're probably gonna run a second DPS with her sometimes. She's just nice to have for the first skill and the utility that she brings otherwise, honestly. Yeah, what do you think about the OG BB?
Yeah, sorry, I started a little bit early.
Yeah, no worries.
I like her. She's a really good utility pick, as you've said. Her damage is pretty bad. Even with the arts up, it's just very, very low. Even for dealing with Avengers, if you want to damage rush, maybe she isn't the best choice. Maybe you'd even rather take a Berserker. That's kind of unfortunate, but at the same time, I think she's a really good utility pick. Her skill 1 especially is still one of the strongest overall debuff prevention, because it cleanses and also blocks the next one. So I do use this a lot. Like, this is a very strong effect. And she helps your teams, like, I don't know how to describe this. She kind of like helps your team run. Like, when you're running like 2 art supports and a single target arts DPS, you want your team to consistently MP again and again and again. And she kind of feels she kind of helps that. She kind of feels like Tamamo's MP, but it does damage.
So, in fact, funny you should mention that, because like BB, Tamamo, and Castor is actually an MP spam comp as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's really good. But I don't know. I think her damage is a bit too low. I hope, because of how
could be higher.
BB is, I hope she gets an MP upgrade. Maybe that's biased, but it's BB. Like, come on.
I feel like I can still plop her down in around the A tier, honestly. For a welfare, she's still very usable.
And that's fair, I guess.
You sound like you would place her lower, I guess.
It's hard, because like I really like her skill 1. Like, I use her skill 1 a lot, probably a lot more than a lot of other servants here. But like, as a DPS, I just consistently find her damage to be a little bit low. So I usually end up picking Berserkers over her against Avengers even.
Yeah.
So
I still think I should, with the buff to the 3rd skill as well. I'm kind of feeling the A though.
Yeah, that's fair.
She has a lot of use cases for sure. Yeah. Maybe if she was in a welfare, I would maybe do B+, but because of the free MP5, I feel like A is kind of fair.
True. If she wasn't a welfare, her damage, oh my god, at MP1.
Yeah. Alrighty then. That's it for the 1, 2, or question mark 2, 4 stars, I guess. And now we just have a bunch of SSRs left. This is what most of the list is going to be about. So buckle up. We're going to start with the rulers, and man, it's most of them. It's like at least half of them are like rulers. Alright, we're going to go back to day 1, to simpler times. We're going to talk about the Jannu, the OG. One of the poster girls of FGO back in the day, and I guess to an extent still is, honestly. I don't want to discount her too much. So what do we got? We got a stall support, basically. And someone that can do some kinds of solos as well, albeit they will be slow as dicks. But, it's still fairly legit, even if it's not, like, top tier. Anyway, her HP at 16.5k is really good. Something you definitely want to see on supports, because you really don't care about her damage at all. So have her having high HP like that, on top of her having the most defensive class in the game, minus Draco nowadays, I guess. Ruler, yeah, very, very solid. So we got a triple arts deck. Makes sense, honestly. She does want to have her MP ready whenever you need it. So with this, it's easier because you can participate in more arts chains. For sure. Now, skill-wise, somehow she still has a base revelation. They even buffed this on Amakusa like 2 years ago. I don't understand how she still has a base revelation. So you only get 9 stars per turn for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown, and that's the only thing it does. This has to be like the worst stars per turn effect in the entire game of all the skills. It's sad. They need to do something with this like they did with Amakusa as well. Give her something cool and unique. But hey, at least the second skill is not lot, cooler nowadays. Albeit, I don't think it really, improved her position too much, but they did buff this. So now you can target any enemy and reduce their MP damage for one turn by up to 30%. Again, it won't save you alone. You will definitely have to stack more debuffs or buffs to, tank some MPs, but it's a start. But now with the buffs as well, you get 50% defense down for one turn, and then for the next 2 turns, it's going to be 30%. So for solos, yeah, you maybe shed like 10 turns or something. I don't know, of your 100 turn solos, so, yay. And for team battles, it's nice to have, honestly, but I feel like all of these effects could have easily been transformed into AoE as well, honestly. I feel like they could have made all this AoE. In addition to making the universal MP damage down and adding those defenses, I feel like it could have been AoE. So,
and 3 turns.
Yeah, like it's an okay skill. It's a good uptime still, but it just doesn't really help her like bounce back into the meta too much. And then the third skill, this is servant only still, so chance to stun a servant for 1 HUD by 120%. I guess it's a bound one, so this also ignores stun resistance for what it's worth. And these specials does though. Yeah, I mean, most of the time you will definitely land it, but again, it's 6 turn cooldown, only 1 servant, that's all it does. So when you overall look at her kit, there's not much going on, honestly. Like, there's no batteries, no self, no targeted, no card types, no damage buffs, no good defensive buffs. Like, what does she even do, honestly, with her skills? Not much. Just helps a little bit. Now, her only passive is Magic Res EX, which is still nice. 25% debuff res is always nice to have. And then the append is against the rulers, which again, she's never going to do real good damage anyway, so you're probably going to just skip out on this easily. And then the one good part about her, the amazing part, besides her class and her HP, the MP after the buff. So, full party invul for 1 turn on command. On MP1, it's a sad 5% defense. They fucked them out. I don't know why. Because it goes from 5% to 15. It should have been 10% base. Because that's how it works from going from MP1 to MP2. I don't know why it's 5%. So on MP1, forget about it. It's just there. MP2 already helps a little bit. But then you also get the full party cleanse. And then 1k healing for all party members. But only for 2 turns per turn. So... Like, the thing is, this is a great defensive MP still, but the messed up thing is, Astraea MP is still better on the average. And she does so much else too, man. Like, I don't want to trash her too bad here, but man, I don't know. Her skills need to do more. Give her something, give her like maybe niche targeted damage buffs or something. Make her relevant. Something. Make her full defensive. Give her some targeted damage buffs. Give her batteries. Something. There needs to be more. These skills are just not enough to, like... It's gonna be painful to kind of slot her in, honestly. The MP is nice to have on command, but that's about it, honestly. What do you think about Jeanne?
I'm gonna do some slander. Like, I'm gonna be real. In terms of usability, she's like E tier, bro.
Ooh.
Like, why would you ever use her? Like, at what point do you bring out Jeanne? At what point do you bring out this character?
I feel like Jeanne is for those that don't have a Castoria and are afraid of, like, constant AoE MPs or something.
I'd rather borrow one and use Shufu or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess you could do that, yeah.
Like, I don't understand. Like, even her solos, it's like she doesn't have that good MP gain on her arts card because they're afraid of, this MP being infinitely
Yeah,
spammable.
You know what's funny? I think from what I remember, her best C in solo is Prisma Cosmos, which is messed up because her gain is not that good.
Her
She gets more, the 10% you get from MLB Prisma Cosmos is more gain that you would get from like giving her like smiling face, which is really messed up.
Yeah, it's triple art stack. They're scared of this MP because it's a super broken one until Castoria came out and just...
Yeah, it's the Astolfo problem. They made the MP good, and then they're like, everything else has to suck.
Yeah. And like, everything else sucks hard on this character. I don't understand.
Dude, when I saw they buffed the second skill, I got hopes. I was like, oh my god, she's going to be able to do something really cool for supporting. It's like, defense down, And now you can target
They gave
anyone
her
with
an
the MP
offensive
damage.
buff for no reason.
Yeah,
It's
like
it's because of defense downs.
you're not gonna bring her for offense. That's literally just a bonus. So it doesn't really do. It's no reason to pick her.
Yeah. Sorry. Like there's technically she can do this. Technically she can do that. Technically you can pick Castoria and forget she exists. So I don't know, dude.
She's definitely gonna come down a lot from my last year's tier list. I feel like I was a bit too rose-tinted goggles mode there, so I really haven't used mine in ages. I just don't see any reason to pick her, honestly. I feel like she could be like a C+.
C+? Oh,
You think she should be lower? Oh, spicy. Okay. Yeah.
It's sad. She's like she's like Castoria's MP as a servant, but she also has shit MP rate.
Okay, I can't place her below C, but I might be willing to place her to C.
Yeah,
D is way too much. The MP is still great, and the class is broken, but yeah, that's it. That's really it.
Like it's not really about like if we're talking about just like standalone. Like honestly, I think if we just talk about standalone, like you said, the MP is really good. The MP is so good that the devs have to actively nerf everything about her. But the fact that, you know, there's another character that completely invalidates her, so it's kind of unfortunate, but yeah. I mean, I'm not.
And like you said, even if you don't have Castoria, just borrowing one and maybe bringing like a Mashu or Shufu or someone with her, and you need to just get better value from Castoria.
Yeah, probably.
And they need to fix the MP as well. Why is it 5% defense on MP when it should be 10? And that's not how scaling works. It shouldn't triple going from MP 1 to 2. It should be from 10 to 15. Why? It's so weird.
Or make the heal longer. Like,
yeah,
as of
make it 5 turns, dude. Why is it 2 turns? Why is it 2? It should be at least 3, hopefully 5.
Even the cleanse is just overlap with Castoria, which is so sad. Which is like it was a powerful effect because, you know, AoE.
Yeah, back then it was great.
Strong. Like, bro, why?
Anyway, that's not too great for our first SSR. She might just be the lowest in all of them. In fact, she probably will be, honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, now we could move on to talk about the other revelation, but this one has been buffed. We're going to talk about Amakusa next. I'm a big fan of this guy. I'll be the first one to admit, maybe I gave him a little too high rating last year, but I still stand by that this guy is really, really legit on bosses, honestly. So I will still die on that hill. Anyway, AoE
4 times, right?
Yeah, okay. Anyway.
Sorry.
AoE Buster DPS, very cool. I would not recommend farming with him though, don't do that. But for bosses, this guy offers so much. 10.9k attack, it's fine. With the ruler mod, it's even better, so honestly, his attack is fine, I feel like. Don't still expect miracle damage from him, by the way, because most of the time he's going to do neutral anyway. But man, the things he offers besides damage, there's a lot to like. Unlike John, I guess. Anyway, double Buster, double Arch deck, I think makes total sense. He can still do a full Buster Brave Tail with the MP when the cards align well, and then, you know, gives him a bit of more MP gain as well, because his MP is definitely nice to use. Oh yeah. Now, his revelation has been buffed. Yay, now it's a targeted one. So the target gets the 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Not that it matters too much, but then they also get 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Now we're talking. It's still not a broken skill by any means, but now at least it feels way better. So yeah, that MP gain can be nice. Honestly, you might just plop this on your support, if anything, because he already gets a bunch of MP gauge from one of his other skills for a long time. So you could just give this to a support too and be fine. Second skill, here we go. So now you can reduce any enemy's gauge by 1. Great, guaranteed. Then also an AoE minus 20% Buster Rest down for 5 turns. Yes, please. Self 20% battery, great, helps. And then also 20% battery every turn for 5 turns. Now it is an 8-turn cooldown, but man, that's a lot to like there. This is so nice to have on bosses for sure. Oh, yes. Sometimes it can be a bit awkward to use because you probably, if you want the best value, you don't want to use it on turn 1 because you want to drain the enemy. But, you know, you could still to get the other effects. But you could also hold off on it. But I kind of really like this skill. Very, very nice. And then the third skill has also been buffed. Oh yeah, he's one of those servants that has seen buffs to everything, by the way. So he also has the bound, 100% chance, a little bit lower than Jeanne, but still 100% base. And it's only against servants, but then he also gets 30% buster up for 3 turns. On a 6-turn cooldown. Now the skill is way more legit. Now it kind of makes sense. So overall, there's already a lot to like in the skills, even though nothing is really broken. Lots of stuff though. Lots of good stuff. 20% magic resist on passive, so that's like where he does the worst in his passives, I guess. He's anti-ruler, which maybe not the most legit thing. I think a lot of people have access to at least one Avenger or 2. Even Berserkers are probably going to do better usually. And then the MP has also been buffed, of course. So the big thing. Full buff strip of all enemies before damage. Oh, there's a reason they don't print that after him. Oh, it's so good, dude. Like, it's not just defensive buffs. It's all buffs, dude. Even their, like, damaging buffs is all gone, dude. AoE. And then even the OC is great. Minus 30% crit chance on base for 3 turns AoE. Another really solid effect. Now, this is an MP right here. I still to this day love this MP. So, especially when the enemy has buff, it's so satisfying just see them disappear, dude. With the sound effect. And it's also one of the most annoying things to fight against, for the record. But, yeah. Ooh. I like it a lot. What do you think about him, actually?
I like him. I think, as you've said, the MP AoE buff removal, it's something that is kind of irreplaceable because even on other servants, it's just skills. It's not a spammable MP. I mean, even though he's not a looper, he has a lot of passive MP gain, and a lot of his stuff, like, I feel like he was also nerfed because of how good his MP was, but then they actually went ahead and sort of fixed that with all of his skill buffs.
Sadly, didn't do that for Jeanne that well, but yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think maybe his damage is still a little bit suffering.
Yeah, he's not really high damage, but I feel like it's fine considering what all the stuff he offers.
Yeah. And there's obviously the argument of, sometimes this isn't like absolutely, deals with everything because sometimes the buffs are they're not removable, but like, it's still like super, super ultra strong. It
even with bosses that have some from the start of the battle, they might have some unremovable stuff. They still use skills all the time that maybe give them gutses or dodges or invuls or crit chance up, which can devastate you, stuff like that. Like it usually removes everything they get besides the unremovables.
Yeah, and he's also a ruler. He doesn't really need to lean on certain supports to help him. He has a lot of self-sustaining skills. I like him a lot. I think he's very solid. I don't have that much experience with him, I would have to admit. I think the most recent thing I did with him was trying to solo the one of the Akihabara's challenge quest, but I didn't end up doing it. But yeah, he's pretty solid. So I can see him in like A or A plus.
I did place him in EX last year. I don't think he can be there because of his damage, but I would definitely still place him in A+, honestly. Yeah, sure, he's not the most hardest hitting like DPS out there, but man, that utility is nuts. It's so good. He can be slotted into so many different teams as well. Just great to have. But again, definitely not a must-have servant, by the way, for those wondering. It's just nice to have. Alright. Next ruler, SSR. We're going to be talking about the Mr. Sherlock. Another very cool case, honestly. Dare I say also underrated. Maybe, not the most usable one, but when he is relevant, man, he is relevant. So we got another, I don't know what kind of a support I can call him. I guess he's a utility support as well, really. And he can do a bit of DPSing himself. I would not bring him as a main DPS, though. I don't think it's all that legit. But a bit of side DPSing, he can slap with his cane and whatnot, some okay crits, but he really is there for how, all his debuffs and, buffs. That's what he does. Anyway, I guess it's still nice that he has 11.5k attack, helps with his own damage. Maybe I would still prefer more HP, though, honestly, because I'd probably bring a second DPS anyway, that is just full offense, but you know what, fair enough. He can cane some people, yeah. Double arts, double quick. Honestly, I like this, because again, this makes it easier to spam his MP. So if they wanted to go for more DPS, they probably would have went for double bust or double arts. So the deck honestly makes pretty good sense. Now, first skill, I love this after the buff. Oof, this is so good. So it's a single target MP seal for 1 turn, 100% base rate, great. And then 20% AoE arts res down for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. I love this. It feels so good to use. And then a 20 star bomb. Ooh, this is such a nice skill. And it's so simple and beautiful. Everything. I like this skill so much. The only thing they could do better if it was an AoE MP seal, but besides that, ooh, it's so good. Second skill has also been buffed. Now comes with a 50% battery. I'm pretty sure this wasn't live by the time I did the tier list last year. So that's already great. Okay, because sometimes you don't really want to give him a 50% gauge C or anything like that. And depending on your other units, you might not even get too many batteries on him. So this can actually give him a very nice kickstart. Because if you're going to bring him, chances are you're going to use his MP, as early as possible anyway. So this helps a lot with that. Then you get 600% absorb for him for 1 turn. And debuff immune for 3 turns, not even like times or whatever. It's flat out 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. So it's really hard to debuff this guy, honestly. That's really good utility to keep himself going. Now the skill on a 5-turn cooldown, considering it's 50% battery. Nuts. This is a really, really good skill. And then the third skill is the one awkward thing about him. Sure, it's a 50% arts up, great, but it comes with the 1-turn dodge as well on the same thing. Now, it is a 5-turn cooldown, which is better than most 1-turn evasions. It's just a bit awkward to use sometimes, because depending on your lineup, you might want to save it to save his ass, and you might not be able to get any use out of the arts buff, so it depends on your lineup. But sometimes, let's say you run like a Astraea with him, you may actually have the luxury of just popping the skill just for the arts cards. Yeah, absolutely. So it's an if. But man, the first and the second skills especially. Ooh, I'm a big fan. 12% permanent arts, great. Makes it easier to get his MP. Anti-Berserker append, sure. If you actually really care for his DPS, and go for it. Now, the MP, very good utility. First of all, the one that always kind of helps, party 50% crit damage for 3 turns on OC base. Always nice to have. And then, full party, ignore defense and ignore invul for 3 turns on the normal effects. Great. I love that they paired the two. If it was only one of them, but I love that they paired the two. Just gives you passage, basically. And then on MP1, it's still a pretty solid 30% defense down on all enemies for 3 turns, which has a high rate to land. So it's, unless they're immune, they can't really resist that either. Very cool. It's a simple but beautiful MP. That's like his skills as well, honestly. He's a really unique case. Now, I'm not saying you might need him all the time, because, I think he really shines when you kind of, get value out of either or both the ignore defense and invul pierce, but even then, you can still bring him, though. Especially for arts teams with the arts res down. What do you think about him?
I mean, he's kind of a servant that's also very awkward because he's also very min-turn relevant, and I don't know if I will underrate or overrate him. I feel like his buffs are nice, but they're like a good compensation to good sort of pairing to his utility. I don't think you would generally bring him if you don't need defense, ignore, and invul pierce. You would bring him only when you need either of them. And defense, ignore, support is, I think he is the only one in the game.
I think he might be
characters that give defense, ignore. Yeah, like you either get it from CEs or or you get like some servants have it on their self effects. So he's very unique in that sense, and sometimes defense up can be very disgusting. They can have like unremovable 50% defense up permanent or something, and he just kind of helps you blow through all of that. But at the same time, his general usage, I don't see him to be good enough to be general use support. I do like the battery buff though, as you said. Like battery buff makes his MP a lot more accessible, which is usually what people want anyways.
Yeah.
And yeah, so
well, I think they should give him either on his MP or the third skill. They should give him like 15 stars per turn or something. Then the crit damage from the MP would actually maybe even like give him a reason to bring him even outside of the invul pierce and the ignore defense more.
Yeah, maybe.
Like stars per turn would be really nice on him.
Yeah, I probably put him in A. I don't know. I
think I would do A as well, honestly. Like when he's popping, he can honestly even be EX, but that's mostly when you need both the ignore defense and invul pierce. But if you don't, I feel like he's just generally good, and that's it. Good.
Yeah.
Can't really go wrong with the Sherlock. But honestly, considering how much they like him, he could still see more buffs. You never know.
Oh, definitely. Main plot relevance buff.
Yeah. All right, next up, we're gonna talk about another pretty big case, I suppose. He's not that talked about nowadays anymore, but certainly still relevant. We're gonna talk about the Bothbad, First Emperor, Qin Shi Huangdi, all the names that he has. Ooh, this guy, or these guys, I don't know, they talk in plural, I guess. So, what do we got? We got an interesting ruler, like a DPS crit ruler that's also a pretty damn good soloer as well. Those are his main use cases for sure. Now, much like a lot of Lost Belt 3 servants, they absolutely fucked his attack, so, you know, with the ruler mod, it's not as ugly as it could be. And I guess it's not the end of the world that he has a lot of HP, because he has a good chunk of healing coming in as well. So, you know, with the ruler cast, it's an okay combo anyway. But I would still maybe like to see a bit higher attack, honestly, because his main damage source is still crits. Oh, yeah. Double arts, double buster. Considering, again, I doubt they would ever give him triple arts. So, you know, it's basically as good as it gets, considering he wants to spam his MP and he wants to crit. So, looks good. We got an AoE guaranteed drain, very nice. And then also a drop defense 20% 3 turns, 6 turn cooldown. Pretty damn solid, honestly. It's basic as hell, but it makes sense. I like it. Second skill, we got a 70% chance to AoE stun. Again, individual calculations. So sometimes you hit like it on 3 enemies, sometimes you hit it on 0 enemies. So yeah, and sometimes something in between. In fact, it's probably mostly 1 or 2 stuns. But at least you always get 30% attack on himself for 3 turns and a 6 turn cooldown. So you know what? It's still fine. Just, again, you can't really rely on this stun. That's the one annoying thing. I do prefer the first skill because of the consistency, though. And then the third skill, we get a good old 50% battery and a 6 turn cooldown. And then what he does as well is a self-cleanse and a 3k heal. Okay. Kinda easier to keep him alive in combination with his MP as well. So overall, his skills, they're not crazy or anything, but you know, they do the job, because really it is all about the MP, pretty much. I would love to see some stars per turn though in his kit, because honestly, one of his best Cs as a DPS 2 is 2030. That really explains like how much he wants to crit, because if he doesn't crit, he does 0 damage. Just straight up, he doesn't do any damage. He really needs to crit. So it would be great to see some stars per turn in his kit somewhere as well. Anyway, his only passive is Magic Res B+, so not much to say, 18% debuff res. If they released him now, I bet he would have like 7 passives. But you know what? It is what it is. He's not bad by any means, I'm just saying. They just love passives nowadays. Anyway, Anti-Assassin class append. Again, can be relevant. You can absolutely bring him on all neutral situations too, no problem. At least no normal class stuff. And then the MP. This is really what makes him good. The OC, first of all. 50% attack up for self for 3 turns on base. Pretty good. That's a lot of attack. MP1, you get the 50% crit damage as well. Nice. And then 1 turn invul. Taunt for 1 turn. And 300% absorb for 3 turns. So yeah, if you get the stars, it's a bit easier to land them with the absorb as well. But he himself, again, won't really be generating much stars at all. So you're going to have to bring either a CE, a fat C that does that, or it's just supports that do that, depending on if you're soloing or not, I guess. But yeah, it's a great MP, because obviously, it's even a team environment, it's basically a free turn, unless the enemy has an AoE MP. So that's nice. They did have to nerf his gains quite a bit, though, because this MP is kind of nuts against single target MPs, but yeah, it's still fairly often usable. You can even use it back-to-back sometimes, honestly. It's not that bad on the gains. Oh, yeah. An interesting case, very special, I suppose. One of these self-buffers. What is your opinion on him? Last year, I think people gave me too much shit for not placing him in EX, because, you know, he's still, you know, arguably one of the best soloers, I guess. But what do you think about him?
I mean, okay, so in a team, I really don't have experience with him. But solo, because people keep, you know, they like to compare solo units. So I have asked some people who are really good at, you know, they have like a really fat copy of Shi Huang and talk
Mm-hmm.
to them about it. And yeah, as you said, his biggest problem is the stars. If he has, though, he's like a very dangerous servant to buff. If he has like 10 stars per turn as a skill effect, then he starts
Mm-hmm.
looping his MP, and then everything just starts ending. He just crits, and then everything becomes very dumb. But as of now, I think he lacks some like you said, he needs to bring 2030 instead of an offensive CE to make his solo work. And also,
Yeah, and the fun thing is that people actually, it's one of the best options on him to bring a 2030, even for DPSing, despite that C improving your damage by 0. It's like full HP as well, just because how much he needs those stars.
Yeah, his crit up is really, really big as well. And I saw someone mention Mighty Chains, which is actually kind of
True.
funny. I think if he had a Buster MP, Mighty Chains would benefit him more, because then you can you're following 2 cards both refund.
Oh yeah, because his MP is arts, you can't use an arts card on the Mighty Chain. That kind of sucks.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, that kind of sucks.
Arts MPs for Mighty Chains, in my opinion, is the weakest. That's just all arts MPs, not just him, obviously, but like
okay, at least there's, because his MP is arts, with your Mighty Chain at least you get a good chunk of stars supposedly, because it's Buster and quick.
Yeah,
at least that is good.
And it probably helps in teams. So like, I'm just talking about solos, of course. So, and his MP is still really strong. I mean, it's like,
it's basically a free turn in a lot of cases, and that's really strong.
Yeah.
And then it also helps with your damage afterwards.
Yeah, the attack up is really huge.
It really
especially if we like consider everything at MP1, then I would say his MP level not being 2 or higher is less relevant.
Yeah, his he's still good at MP1 for sure.
Yeah. So I also would not put him in EX.
Yeah.
Straight up. But I think maybe A or A plus is fair.
I think A plus is fair, honestly, because he's still like he's good on all accounts as well. He's good on a noob account, he's good on a veteran account, like he's just a great servant. I don't think he's like god tier, but I think he's still very good, even to this day.
Yeah, A plus is fair, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, again, last year people were definitely mad that I didn't place him in EX, but you know what? If those comments happen again, I'll just take it up the ass. It's fine. It's all opinions anyway. If you solo everything with him, yeah, maybe he's EX in your eyes. Go for it. I don't solo everything with him though. And I assume there will be some battles where he can't do it. As soon as the enemy has invul pierce, you're just gonna die. You just die. So that's also a thing. Anyway. Next one. Ooh, okay, now we're gonna take it down a notch, I feel like. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Bunny Toria, aka Ruler Artoria, from Summer 4. Yes, 4. Alright. We got AoE Buster DPS, and I guess Farmer, but honestly, I'm not gonna lie, unless you're like Kadroth and has the fattest copy ever, you're not gonna farm with her. The damage just sucks. So I'm gonna be real with you. I would not recommend farming with her, honestly, unless your name is Kadroth. Anyway, 9.5k attack. Ouch! Whew. Man, they really wanted to stack her HP, huh? For no reason. That is a disgustingly low attack. Now, I should know how that feels, because, my number one waifu has, the lowest attack of all SSRs, but yeah. At least, she's not supposed to be a looper, whereas, Bunny Tori can still do it, but, oh man, the attack really hampers that too, huh? Okay. Considering, again, she mostly does neutral damage. Oh. Anyway, double buster, double quick. For I guess it's a bit more relevant with Summer Skadi, although obviously you prefer at that point for her to have a quick MP as well. But yeah, oh well. Not super pleased with the deck either, honestly. First skill is her 40% battery, fun times. It's a 1-turn evasion as well, cool. And then you get a delayed buff, so after 1 turn you get 30% attack for 1 turn. It's like Ishtar's 3rd skill, kinda, when you think about it. In fact, it's like basically the same, just less attack, but you get the evasion and battery immediately as well. Yeah, the 40% is a weird number for sure. Luckily, we have stuff like, appends and whatnot, but man, it's, oof. I don't know. They should, like, not only should this not be delayed, this should be like a 3-turn buff considering how low her attack is. Just make it instant 3 turns, no one would be mad. Second skill has been buffed. It's honestly a pretty cool buff. So now it's a bit more because it used to be a full shuffle, like a full random shuffle. Like this used to be like how you use the Mystic Code that give the card shuffle. It was basically the same effect. And then you also get party crit damage 50%. But now with the buff, you target one ally and it fully eliminates their cards for 1 turn. So what that means, it does a shuffle, and then you can only get cards from the other 1 or 2 servants, depending on how many you have fielded, which is gonna make it way more consistent to get like her cards or someone else's. You're probably gonna use her as a DPS though, let's be real. I like that they also brought down the cooldown down to 5, so it's, you know, pretty okay uptime with the crit damage. And also, party MP generation, 30% for 1 turn. Feels like a very random thing to add there because it's a 1-turn effect, but you know what? Okay. Sure thing, dude. Now it's definitely a much better and more consistent skill. It's still not 100% consistent because you could still absolutely, like, let's say you have 2 more servants left after eliminating 1 deck, you can still get 5 cards of 1 servant, and it might be the one you don't want. So obviously it's not going to be highly likely, but especially if you just want a Brave Gen as well, that's already like around a 50-50, so you might get fucked there too. But it's certainly more consistent. And then the third skill, she actually does have the 40% attack for 3 turns, so it's a good number for sure, which again, she definitely needs. And then only a once turn absorb for 600%. Yeah, with this, she can definitely land crits for sure, but after this, with the ruler absorb being about, it's like 100 base, right? Yeah, so it's about saber tier, so it's not going to be consistent without absorb. You can get some crits here and there, but no, like, you know, big focus. You do get the crit up here though, at least, so, you know, even if it's not here. So overall, I do like that her kit is very offense oriented considering her attack is so low, but I don't know. Like, it looks better on paper. That's the thing, I feel like. Like, she definitely looks better on paper. 20% debuff res, nice, and 8% arts up. With that one card, it doesn't really do too much. Anti-append is against Saber. So again, unless you're Cadrod, you're probably going to ignore this. And then the MP. Like, the MP, honestly, effects-wise, ain't nothing wrong. Like, ignore defense, full self 20% refund, that's great. And then a rainbow buff for 1 turn, 20% each on OC base. Like, those are good effects, honestly. It's not game-breaking effects, but they're all good effects. Like, effects-wise, it does fine. It's just that it just doesn't do the most damage, is the problem. I feel like it's because she's a ruler, though, because she's mostly just going to be neutral. You're really going to feel that damage not being, like, super high. In fact, is she even in the sheet? Let's see.
Probably is.
Oh, she is, okay.
With, like,
oh, no. It's not pretty. Even with the triple setup, dude, because she has to run a 50%er. Oh my god, it's not... Oh, no. These are some sad numbers. This is double Witch Oberon, dude. Ooh, with 100 level Bunyan C. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, I guess I'll just leave it at that. Do you have anything to say about her?
I actually have her at MP8 because of Rider.
Oh, right, I remember that. That's funny. I think my NA one is MP5, but you beat me still with that.
But, like, my point is MP5 for damage so bad. I don't know. Like, the card shuffle is certainly interesting. There are some runs where it's like, oh, you know, let's take advantage of that. So you get better card RNG, or it makes impossible stuff happen. Like, you can have, you know, double Buster Hands 2 turns in a row or something without killing off someone else. But overall, I think her damage is just so horrendous that there is no redeeming quality. She has an AoE 50% crit up, but I really wouldn't use her as a support.
Yeah, I don't think you would pick her for a support. Definitely not. Just pick Ruler Da Vinci at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. She makes 1 turn of your RNG potentially better. Like you said, it's not even guaranteed. Like, it doesn't even give the target. Like, for example, maybe if she gave the target just the whole hand would be on the target, then I'd probably still not use her. But, you know, like, that'd be a little bit interesting. So
I think I could plop her down to B next to Ketz. Like, Ketz does more damage at MP5, obviously, but I like her skills more, though, for sure. So I guess maybe that's a fair, like, break
I
even
guess B
there.
is fine.
Like, she's still a ruler. She's gonna be a fine DPS, but you can't really farm with her, honestly. Unless,
Yeah,
again,
her damage
unless
is
you're
just-
Cadrod. I keep saying that, but it's true, yeah.
Her
So,
damage
yeah.
is so bad.
You need to really
yeah, like,
make up for those damage numbers.
Yeah, if you 120, like yeah, definitely it helps.
Mhm.
It makes up for it, but it definitely normally it's just not good damage at all.
Yeah. B for bunny. All right. Oh, next one is a fun one. I am actually very interested to hear your opinion as well about this, because I saw a hot take on your community post not too long ago. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna talk about Himiko next. I'm a big fan of Himiko personally. She's basically both a Buster crit DPS herself and a Buster crit DPS support, and she also enables a form of unkillable team because of the overcharge in her MP as well. So she definitely has a lot of use cases. Definitely not short there by any means. Now her attack obviously could be higher, 10.6k, but I'll tell you this much: her Buster crits can still dish out good damage. Maybe not like the greatest damage known to man. I'll be the first to admit that, but I don't think they should be underrated at least. A double Buster, double Arts deck, I think is perfect for her, purpose for both DPSing and being a support like that. Good stuff. And then, I love the first skill. I love the first skill so much. 20% attack up for 3 turns, and then 24 stars per turn for 3 turns and a 5-turn cooldown when you have 3 party members. Oof. Get 3 times 8 stars per turn. Damn, dude. Like, that is just a nut skill. It's so beautiful and simple. You get just fed stars. You're gonna be drowning in stars. Oh, I love it. Still to this day, absolutely love this skill. Second skill is her, mana burst thingy, but luckily it's a 3-turn buster up, so 30%, great. Then she also gets 50% anti-demonic damage, which again, glad that it's demonic and not like demon, because demonic is certainly way more common. And then also a self-invul for 1 turn. Now again, it can be sometimes awkward to time this. You might want to hold off on the invul. Unless you're running unkillable, then you probably don't have to. But that on a 6-turn cooldown, I think is pretty damn good. The only reason it's not amazing is because it's sometimes awkward to use, but FX-wise, there's good stuff to like there. Third skill is her 50% battery on that 6-turn cooldown, but she herself gets 500% Buster Absorb for 1 turn and also 100% Buster Crit damage for 1 turn. Now granted, the downtime is there, but with this active, and especially after the MP, her punches really start to hurt on these turns. That's for sure. And just with the MP alone and this Buster buff being active, hell, even better if you have the Demonic active, you don't really need this to hit really hard. So just the MP and these two are already kind of good. And I'm just talking about this DPS side, by the way. Anyway, 20% debuff rest, great. 10% arts, great. Immune to poison and curse, nice bonus to have. So pretty good passives too. We get anti-foreigner passive, which again, unless you're really short on alter egos, maybe not for her own damage, but considering you can still bring her as a support too, maybe it's great to have, honestly. I certainly have this unlocked on mine. And then the MP. Again, simple but beautiful, I might say. So AoE, 50% crit damage for the full party, 3 turns on OC base. MP1 gives you 30% buster for the team for 3 turns, and then another normal effect is a 2-step 1 time 3 turns overcharge, not just a 1-step. So every MP, everyone gets an MP that is going to be at least 300% overcharge after using this. So it's really nice that it jumps to 2 steps immediately. Very cool. Even helps her own next MP, honestly. 75% crit damage ain't nothing to sneeze at. Very cool. Again, she can both DPS, she could be a support for crits or buster, and she could also be in unkillable teams. So let's hear Plushie's take on Himiko.
Well, I mean, I already know. I already got destroyed by people once when I made
No, it's fine, though.
But like,
it's good to hear the arguments.
I just don't think. Okay, so God, I just don't think either side of her is actually that strong. Like her DPS is short-lived, with the skill 3, and her MP is not very spammable. Like if her MP is very spammable, I would rank her a lot higher, but her MP is definitely not very spammable. At MP1, her buffs aren't that crazy, honestly, in my opinion.
It depends
like
on the
30%.
other team MPs, how much they get out of the OC, basically.
Yeah, exactly. She very much leans on her teammate being like having a super powerful OC effect. I mean, obviously we see that in the Castoria whatever infinite comp. But as a crit buster support, honestly, I'd rather bring Van Gogh, like even just for buster crit support, because it I don't know. They feel like they give very similar buffs. Van Gogh gives better, like generally not, but also not like only buster centric buffs. And her MP is a lot more spammable. And the first skill is really good, but then like I can't really say anything bad about her first skill. Honestly, her first skill is really good.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think her MP buffs are big enough to warrant being a support. And just like right now, I'm only talking about without the Castoria comp. And obviously, with the Castoria comp, yes, she is very good because she gives 2 stacks of OC instead of 1, unlike most other options that you use in that team. So it does make it safer. But once again, her MP is not very spammable, in my opinion, because her.
I've used her quite a bit, and I kind of agree. It could be more spammable. You can still have a decent uptime on it for sure, but it's not like as spammable as it could be.
Yeah, like right now, if you want to be completely safe, I would take Rhaenys over her most of the case for that team as well.
Yeah.
So, and like as support, her skill 3 even sometimes screws up your DPS if she isn't your DPS. So I think she's stuck in this awkward state where she definitely could get a buff where she gives either more supportability or either more DPS ability, so she can lean towards one side and do it better. So yeah, I absolutely don't think she is as amazing as people say. It's a controversial opinion, I know, but
at least you have well-constructed points, though, so I don't think you're talking out of your ass.
Yeah.
I do agree to a point with George, though, that Merlin definitely is a great teammate for her, though. It makes the MP fan way better as well, honestly. Like, you can bring her, Merlin, and maybe a Buster Crit DPS, and that's honestly a great lineup. Now, obviously, it's not the most accessible one, but it's one good example for that actually caters for both her DPS and support side. And that's another thing I wanted to talk about, that I agree with you that you said that she's neither an amazing, like, Buster Crit support or a Buster Crit DPS, but I like to think it's more about the combination of the two. Like, she's there for both, basically, every time. She's going to do decent damage, and she's going to do good supporting as well. That's where I think she really shines at.
I mean, yeah, I can't deny that. I like maybe it's how I play. I just think like it's kind of annoying that she's like sharing some of my main damage dealers' damage away. Like for example, the Merlin example, I would like instead of pairing her with Merlin and another Buster Crit DPS, I would cut her for Merlin and another support. But that's more of a playstyle thing rather than what is good or what is not good in my opinion. So I can't really talk points on her. Personally, I would put her like probably at most A, but
at most A. Okay, that kind of hurts.
Yeah, that's very controversial. That's probably like one of my most. I'm gonna get flamed for this take, but yeah.
Okay, I might not place her EX, but I could never place her below A plus at least. That much I can't place her below A plus. That's like a minimum to me. So yeah, I guess we just have a bit of different POVs there.
Yeah. Definitely depends on how you play the game.
Yeah, for sure. But you know what? Again, it's nice. This is why it's nice to have you on as well, because especially on these where we kind of have like different POVs, have some constructed arguments going on.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on. We still got many rulers to go. Man, they love rulers. We are gonna talk about Amor, aka Caren, next. I think her MP buff was live last year because it was a Valentine's buff when I did the tier list, but we did not have Summer Skadi, I suppose, for what it's worth. But yeah, let's talk about Caren. AoE quick DPS and farmer. Also has some pretty good, cool utility going on with her. gameplay as well. This is not a jacket or vest, this is literally a hoodie, by the way, as you can see. Anyway. 11.3k attack. Again, you know, for 5-star rulers is alright. Among SSRs in general, considering she's also being neutral most of the time, it could be better, but, you know, it's certainly not trash. Double arts, double quick deck. Oh, yeah, maybe double buster would have been better on hindsight with Summer Skadi, but again, they couldn't have predicted that themselves either, probably, so, Then the first skill, man, her skills they're a novel and a half every time, man. So, self-invo, 3 attacks, 3 turns. Now that on a 6-turn cooldown already pretty solid. Easy to keep her safe, right? Just from that alone. But then you get a regen thingy for 3 turns, which basically absorbs gauge from your teammates to her. Now if you have 2 teammates, you steal 10% from them every turn, and then she gets 20% basically, because it's a 1-to-1 conversion. Now, I believe... How does this work? Is it like if they, let's say they have 5% gauge and you absorb that, you get 5%, right, yourself, right? I think that's how it works. It still takes as much as it can. It's up to 10 per ally. Yeah, okay, so that's how that works. Yeah. Okay. This can actually be very much needed in her comps as well, by the way, I'm just saying it. But yeah, then you also give your party a 1-attack, 3-turn invul. So you get the better invul yourself, but you also, you know, help your friends as well. Gotta be a bit selfless. And then finally, sadly, this does not include her. Your other allies get 20% MP gain for 3 turns. Honestly, I like this skill. Like, it helps your allies and it helps her. So, it's like half selfish, half selfless. It's an interesting skill. Pretty good on a 6-turn cooldown, honestly, for both farming and DPSing. Second skill is a self-taunt for 1 turn. Then she gets a 30% battery. He has an AoE gauge down on all enemies by 1, very nice. 20% attack down for 3 turns on all enemies, and 20% defense down on all enemies for 3 turns. It is a big 7-turn cooldown though, but that's honestly a lot of stuff that you like. Now for farming, maybe not the best. Obviously the battery is nice, but besides that, it's the defense is just like 1 wave. But for bosses, man, this is cool though. I like those debuffs, I love the drain. And the taunt can pair nicely with her own invul as well. Very cool. Third skill, she gets a rainbow of 20% for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. Pretty fair. And then, not just that, 20% battery, another one, and then a single target gauge down this time by 1, guaranteed. Another pretty damn good skill. So honestly, I still like her skills. There's a lot to like here. She really reminds me of Amakusa in a way. Like, she does a lot, basically. Very cool stuff going on with the skills. She does love the drains. And then she loves the passives as well. 10% debuff success rate. Again, makes it easier to land her shit. Always good to have against, you know, servants that have some resistance. 10% crit damage. Cool little bonus. It's an interesting thing with the passive here, though. She gets a... debuff resistance down by 20%, which is treated as a buff on herself, which is actually an interesting thing here. For sure. And then she gets a 20% attack up while she has debuffs. And this works with Black Grail, right? I think it does. Yeah, so that's a good thing. So even though that is treated as a buff, and it's, you know, so fairly annoying, at least if you're going to run Black Grail with her, you're always going to get that 20% attack, which is actually very impactful. Surprisingly. So, yeah, that's great. Then she gets another 22, or actually, yeah, just the first resistance, 22.5%. Very cool. And then finally this passive though. Terror immune, charm immune, and then 10% permanent buster resistance. Pretty damn good passive, huh? Yeah. Lots of annoying things at the counters. Again, this is not a stun immunity, by the way. It's just the terror immunity. But charm immune also nice. So pretty stacked passives, honestly. Anti-archer pen can be legit, because you know what? She is, honestly, I'm gonna already say it, she is one of the best quick loopers in the entire game, even on neutral, so yeah, this can be relevant. Mostly because the MP has been buffed, that it is very nice now. So an OC, 10% MP damage on base for 1 turn before damage. Cool, I wish it was ramp, but you know what? It's still nice. She does an AoE 20% quick res down on all enemies for 3 turns. It is after damage, but again, for bosses, very nice to have. Makes your MP more spammable, makes you get more stars, gains, etc. And then also an AoE buff block, 1 time 3 turns. I love buff block on bosses, it's very nice. A lot, sometimes. And then the buff also added a 150% chaotic alignment damage mod, which again, considering she loops neutral, you're going to be fighting chaotic fairly often, I would say. So there's a lot of use cases for this. Now let's take a look at her numbers here. Because with the good old triple system, you have 2 options. You should probably run the triple Skadi one to get more consistent numbers. But if you need to peak on wave 3, you can run Oberon instead of a 3rd Skadi. And for what it's worth for the Skadi setup, you do need to have 20% gauge on them, either from CEs or Appends. So while she is one of the best quick loopers, she is also one of the hardest to work. Great. Anyway, as I was about to say, or I was saying that she is one of the best quick loopers, but she's also one of the most expensive ones to work, or hardest ones to work. It depends. If you can make the investment, then yeah, she's going to be pretty good, because these numbers for quick are actually very legit. Like, she might just, like, I think George was saying, she might just be behind Sen Norikyu for, like, common quick looping. That might be true, actually, because of the MP buff. Anyway, what do you think about Caren?
I mean, yeah, you pretty much said everything. People really like to hype her ability to farm 111. Like, yeah, before she came out on NA as well, it's like a huge talk. But yeah, she does need append skills on your Skadi, assuming that the event sees does not have starting charge. But I think she's still really good. Upgraded MP. Her damage is very different, whether you have Black Grill or not, because of the passive.
Someone also said that supposedly if you have an Avenger in the backline, that also works for it.
Yeah, I think that was the intention to have her.
Yeah, because of Angra Mainyu, right?
Yeah, but like then they kind of screwed it up and made her like a K-scope the specific K-scope user or something.
Yeah, thank God they fixed that though.
Yeah, so she's really good. Upgraded MP. I don't know.
I guess because she can loop like a mixed like not just 3 enemy nodes, she might just be better than Sen, like Trevor is saying, in terms of that. Yeah.
I mean, that's single core though. That's like single DPS. Like if you're doing multi.
So yeah, sometimes her damage might be lackluster though, even if she can do it.
Yeah, and she's only doing neutral. She isn't doing berserker damage, right? So and she's like actively stealing your charges from the other damage dealers for farming. So like, I still think she's really solid. Don't get me wrong. I think she's
and that's just for farming. She's gonna be really solid for bosses too on AOE. There's a lot of stuff there to like.
Yeah, the upgraded MPs definitely helps a lot. Has a fairly common anti-trait tied to it. Yeah.
I do think if the damage mod on the MP is active, then she can probably actually do single core fairly well, but that's an if though. Not always gonna be there.
Yeah.
This is a tough one actually. I'm between A+ and EX.
I don't know. I personally wouldn't put her EX, but this is me.
I feel like it's just kind of a tough investment though. But if you do it, then I think she would be EX.
I don't agree with her being better than Sen.
Yeah, I might not agree. I think you can't really say black and white like that. It's not that simple though. Just because she can maybe do like 1/1 nodes and whatever, I don't think it's as simple as that. I think Sen definitely has a more like, it makes more sense if anything. No pun intended.
How's the big investment is the append 2 skill. I mean, obviously there are some ways to work around it. I've seen comps where you do Oberon front line and you do Oberon skill 1, but then that means you're missing out damage on how do I say it? You're missing out damage. And if you're like playing a switch out Oberon in the middle, wait, you don't do that anyway. Never mind. But like, yeah, she's really good at single damage dealer if everyone supports her, but like there are cases where you want to use multiple damage dealers and she doesn't work as well as some others choices. So yeah, That is my justification for not EX, but I can see her being EX. I don't know.
Maybe I should just do it. I mean, she is a like top tier quick looper though, and also really good for bosses. It could probably be done, honestly. I don't really want to shaft her, honestly. Like, yeah, sure, it's a bit of an investment to make her work, but honestly, it's not that bad at the end of the day. Honestly. Like, I would still kind of feel dirty if I didn't place her here, like, considering, like, among all the quick stuff we've seen. If she didn't have the MP buff, I wouldn't do this, but I think that's the one thing that kind of puts me over the edge as well. And because she's neutral, getting that chaotic alignment damage mod isn't, like, unrealistic either. Especially for bosses. Yeah. I feel like she should be here, yeah. Maybe one of the lower EXs, but still there, like, you know, regardless. Okay.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, next up, I think all of the next 3 ones are actually new, yeah. None of these existed in my last year's tier list. So we are gonna talk about not Summer, yeah, of course, if only. Young Moriarty ruler here. Now, the 2 of these 3 that will be new are gonna look a little bit worse because of maybe EO, but you know, luckily farming is not the only thing, right? So we could talk about everything here, of course. So what is he? AoE Arts Ruler, DPS / Farmer. He definitely does do those things. 10.4k attack, pretty much online with a lot of these other SSR rulers so far. Not great, but not trash either. I think only First Emperor dips below 10k, but that's kind of understandable. But yeah, hey, he at least still has the good old Moriarty deck, Triple Arts. I do love the deck as well, honestly. It makes it so easy to spam his MP. Now, I'm not saying his MP might do like the most damage ever, but I'm saying it's still very easy to spam it, so that's kind of cool. Right, first skill, we get a self-evasion, 2 hits, 3 turns, 6 turn cooldown, pretty flexible. Ignore evasion for 3 turns, cool utility. AoE arts res down for enemies, 3 turns, and then also a further 20% down on evil enemies. So depending on what you're fighting, you can have a really fat minus 40% arts res down. And again, because this is a debuff-oriented thing, it really actually makes me just prefer him so much against bosses instead of farming. Because again, this is not going to be that useful for farming anyway. It's only 1 wave. So I really like this much more on bosses, honestly. And again, that triple arts deck is even better with this skill as well. So sometimes you get a good chunk, sometimes you get a really good chunk of arts res down. Depends on the enemy. Otherwise, on a 6 turn cooldown, it's a good skill. Second is another rainbow. This time it's 30% for 3 turns on self, and then also 30% crit damage 3 turns on self. This on a 6 turn cooldown, it's basic. It's more damage for everything. It just works. Don't have to overthink it. It's fine. Third skill, we get a self 50% batter and 6 turn cooldown, so it's pretty much the standard. And then you get a random buff, either 500% arts card star absorb or buster star absorb. One of those things will happen. You can't get both. And then a 20 star bomb. You obviously probably prefer the arts one, considering it has the triple arts deck, but you know, depending on your hand, if let's say you have a mighty chain coming, you might even want the buster one. But yeah, most of the time you probably want the arts one more. 6 turn cooldown, pretty okay. It's not the best battery, it's not the worst of this 50%ers on 6 turn cooldown. It's around in the middle. Overall, I would say his skit is honestly pretty good. It's not, I still like someone like Caren more, for instance. But, you know, there's stuff to like here for sure. 10% crit damage on passive, 5% arts, 5% MP damage, very nice. And then, wow, look at this passive. Charm immune, confusion immune, terror immune, and skill seal immune. This man does not panic. That's a great ass passive to have for bosses, that's for sure. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now, his append is against rulers, which is probably not going to be all that relevant unless you're the biggest simp of him. Then the MP, no buff of course, but the effects honestly still pretty good. So OC is a 20% MP damage for 1 turn on self before damage. I wish it was ramp, but it's still 20%, not bad on the base. Has a 150% good damage mod, good alignment that is. So that doesn't scale, that's always there, very nice. AoE skill seal, and also inflicts evil on all enemies for 3 turns. So obviously, if the enemy is not evil, you can just wait to use the MP, especially on bosses, then you can apply this afterwards and get even more arts res down. It is slightly awkward because you kind of want this stuff to be there before you MP for better refund and damage. But, you know, it's an option to force the evil odd enemies for big res down. Now, let's take a look at his numbers. Now, these won't be, like, crazy good or anything. But you know what? Like, honestly, he's okay. He's okay. You're just probably, if you have an EO, unless you have, like, the biggest Moriarty copy, it's going to be the same thing with Johanna as well, spoiler, but you're probably not going to use him to farm over EO. But against bosses, he's definitely better than EO. So there's something to consider at least. What do you think about good old young chap Moriarty?
He's kind of, I don't know. I think his essence is still trying to be a main damage dealer. But he has some weird synergy with the evil. Obviously, I don't know if it should be like actually considered or it's like a meme tier with someone like Astraea, of course, and but personally I think he's just kind of okay. I don't like his third skill at all.
Yeah, the Buster Absorb is weird as hell.
Yeah, and he also suffers from the triple art stack syndrome where they just neuter his MP gain because he has triple.
Well, it's miles better than Archer still.
True. That is true.
Archer has dog awful gains.
Yeah. I'm not, I used to think he's like complete trash, but I don't think that anymore because some interesting synergies with other characters. But as a main damage dealer, he's kind of mediocre. I don't really see that good.
I don't think he's all about the damage though. I think he brings good amount of stuff to the table at least.
Just skill seal?
Yeah, for instance, and the AoE arts res down as well.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
and he's kind of self-sufficient in both, like keeping himself alive and buffing himself.
I mean, yeah, but that's just kind of.
I'm personally, I'm between like B+ today.
Oh, okay. We're actually pretty close. I was because I saw someone say they want him at like A+ or something. I don't agree with that. Yeah. I think B+ to A is probably fair. I probably put him B+. I don't think he's like that amazing, but
what do we have here so far?
He does have anti-good, so yeah.
I think I'll put him in A, honestly, because he still has that anti-good thing. So with that, he can actually do some decent damage. And being a ruler, it's kind of easy to hit that. And I do like what he brings to the table otherwise. Also, he goes next to Holmes. I just realized that.
That's a good placement.
That was not intentional, I swear, okay? Okay. It just happened to be like that. I did not plan this or anything. But there you go. Honestly, he's fine. Maybe not the greatest for farming. For bosses, he should be a good asset to have. Okay. Ooh, next one. Kind of a game changer, pretty much. We're gonna talk about Summer Skadi, Ruler Skadi, etc. So we got she's quick, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah. I don't know why. Her Buster Absorb makes me want to assume she has a Buster MP, but no, the MP is quick. Yes. AoE quick DPS farmer, and most importantly, a new quick support. Okay. That's the one important thing. But yeah, you can use her for DPS and a bit of farm tube if you want. While she might not be the best, you can do it. But really, she's just mostly there for most people for supporting purposes. Definitely a much needed, help for quick, I suppose. Not the solution to bring quick to like the same level as like Arts and Buster, but certainly helps. That's for sure. Alright, 10.8 K attack, not too bad. Again, of all the rulers so far, it's on the higher end of the SSRs, so that's kind of cool. She herself actually has the double buster, double quick deck, which is, you know, self-synergy, I guess. Very cool to see. Then the skills. Yes, this is the reason why double buster, double quick is way better now. You get 50% quick up for 3 turns on a target, and also 100% buster crit damage for 3 turns, 6 turn cooldown. So they basically took OG Skadi and just, instead of quick crit damage, made it buster. I kind of like that, honestly. I like that they didn't fully copy-paste the skill, even though a lot of this is obviously very similar, this skill being the biggest example, but I do like it. Second skill, lot to like here as well. This is honestly the reason why people would rather run double ruler Skadi on farming than double caster, because this is buffing rather than debuffing. So party gets 20% attack up for 3 turns, 15% quick up for 3 turns, 15% buster up for 3 turns. I mean, more quick up also helps, obviously. And then also 15 stars for 3 turns. Like, those are really damn stacked effects. It is a 7-turn cooldown, so if you're gonna do this on, like, bosses, there's gonna be some downtime. But man, when this is up, ooh, you feel good. You feel good. There's a lot of nice stuff, actually, with decent numbers, too, considering how many effects there are. So, yeah, it's a cool skill. And then the third skill, it's a 50% targeted battery, gives a 5k buster absorb for 1 turn of the target, and also 15-star bomb as well. Again, 7-turn cooldown. You're going to feel the downtime even more on this one if you're going to do bosses as well. But for farming, you know, it makes sense. So again, very many similarities to OG Skadi, but a bit better to use on farming because you can drag the buffs with you across multiple turns. Passives, we got 25% debuff res, nice. 10% arts, you know, 1 arts card, so it's not that relevant. And then another 25% debuff res, so base 50. Very, very nice to have. Anti-caster pen, for those that actually want to farm with her, go for it. Otherwise, probably don't. Then the MP, they're a bit different because this actually does damage. So it's a guaranteed AoE drain, which is great. I like that. And then the OC is that if you're on water field, you get 10% MP damage for 1 turn before damage. So it's a very small synergy with water field. Like, you don't really miss out on too much if you don't have that. And then you always have the good old lawful damage mod for from 150 to 200 on the range base OC. So yeah, honestly, if you're not fighting lawful, the MP, it's okay. At least she has the luxury of getting a bit better supporting because she kind of supports herself too, so there's that. But even then, if you're not fighting lawful, I feel like her numbers will not be as good as some of the other options you might have. But that's just talking about her farming. Anyway. Like, you can still see they're pretty good. Like, I'm on all quick stuff, yeah, it's very doable. But if you have like a Caren, for instance, just run Caren instead. Unless Skadi is like insanely huge numbers or something. Also, this song is loud as dicks. What the hell? I don't try not to comment on the music because YouTube people can't hear that, but that was literally the loudest song I've heard in 5 years. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, you can absolutely farm with Summer Skadi. No problems there. Even if she's not the best. But obviously the biggest reason for her to be super relevant is her quick supporting. So, yeah, for both farming and DPS, and she can add a lot. So what's your comment on her?
I mean, like, come on, she needs her own tier because she's like, yeah, like, people are joking quick are dead, quick doesn't have defense. Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, sometimes quick has a really like major weakness, I guess, with their lack of defense. But like,
yeah, for bosses, the defense lack is the problem for sure.
Yeah, but Summer Skadi helps you, at least, even though she doesn't help you defend, she helps you kill them very quickly. So I guess that's another way to solve it.
She's min-turn friendly, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, and like, people, you know, like, so many other characters are evaluated around this character as well, because, you know, most quick characters...
Yeah, she literally raised the ranks of a lot of quick units, and not just quick, someone that have like BB, AQQ decks as well. She herself alone raised their ranks this year because she exists and didn't exist last year.
Yeah. So personally, I think, just my opinion, I think she needs her own tier. I
think so too, honestly. I thought about it a lot, and I think that makes sense, yeah. Well, honestly, I think you agree as well that Quick is the worst of the 3 card types, but this is still a huge boon for Quick though, and absolutely a game changer still.
Yeah, and especially like if we add in the consideration that we're not going for like high MP damage dealers, then yeah, you know, she can damage deal, but you don't need her to be damage dealer because you can use her as a Skadi.
Mm-hmm.
You can also use her as a quick looper as a small bonus. So
yeah, she's the Koyan of Quick. She deserves her own tier.
Yeah.
And honestly, well, again, she obviously could come down later if they release like another big Quick support and kind of, you know, makes her not as relevant. So I think she could maybe come down to EX. But right now, with the state that Quick is in, she really is a must-have for like Quick enjoyers.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's the defining thing we discuss whenever we talk about other Quick servants. So I think that's only fair that she has her own tier.
All right. Here's Summer Skadi. Like, despite her own DPSing farming might not be the best, just her supporting alone makes her insanely relevant for hopefully a long time. But honestly, I would kind of like to see more Quick stuff as well. So please.
Yeah.
Maybe this anniversary is the year of Quick. You never know.
Oh, maybe.
All right, last ruler. We are finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. And another very similar one to some of the ones we've been talking about. At least she has more support presence as well, so I'm actually kind of a fan of Johanna. So we're going to talk about her, the Popess herself. AoE arts DPS, and also an arts support, but mainly an arts crit support, which in and of itself doesn't sound like the most appealing thing, because let's be real, Quick usually, or crit stuff usually better in Buster and Quick teams. But hey, Johanna is a good direction of making arts crits very relevant. So 10.1k attack, you know, could be higher if you want to loop with her, because honestly the numbers are not going to be that amazing. And again, because even Plushie said, even if Plushie has MP5 and EO still out damages her, so yeah, maybe don't stress too.
List, but
yeah, maybe her farming shouldn't be stressed too much. But at least, hey, again, she's very usable even outside of farming herself, so yeah, that's good. All right, double arts, double Quick, that's a fine deck, no problem. Then, if anything, it would be great if she had the Moriarty deck as well, but I digress. So first skill, this is like the bread and butter for the arts crit support. It's a single target skill. The target gets 5k arts absorb for 3 turns and 100% arts crit damage for 3 turns. And then also a nice 10 stars per turn to help. This honestly on 6 turn cooldown, it's a pretty good uptime as well. So this really is the bread and butter as to why she can be an arts crit support. This skill just enables it itself. Now we do have some other stuff too, like for instance, AoE 20% arts for 3 turns, very nice boost. Also a party 1-time 3-turn debuff immune, great, I like this, that it's flexible with the turn. 1k damage cut for 3 turns, this is actually pretty big actually. It's not even like hit based, it's straight up 3 turns of 1k damage cut. So if the enemy attacks with normal face cards that do not crit, you will actually feel this damage cut. This will actually reduce the damage quite a bit. So this should definitely not be undervalued. And then a self 30% battery. Now it is on a 7-turn cooldown, yes. So again, much like Summer Skadi, for longer battles you will feel the downtime. But you know what? At least all the effects are pretty nice to have. I think this could have been 6 turns, yeah, honestly. And it wouldn't be like broken, but oh well.
Definitely.
Third skill, we get a 20% AoE MP per turn for 3 turns. Pretty cool. Very nice. 20% attack as well for 3 turns, but now, man, 8-turn cooldown though. So you like have to run like Tamamo in her team or something if you want to do longer battles. But again, much like Summer Skadi, at least she kind of supports like shorter battles, right? Because when she's up, when all this shit is up, you're feeling good. You're feeling great. You're just smashing shit. But when everything is down, ooh, you're not gonna have too much to do on her. So, So yeah, maybe go for faster battles if anything with these cooldowns. Passives, pretty basic. We got 25% debuff rest, cool, and 10% arts. Kinda again makes me want that she would have triple arts, but oh well. Her appendage against riders, so I guess if you're a huge fan of her, go for it, otherwise not really needed. Then the MP. So first of all, the OC is a standard 150 to 200 damage mod range against man attribute enemies, so that's very good considering she's a ruler as well. There's gonna be a lot of cases to hit those. She even has an anti-evil damage mod here for 50% for 1 turn, which can help with face cards as well before damage. Very cool. And then the other normal effect is a one-time AoE buff block 3 turns. So the MP actually, if you hit the niches, it's good. If you don't, kind of lackluster. So it depends on the matchup, I suppose. Like this is the ideal scenario. You're gonna fight like a boss or whatever, or bosses that have like 1 or 2 of these, and then you're also gonna use her for like great arts crit supporting. That's like an ideal scenario for her. Like she can do damage and she can also support a lot of good damage. But again, the fight probably has to go down fairly fast because her cooldowns are pretty high. Now on the sheet, she's basically interchangeable with Moriarty. She does a little bit less, yeah, sure, but the difference is kind of minimal. So again, farming numbers, neither of them are really going to compare against EO. It's just reality, so that's that. How do you feel about her? Because you actually have the MP5 as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like her in Trom, but yeah, like her gameplay, I actually have started to warm up to the supportability of her skills because, as you said, they are very powerful if we don't consider the cooldowns. That skill 3.
Yeah, considering you like main turning, it should be pretty decent.
AoE 20 for 3 turns. Yeah, really good. If she's just coming in to buff for a couple turns and the fight ends, it's really good. Really good utility. The damage cut is, as you've said, I'm pretty sure that's the only AoE one that is not hit based, which is also pretty impressive.
What was the one on Tlaloc? Was it hit turn based as well only? Or was it maybe many hits?
Like a lot of hits. I think it's like 6 hits or something.
Okay, maybe it was like a high amount of damage cut then. It was really good damage cut is what I remember. Maybe it was like hit based but high hit like damage cut. Maybe 2k.
I think it's 2000. Yeah.
Okay,
I might be wrong. I don't know. But yeah, like she's good. She has, and you can play arts crits. The reason why I don't value the arts crit that much is because I feel like a lot of times you don't need arts crits.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's of all the card type, it's probably the weakest on arts usually.
Yeah. Somebody brought up I used her with Draco. Yeah, but like that's because the boss specifically does the debuff and the debuff immunity comes up. And yeah, that
again, it gives her more usability, I guess. Yeah.
Utility. Yeah, she has really good utility as a damage dealer. If you do have her like maybe MP2, you don't need her MP5. Like if she hits one trait, it's actually pretty good. Her MP is very loopable because of that skill 3.
Yeah, so the refund is not really the issue.
Yeah, and the buff block is really good for a challenging quest if you're able to spam this MP, right? So she definitely has a lot of utility, but she doesn't excel in the damage dealing. Definitely doesn't excel in the damage dealing department. I think she's a pretty solid support, but also not a sustainable support because of how abysmal her cooldowns are. So, I don't know. Yeah. And somebody mentioned Lady Avalon. Lady Avalon has 1 turn of.
Yeah, it's a bursty one.
Yeah,
it's not
as
as consistent.
Has star per turn. Yeah, so it also feeds you stars. It has star absorb up as well, so it lets your arts card crit very consistently. But yeah, she's kind of a weird one. I think she's strong but unnecessary. It's kind of sad. But, yeah.
I think I should plop her down next to Moriarty, honestly, in the A tier.
I like her a little bit more than Moriarty, but it might just be me.
Yeah. I could maybe see it, but honestly, I feel like either I bump Moriarty down or keep her there. But I think Moriarty is a bit underrated, if anything, against bosses, honestly. So I think maybe they should be the same tier. No big differences, honestly. Although I guess in her favor, she might have a bit more usability because of all the supporting as well, but
yeah,
I don't think she's like necessary hardly ever though. Yeah. All right, we'll see what happens. But yeah, that's it for the rulers. Finally, that was a lot of them. Now we're gonna talk about quite a few Avengers as well, but not as many as rulers. We're gonna go back in time once again. We are actually, I can't even close the ruler tab. Alright, we're going to year 1, right? I think this is still year 1. I think, yeah. Hopefully. My memory's jumbled. Anyway, we're gonna talk about Mr. Edmond Dantes. It's funny because the first two SSR Avengers were like very close to each other on release. So what is he? He's an AoE quick farmer. I honestly, this might be a hot take, I would never bring him for DPSing. I hate his kit, honestly, for DPSing. I think he's only legit when he does farming, and even then, he's not even the best. He's a good quick looper, don't get me wrong, but I would never bring him for DPSing. I don't like his kit. So, yeah, I'll just be the first one to say that. Now, at least stat-wise, look at that, 12.6k attack. Ain't that great? That's just nice to have, so definitely on the high end of SSR attack stats. That's great. He's got the double buster, double quick deck, which maybe there's a bit more argument for the DPS because of Summer Skadi now with this deck, but he's gonna die so easily as well. He's so fragile. I don't like it. Anyway, good deck nowadays at least. First skill, his mana burst, if you will. So it's a 50% attack up for 1 turn with invul pierce for 1 turn and also 32% debuff res. Good old early game design, weird wacky numbers. That could easily be like 100% debuff res and he still wouldn't be OP. Oh well. I mean, it's still better than a mana burst, I suppose, because you get it for all cards, but man, 6 turn cooldown, ooh, that hurts. Second skill, the one they buffed. I think this was new after my tier list last year. I think, yeah, okay. So he still gets the 50% MP generation for 3 turns as always, but now he also gets a 30% battery, which I don't know. Did that even improve his setup at all? I forgot. Maybe it did, but
I think it did. It probably.
I guess we'll see it soon, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, yeah, it does.
I do like the other effect he got, though, the unactivated attack thingy for 3 turns. So he does remove 1 buff from enemies when critting them. The problem is that he has to crit, though. That's the problem. He's not a consistent critter at enemies. Maybe after an MP turn, if you hit AoE, then yeah, sure, you can maybe force a crit or 2, but man, otherwise, good luck ever critting with him consistently. You're gonna need Summer Skadi for sure.
It could have just been on attack. I don't get this, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know why it had to be crit, but oh well. Or at least if it's crit, make it remove all buffs. Just 1 crit is enough.
Yeah.
Either or. Third skill, actually pretty cool utility. It's a guaranteed tick down on 1 enemy, fully cleanses himself, and gets a 20 star bomb. But again, if you use this turn 1, you're still not gonna crit. Unless you have more stars. So you need this to come out on a turn where you already have stars. This will never be enough. Unless you have like a full Avenger Berserker party with him. Just you have to combo this with something else. Otherwise you're just going to waste stars trying to crit on him. Unless you maybe get a good Mighty Chain with a bit of a boost in the chance. 6 turn cooldown is okay. Doesn't need to crit turn 1. Yeah, I'm just saying, you know, beware that your 20 stars will never not be alone for him to crit consistently with his god-awful base absorb. So he has improved a little bit skill-wise, but man, I'm still not a huge fan of the kit in general. He only has the Avenger passive, so 20% MP gain on damage taken more. Cool. 8% crit damage, 3% gauge per turn. Nothing crazy out of the ordinary. He himself has an anti-Avenger. Anti-Append. Now that's edgy as hell. Very funny. Would not really recommend getting it too much, honestly. And then the MP has been buffed, which is good, because it improves his farming numbers. Because again, the effects-wise is pretty bad for farming. They did not change the OC. It's still a 500 curse for 5 turns on AoE base, whatever. 20% defense down for 3 turns is great, but it's after damage, so for farming it's pretty irrelevant. And then with the buff, they only increased the damage and added a curse like amplifier for 100% 5 turns. It's not legit. You're not gonna make him do curse damage even on bosses. It's just not legit. Nothing meaningful would come out of that. It's really all about the damage upgrade, which is relevant for the farming part. Now, again, his farming numbers, they do be good though. If you do want to go that route, he is actually a very legit farmer. I'll give him that. He's very good on quick farming. In fact, he's probably top 3 quick neutral loopers in the game, if I had to guess. Yeah, because I guess with suppose someone said that he needed the 30% battery to loop with Black Grail as well. I guess that's kind of cool. But yeah, he can actually pull legit numbers, but that's really all I would consider him as. I don't like his DPSing though, I just don't like it. I would just only use him for farming and that's about it. What do you feel about Dantes? He's obviously a fairly popular character.
I mean, pretty much close to your opinion. He's pretty much exclusively a looper. I will say though, he definitely aged a lot better than someone like Berserker Lancelot or something. But
Yeah.
still, he's just like a looper, and like there are other good quick loopers that are also good at other stuff. And he is not that good at other stuff other than looping. So I don't know. I don't know how to feel about him. I guess his class helps with the damage, but
it's also a demerit too with the crits and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think what they should do, because the first skill hasn't seen a buff, they should give it like a 2-hit 3-turn evade and also like a 3-turn absorb. That way he doesn't die easily and he has consistent absorb. That would already help a lot with 2 of his biggest issues.
I probably put him in like A, or
I think I would do an A as well. Maybe arguably maybe he should be A+ because his numbers are still fairly legit, but I don't know.
It depends on how you value quick looping, I guess. So yeah,
like because he's only for farming. At least the other really good quick loopers also are great for like bosses and whatnot too.
Yeah. The skill buff was certainly just a battery.
Yeah. Maybe we'll just plop him down to A. Because again, the farming numbers are good, and because of that, maybe he should even be like A+, or arguably even EX if you just fully only care about that. But I think I'm gonna leave him in A, honestly.
Yeah, I can also see A+. Like honestly, it's not that easy.
Like you can absolutely farm with him at least. So But I still think much like Chaz, I think I would choose Caren over him, to be honest. Oh well. Anyway, moving on. Another fairly popular entry, huh? We are gonna talk about the Jolter. The J to the A. Okay. There she is. Single target buster DPS. Very infamous highest attack in the game. I still think by quite a bit. 13.2k. In fact, I don't think anyone else even has 13. So, yeah. That's like her best thing. There you go. If we just stay here and never scroll down, EX+. Schrodinger's kit. Maybe she's the best servant in the game. We're just gonna stay here, right, Jolter fans? We're never gonna scroll down. That way, we have an EX+ DPS. Wrap it up, boys. We did it. Okay. Anyway. Her cards are double buster, double buster. Did I say buster twice? I forgot. Double buster, double arts. I think it's fine for her. I think it makes sense. I have no again, nothing bad up here. Everything up here. We're Gucci. We're Gucci. We're chilling. And then let's talk about the skills. We're gonna talk about the best skill first. The self mod enables her to be a crit DPS because that's really important for her. 50% crit damage for 3 turns and 800% absorb for 3 turns. Now, I wish the absorb was still a little bit higher. It's not going to be always super consistent, but man, it's still very much needed. So it's still good uptime. It's basic. It works. It could be better. They could buff it like BBs, for instance, but, you know, it's a necessary skill is what it is, despite not being amazing. Second skill is Garbo! It's a 20% AoE attack for 3 turns, and then a dragon allies get another 20%, and she herself does not have that trait, so wow! It is a 20% attack buff for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. That's all it does. This is an SSR skill, by the way. Bruh. How bad is that? Alright, third skill. It's her Bada Burst, but it's also tied to her 1-turn invul, so they bump the cooldown up to 6 turns. 50% buster up and also 1k damage yourself without killing. I hate this skill too, I'm not gonna lie. It's so awkward to use. It's a 6-turn cooldown. Ooh, I don't like this. The one skill that is barely passable is the first one because it enables her to do crit DPSing. Everything else is just, what are these two? These are not SSR skills. They never honestly were to begin with. Even back then, these weren't like all that great. It gives her like Honestly, I wouldn't even use it for the buster up. I would just use it to keep her alive, because she will be a bit fragile as an Avenger. So just forget about the buster and just suck an MP with that or something. So skill-wise, she's kinda thumbs down, needless to say, to put it slightly. She only has the Avenger passives, 18% MP generation more when getting hit. Cool. So if enemy is a multi-hitter, yay. If not, you're not gonna feel it. 10% crit damage, very good for her crit playstyle. 4% gauge per turn, very nice. Because her MP actually, while it might not do the most damage, the effects are good. At least the buff block. He has an anti-Avenger append as well. Man, the Avengers, they hate themselves, really. Like, that's the moral. They just hate themselves too, man. Like, bruh. MP has been buffed. So the OC is the worst part, easily. It's a 500 curse for 5 turns, single target. No one cares. There's 0 curse synergy whatsoever. It's literally there for lore, so forget about it. But then, a one-time buff block doesn't expire, by the way. So that's cool. It fully negates a first Emperor MP, for instance. So that's a fun little thing, like best case scenario. And then with this buff, in addition to the damage buff, you also get a 30-star bomb, which I actually like, because again, she really kind of lives with her crits as well, because her attack is also nice and high. So the MP, honestly, despite the curse, it's not bad after the buff. There's stuff to like for sure. Now let's look at the sheet. I don't think it's going to be all that generous. I mean, if anything, it's still fairly good, but that's mostly because of her being carried by the high attack, right? It really pays dividends of how crazy high her attack is.
Yeah. I think her damage is still really good.
After the buff is fine. MP is fine. Ain't nothing wrong with the MP. What do you think about Jalter?
I mean, yeah, her skills are a huge, like, kind of Papega moment, but the important thing is she is a nuke, and she has continued to be a nuke. I do like the buff block. I think in certain cases it's really good. Self-feeding stars with the MP is also pretty decent in certain cases. Definitely could use a skill buff. I don't know. I don't think she's horrible. I think she's a little bit outdated, but because of that, like because of her role has consistently been just the giant nuke, that it's kind of okay, I guess.
I have to read a comment in chat. Trevor is saying, against every servant, even at 122k foe, she still gets outdamaged by a level 81k foe, Summer Erice.
Well, okay, yeah, Summer Erice is very stupid.
Yeah, true. But I mean, obviously that's kind of unfair because she's a top tier 4-star, but still, that kind of hurts when you think about it.
Yeah.
Ouch.
But her max damage does come out when you do like buster chains with her, like MPBB.
Yeah, for sure. Best case scenario, MPBB, full crits. You're actually going to do a shit ton of damage. For real.
Yeah. Yeah. So obviously pretty outdated. But not trash. Not trash. Probably put in, I don't know. Is it another A? I don't know.
I'm between B plus and A, honestly.
I like the high attack stat. Like high attack stat carry.
I mean, it's really high though.
Yeah.
Should we give a Gorgon a friend though?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, up to you.
I do kind of like the MP buff though, because MP used to not do great damage for people that didn't have the fattest copies. Now it actually does some damage, and the stars help with the crits as well. The crits actually do hurt.
Yeah.
And she does have pretty good synergy with Koyana as well, huh? Yeah. Man, they just need to fix the skills, bro. Honestly, again, I would at this point I would also say Jalter fans don't lose hope. We saw what happened today. Mordred jumped 2 tiers with 1 buff. So yeah. she still has 2 trash skills. They could easily buff them. Honestly, they could even buff the first skill, which is not trash, because they buffed the one that BB had as well, which is just the same skill basically. So don't lose hope. She could still someday become, like, honestly, one of the best DPSs in the game. As is, no.
I mean, this event, they're buffing, what, London today? They will get to Orleans, so maybe it's really
I guess they've been like that, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, it's copium. It's either John or Jeanne Alter. Place your bets, people.
I hope it's John. I hope they buff the Revelation finally. Fucking hell, dude. It's so bad.
Yeah, Jeanne's kind of Jeanne's kind of.
She has even bigger issues than Jalter, dude. The OGs they're bleeding, dude. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. We are gonna talk about the Demon King, the Mao herself, Nobu. Cool. AoE Buster, DPS and Farmer. Honestly, I think I prefer her farming a bit over the DPSing, because her DPS can be a bit inconsistent. But at least her farming numbers are kinda okay for Buster farming, so that's cool. She's got 12.6k attack, so while it's not Jalter high, it's still super high, as expected from a 5-star Avenger, I suppose. We get the triple Buster deck. I do like it, honestly, even if I don't think her DPS is all that consistent, but I think the deck matches her playstyle. Sure. Let's see some skills. It's her ramp up attack buff. So for 3 turns, you get an attack buff, and it gets better every turn. So on turn 1, it's 30, then 50, and then 70 on turn 3. So on turn 3, you have a potential to peak. That's why her number on the sheet also is pretty much going to be very high on turn 3 as well, with Oberon, etc. And this, so yeah. Then you also get a burning field for 3 turns. Cool. And then this can actually be sometimes really annoying. You get a 3-turn 1k burn on self, which actually, if you're doing a longer fight like DPSing, you can actually feel this. And again, she's an Avenger, so she's a bit more fragile anyway. So it can actually be annoying.
For that problem. Sorry.
Yeah. Second skill buff. Pretty interesting stuff. We get a self-invul for 1 turn, 6-turn cooldown. 100% buff removal resistance, so you are definitely safe this turn. And then also now comes with burning battlefield, or yeah, you have to have the field, but then when you do have the field from the first skill, you get sky damage, right? That's how that works. Dude, the wording is so it hurts my brain. Anyway, 3 turns of sky damage on burning field, 50%. So yeah, it's good that she applies it herself on command. And this one also has a lower cooldown, so this will always be up before this anyway. Now, it's not the most, best niche out there, because Sky, of all the attributes, if I had to get it has to be the smallest one, right? So it's not like there's going to be a whole lot of big cases for this. So it's mostly still a defensive skill.
It's like a rare, I guess. Like, there aren't a lot of anti-skills.
True, so the competition is low, yeah, sure.
Yeah. It lines up with the Divine as well.
Yeah, true. The Divine on the... Yeah, true. That's true. So yeah, while it's very niche, it kind of works for her gameplay, honestly, yeah. Anyway, 3rd skill. This really was a much-needed one, because now she can Buster Loop, baby. So 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. The big 30% battery, very important. Also 5-turn cooldown, very cool and flexible. And also, now on Burning Field, you also get 30% Buster after 3 turns, which, again, both for DPSing and farming, this was a great and much-needed buff. So overall, after these 2 buffs, is her kit amazing? No. Is it better than Jalter's? Hell yeah. I don't know why I feel the need to slander, but okay. Anyway, we just talked about her, so maybe that's why. Anyway, it's an okay kit for sure, yeah. Okay. He only has the Avenger passives as well. 17.5% more MP gen on damage taken, cool. So again, for multi-hitters, yay. 2% crit damage is pretty sad, but honestly, she's not a consistent critter anyway. She doesn't generate too many stars herself, and she does have no absorb, which is the one thing I don't like about... That's why I don't like about DPSing with her. If you want to crit, you're just going to have to drown her in stars, and some terms, it's just not going to happen. And then 3.3 gauge per turn. Oh, did you have something to add there?
No, I was just saying you can bring Katsu, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, Noble Katsu helps.
Star absorb up.
Yeah. But you'd rather bring better supports, honestly. But you know what? Okay, fair enough. It's one solution. Alright, anti-alter ego can actually be legit. Once again, I have to mention that there are still not that many anti-alter ego counters. The class that fully counters it, there's not even that many servants in it, aka pretenders, so yeah, can actually be a legit append. The MP is pretty cool. It does a 1k burn on 5 turns on all enemies. That's the one bad part, or that no one cares about. It's not bad, obviously, but it doesn't really do anything. But then anti-divine damage, the good old 150 to 200 range on the OC, very nice. Common trait, especially on Sky attribute enemies, that her second skill booster damage in. And then, before damage, it removes all defensive buffs, but only from divine enemies. So, sometimes amazing, sometimes doesn't really do much, but hey, there it is. If the burn was before damage, it would be even better for Honey Lake and stuff, but, not that it's a big deal, I suppose. So, I guess Dragon did the math. There's 61 Sky Attribute enemies and 50 of them are divine. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. And her numbers, then. We do got them numbers. Now, the problem is, she really just peaks on turn 3. Besides that, it's not the worst numbers ever. Certainly respectable numbers. But man, it's all about the turn 3. With Oberon and her third attack buff peaking as well and whatnot. So, yeah, I wish it was a bit more consistent, if anything. It's definitely not balanced at all. But hey, again, this is not counting her niches, both the Sky or the Divine. This is without those. So if you actually do hit especially the Divine enemies, then yeah, you can see a lot better damage for sure, even on waves 1 and 2. What do you think of her?
I actually like her a lot. I think after Koyan Light, making her skills, really short cooldown skills, stackable, really, yeah, we saw that turn 3 damage is really, it peaks very high. She also does feed herself some stars with her skill 3, and she has some defense with the invul as well. The invul has it's one of the higher forms of hard defense in my opinion, because it's
yeah, it's nice that it's combo with the buff removal res, yeah.
Yeah, buff removal resistant invul. And she has a triple buster deck. Honestly, I wouldn't like her nearly as much if she didn't have a triple buster.
I like the deck too, yeah. It's good.
Yeah. So I like her a lot. I would put her pretty high, just personally, because I think she has really good damage, and the burn is painful. When you recast the skill, you get burnt, and then Koyan reduces your HP. But I guess you can bring command codes or something.
I don't think it's a stackable one, luckily though. So there's that. But you're gonna refresh it basically very soon, if anything.
Yeah. So I like her a lot. Because of her triple buster
she's one of those
deck,
that if you're going to use her for DPSing, she either has to kill the enemy fast or she dies fast herself.
Yeah, I mean, she probably doesn't have that much trouble killing the enemy fast though, so I think she's fine. I like her a lot, so I would put her A+, but
A+, huh? I'm thinking A myself, but man, this is a middle finger and a half. Again.
I mean, it's close. Yeah, it's I personally like her a bit better than Joker.
I think she's very close to becoming top tier as well. Maybe an MP buff or something, and another skill buff
so much
as well.
Damage. Her cards is how many attack up with the skill one. It's over 100%.
Maybe I can put her on A+, honestly. Yeah. There are risks involved in using her for DPSing outside of farming, but honestly, maybe it's not that bad. She still has the 1-turn invul as well with the buff removal res, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's close, yeah, definitely. So,
yeah, maybe I can barely slide her into A+. Okay. Sure, we'll go with that. Again, maybe we'll change after the initial placements, but yeah, we'll see. At least she's way better than what she used to be, that's for sure. Alright, let's... oh, it's a big one. Fun times ahead. We are gonna talk about the Space Ishtar. Ishtar. All the good stuff. Ashtar, I can't pronounce it. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about. So, a very interesting case. We get a AoE DPS farmer. Honestly, I'll be the first one to say it. Only the arts farm is legit. You're not gonna do quicker buster farming with her. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Just stick to arts, honestly. And even for DPSing, I still think I would do arts only. So, yeah. It's cool that she's flexible like that, but I wouldn't really put too much high value on it. Anyway, 12.6k attack, so that's great. Very high, once again, as, basically all these Avenger SSRs. Very cool. She's got a double buster, double arts deck, which I think is perfect. It makes a lot of sense. No problems there. Skills, we get the first skill. It's an self-attack, 20%, 3/3. Then the other allies, for some reason she wants to buff her allies more, they get 30% attack for 3/3. And then her friends, again, not her, they get charm immune for 3 turns. She really does love her friends. I wish she got the better attack buff. I don't know why she doesn't. It's kind of weird, but oh well. If she got both, that would be bonkers. That would be great.
Oh, 50%. Damn.
That would be so insane. Whatever. So as is, it doesn't really do too much for her. It's like a supporting skill, which is weird. Anyway, the second skill. It's a fun one for sure. So you get 1 time 3 turns of MP damage 20%. Luckily her MP is already Art Zone based, so you don't have to use this turn 1. But if you ever want to switch the MP, it can kind of be annoying to have to use the MP damage stack immediately, but thank God the MP is base arts anyway. Because a lot of people don't know and they just pop this turn 1. You don't have to if you're doing arts farming. Chances are you should save it for a later wave anyway, for the MP damage, because you already have an arts MP. So that's all you basically get for farming. But you also get a 1-hit invul for 3 turns, which it doesn't do that much, but it keeps you alive a little bit. It's not like as good as like the Mao Nobu 1-turn invul with the buff removal res, but there it is. And then you can choose your MP type for the next 3 turns. So unlike Emiya, who gets it for 1 turn and only can choose between Arts and Buster, he gets it for 3 turns. So yeah, especially if you're bringing Oberon, you definitely want to save this for the 3rd turn. Alright, 3rd skill, her 50% battery, 6-turn cooldown, and then you have an 80% chance to get all the card types. Again, they're individual calcs though. So yeah, most of the time I feel like it's kind of fairly common to see all 3 land the 20% card type for 3 turns, but sometimes you're going to whiff some, and in the worst case, you're going to whiff them all. Now, she doesn't really need the arts one for refund, I'm pretty sure, but it could be nice for damage, that's for sure. But besides that, it is pretty annoying that it is RNG though. I wish they would change this, because it's the only effect that rainbow besides the MP gauge. It would be fine if it was like, just a full rainbow of 20% on 6-turn cooldown. I digress. So overall, honestly, her skills are not even that good. They're kind of like, they're whatever. I mean, they work for farming, of course. They're pretty fine there, but overall, they're like nothing too insane. 15% magic rest, nice. 6% crit damage, kind of irrelevant for her. She does not generate much stars at all herself. There's no absorb, it's just there. 27% debuff rest, so now it's 42, very nice. 22% more MP gauge, or not MP gauge, MP generation when taking hits. 10% crit damage, so 16 total, again, not really relevant for her. And then 3.5% gauge per turn, there you go, words hard. Pretty cool. Sometimes can be relevant, but I feel like her refund is already decent enough. Anti-Archer pen can be very relevant if you're using her as universal farmer, which a lot of people do. And then, you see all the MPs, right? We don't really have to cover them all differently. The modifier obviously changes to compensate for the card types, so we're just going to talk about the arts one, so because the effects are all the same. So the OC is really good. It's a 20% MP damage for self for 3 turns before damage. So not only is it before damage, it's also a ramp up one. Always very good for farming MPs. And then a bonus normal effect of having 100% more extra attack damage for 1 turn. So if you actually do like an MP arts full arts brave chain, that extra will actually hit hella hard. It will actually, especially if you have the pen for the extra as well. You can actually see some pretty damn good extra hit numbers as well for DPSing. Now, on the sheet, I mean, she's still a staple. I'm sure no one is surprised that, yeah, her numbers are good, obviously. I mean, there's obviously competition too. She's very interchangeable with a certain other one that was she next or something? We're going to talk about her very soon, but yeah, both of them are definitely still very good for arts farming, if that's what you want to do. Cool numbers. What do you think about Ishtar now?
Very interesting character, of course. My opinion of her has also changed very rapidly. When she first debuted, I think both her quick and Buster is worthless, because obvious reasons. And I think nobody is trying to argue that her quick has any value. But I think for challenge quests, her Buster is actually really
Okay,
solid.
maybe for DPS, yeah, I was mostly talking about farming, but yeah, you might be right. Maybe for DPS purposes, Buster actually might be legit, yeah.
Yeah, and her skills are obviously a little bit lackluster compared to some other characters, but her ramping MP is very good, particularly for people with lower MP levels. I think the ramping MP does scale better if you don't have that high of an MP level. And the extra attack 100% is actually pretty solid if you do like challenge quests, and if you run Buster, you can do like a Buster Brave, and I mean that's obviously perfect scenario, but it also does raise her max damage potential to pretty high numbers. And of course, you know, Arts Looper, staple. Nothing's gonna change that. So yeah, I
guess the final question remains, is she still EX or will she come down?
I think because she can run Buster for challenge quests, I want to put her in EX. Because I also think.
But wait, what about the other one we're gonna talk about then? Not the new one, but the other one.
Okay,
because people are gonna be mad if there's gonna be differences.
I have both of these grailed. I don't think they have nearly as much difference as I initially thought. The other one also.
Yeah, they are very similar, obviously. But since your argument was specifically the Buster one for Ishtar, then does that mean what I think it means? In the comparison?
Okay, so I actually did calculations because people like to compare stuff. If you don't run Black Grail, Space Ishtar on turn 3 does more than Summer Kama with Charm even. So it's like the ramp up is really high. It really surprised me actually. So like even in farming, I don't actually think, you know, one is just straight up better than the other. So it'd be hard pressed for me to not put her EX because
Yeah. That is true. So, I mean, it's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but it's a classic. I think she is EX still.
You might have convinced me.
I'm sorry. I know some people in chat are gonna be a little bit mad.
I just want to toss a coin or something, dude.
Yeah, I mean, calling servants outdated is like the most hype thing ever you can do in this game. It's like, oh man, this servant got killed, but you know.
Do we make the A++? Is it time to do that again?
I think the ramp up MP is too good. Like I don't know. It's just so much damage. It's just so.
Do we do the copium tier? I think I might need a copium tier, dude. This is too much to handle. I might need a copium tier. Okay. It's gonna be weird, but you know what? I think it has to happen. It's full on copium, I know, but yeah, I can't deal with this. There you go. We are good old inhaling that copium. This tier only exists because I really can't choose between A+ and EX. I see arguments on both sides, so there you go.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like I do see your side as well. Like I sure, if someone puts her in EX, that's fine. I don't mind. If someone puts her in A+, yeah, I don't mind either. You know. So this is me being copium. Okay. Man, tough times continue, huh? Alright. Let's see what happens. Next up, she's not next, right, of course. How could I forget? We're gonna talk about Taira next. Taira no Kagekiyo. Good old Ushi face. Very interesting case. You will definitely have more stuff to say about her than I, but let's do a fair rundown regardless. Single target, quick DPS, and very solid soloer as well, for the record. I'm sure Plushie will have a lot to say about that too, but yes, indeed. I'm not sure about how you feel about it, but I think I would have preferred double Buster, double quick deck, but maybe you disagree
definitely.
on that. Okay.
No, that is my biggest complaint.
Yeah, the deck is kind of weird. I actually forgot she had double arts. Really now. That's kind of weird.
I really hope she had double Buster because she can be a good crit DPS as well. So unfortunate.
Well, I guess it's because it's like an Ushi deck or something. So maybe she suffers because of lore there. I mean, it's not like the deck is trash, but double Buster would have been cool to see. Anyway, let's talk about the skills. So first of all, her famous Genji damage mod, and it's like ridiculous. It's 200% damage mod. Like it's not even like 50 or 100. It's literally 200. Like, bruh. If you're Genji, you're going down, bro. Then that's not all. You also get 100% crit damage for 3 turns. Just flat out. Another big number. She loves them big. Okay, that sounds so bad out of context. Okay, never mind. 30% gauge as well, very cool. And then also reduces your allies absorb 100% for 3 turns. I love that it's for both of the allies and it's 100%. Not like only 100% or both and 50%, that it's flat out 100%. That means she can actually get stars. Thank God for that. This is how you actually do it if you're gonna do the reduction route, okay? So this on a 6-turn cooldown, it's her bread and butter for DPSing, right? It really is. This it brings a lot to the table, so there it is. Great skill, honestly. Even without the Genji thing being active, it's still good for like getting consistent hard-hitting crits. For sure. We got the second skill. I guess this is the solo skill then, when you think about it. So, self-guts, 1 time, 3 turns, 3k arrive. Stackable, important as well, right? It's 100% instant kill rest for 3 turns. Cool bonus, I guess. And then the on guts activate for 3 turns. So for whenever your guts is procced on you, you get her special damage stack, which is the Thirst for Vengeance buff for 10 turns. So man, it's up for a long time. And then it basically boosts your MP damage even more. So this on a 4-turn cooldown is pretty legit, because you can definitely get multiple uses out of this in both team and solo scenarios. It's good for survival, it's good for damage. How about that? Third skill, 2-hit evasion, 3 turns, 6-turn cooldown, pretty okay. 30% attack, 3 turns, and then a curse, AoE curse, 500 for 3 turns. Unless I'm missing something, I don't think the curse will be all that relevant. But hey, at least the attack and the evasion, fairly solid. I like that, again, I like that the evasion is hit-based and for 3 turns, because then it would be a bit more awkward to use otherwise. So overall, honestly, her skills are still pretty damn solid. There's a lot of offense and a lot of defense. And that's good, considering she's an Avenger. So this is like a skill set that you want to see on an Avenger, really. A DPS, that is. So, pretty good. Passives, again, it's just the Avenger ones, but especially on solo, it's nice that the first one is the max rank, because, it makes her MP more spammable, because she gets 22% more MP gain on taking hits, so especially if enemy is multi-hitting, then you're gonna feel a little bit of this passive lighting up. 6% crit damage, nice as well, on top of the big one she already has, and then 3% gauge per turn, sometimes can be relevant and nice as well. Anti-rider pen can be legit, because do you actually know how many riders are Genji? I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe you don't have the number on top of your head, but...
So it's like Ushi and Rider Kintoki.
Yeah.
Murasaki. Is
Murasaki probably too, yeah. But okay, there's some at least, right? So, And even on neutral, even without Genji, you can still absolutely unlock this. Yeah. Alright, then the MP. So first of all, amazing utility. Strips all the buffs from the target before damage. Just very amazing. Always a great thing to have. Especially on DPSs, not just farmers. Very good on DPS. Then you get the damage mod. So it's a base 100% damage, and is it like 25% damage for each of those stacks, right? Is that how that works? Right?
Yeah.
And you can have max 4. So you can deal double damage with your MP if you have 4 stacks on it. And that's not even factoring in the Genji damage mod from the first skill as well. So, whoa. And considering it lasts for 10 turns when you get one of those procs, it's not even unrealistic to stack that high, right? Yeah. And then another curse on the OC, 1k base for 5 turns. So that one, again, pretty irrelevant. But you know what? The full buff strip and the damage mod, especially in solo, where it's more relevant, pretty cool stuff.
Oh, sorry, I spread misinformation apparently earlier. Murasaki's not Genji.
Oh, okay. Well, I honestly, I assumed that as well, so good to get a confirmation, I guess. Okay.
My bad.
Anyway, let's see. I honestly... Yeah, you can see, if you're fighting Genji, it's just ridiculous, because the 200% damage mod, there she's gonna peak, just no questions asked, like, even without Thirst for Vengeance stacks, she's gonna absolutely slam Genji servants. But let's see where she's at without that. Still, actually, not too bad. I was expecting worse. So even without a buffed MP, she still does okay in a... I guess, Ruler Skadi also helps a ton, but yeah. Very cool. If anything, she might go up on my tier list this year, honestly. Anyway, I'll let you talk about Taira a little bit now as well, and your thoughts on her, because you have way more experience about her.
I mean, it's gonna come in some bias, obviously, because...
I mean, again, like you say, it's all because it also comes with experience, so it's like fair bias.
I guess. Yeah, like I do think I'm gonna point out some flaws first. I think her damage in a team is kind of not like, yeah, we saw it's okay. It's just okay, right? Like, even though she is an Avenger, the MP effect is still very powerful though, because it's buff removal before damage. She is chaotic evil. You compare it with Doman, but her skill 2 is basically like not a skill if she was in a team. I have to say, because it lasts way too short for it to like reliably proc. You don't really want to tank an MP with a gut sometimes, and without the vengeance stack, like a lot of her like insane damage, quote unquote, comes from the vengeance stacks. And there are some stuff also when you're soloing, because she kind of has to first die a couple times before the damage starts ramping up, so she's better against like high pressure stuff.
Like if you're not fighting Genji, you're probably more reliant on the thirst stacks.
Yeah, and obviously I think she is a like tippy top solo unit. And in a team, I think her like her value comes in the fact that like in a team she's not absolutely horrible. I feel like a lot of solo units are like pretty bad in teams, but she's not like absolutely horrible because she still has a battery. She still has the really strong MP effect. So yeah, I mean, it's either A+ or EX, but
yeah, Mighty Chains also help her a lot, right, in solo.
Yeah. I mean, if we talk about solo, I think she would be EX, but like,
I guess well, if the solo is like the most legit thing there is, I don't think it's wrong to place someone in EX, because I think you said she's like arguably the best soloer in the game, right? At one point, I think you said that.
Yeah, I mean, I might be a little bit like I have a lot of debate with people in the comments on that statement, and obviously there are other very scary characters like Van Gogh or something. They have a completely different way to solo, but they're also very terrifying. But I think she's very straightforward, very good, can handle a lot of high pressure stuff. She can just tank hits because it's a guts, so she can just take the hits anyway. She doesn't care. It just makes her damage. It makes her do more damage. So yeah, like my personal bias would maybe put her in EX, but I can see A+ because
last year I actually had her on my Copium tier, which was A++. But honestly, I kind of see her in a better light now that NA also has her, and I've actually used her myself too. I think I could probably slide her into EX, honestly, just because of how good the solo can be.
I mean, I'm pretty happy.
Because we kind of mostly placed First Emperor based on his solo potential as well.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a debatable thing of I guess. Like certainly for non-solo DPS, I would say she needs specific supports. Like once again, like Dolman helps her a lot, but yeah.
Damn, this is another tough one. God damn it. Okay, fuck it. I'll place her in EX. Fuck it. Okay.
Let's go. Propaganda succeed.
Man, some of these are really tough though. Alright. Okay, now we're gonna talk about the Ishtar main competition, I guess. Again, gonna be releasing this year. Summer Kama. There she is. AoE Arts Loopers. Oh wait, she actually had 13k as well, huh?
Yeah.
Anyway, AoE Arts Looper and DPS. So yeah, I forgot. There was another servant that has 13k attack. Whoa, so needless to say, the attack is redonkulous. He has a double arts, double quick deck, which is probably the best case scenario. Considering she wants to use the MP a lot, huh? Yeah. Skill 1. We got Stealth Arts up 30% 3 turns and a 2-hit 3-turn evasion. Isn't this like the exact skill that Summer Erice also had? Well, I guess it was first on Kama, but yeah, I think it's the same skill. Not that I'm saying it's wrong. It's still a fine skill. I just noticed that. I think it's the same skill. But you know what? It's still fine. It works. It makes sense. Both farming, DPSing. You're gonna be happy to have this. Second skill, self MP damage 20% 3 turns. I do like that it's 3 turns, so you can get use of this for all of your MPs in a farm run. Then, but the thing is, it comes with the charm though. That's the one annoying part though. The AoE charm is here, so I guess you might just use this on the last wave, right? How do you usually do it? I don't have a farm with too much, so I guess it really doesn't matter if it's 3 turns.
I usually do it on the last turn because usually you need a lot of damage on last turn, but I will say she suffers a lot in the first
you really want that charm for the MP, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, she suffers a lot in the first 2 waves.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. So it's a bit awkward in that sense, I guess, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, this is like maybe this is the best AoE charm in the game because it's all enemies, like no niches, and it's 100% on base. So I guess there's that, or might as well mention that. Third skill, 50% battery, 6 turn cooldown, the good old. Then she gets it on at activated thing for 3 turns, which basically applies a special little trait on enemies for 3 turns for normal attacking. And it's straight up a damage against the targets, right? Basically. It's a 10% per stack. Okay, yeah, there you go. You can have up to 100% bonus damage with this. Good old, just make your own niche. Absolute bullshit, but you know what? There it is. Honestly, for farming, again, this is not going to be that relevant, but because it's only for normal attack anyway. Even the MP doesn't apply this, but for DPSing, it's nice to have for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. So skill-wise, pretty basic stuff, but, good stuff regardless. 20% debuffer is cool. 10% quick, also pretty okay. 18% more MP generation when taking hits. 8% crit damage. 3.8% gauge per turn. 2% crit damage, insta-kill res, and mental debuff res. And then also charm immune. So definitely has some good things going on in the passives. It looks better than what it is though, honestly. It's just because of the number of stuff there is. It's not like the craziest passives ever, but definitely good stuff. Kind of shame she doesn't actually have an arts up here. But whatever, I guess. She's got a anti-lancer append, which again can be very relevant if you do wanna, use her for all farming. Go for it. It only changes video-wise. Yeah, the effects obviously don't change. Okay. So again, the damage mod on the MP on the OC is against charm. It's a good old base 150 up to 200. So that's why you probably want to use the second skill on wave 3. With the highest HP enemies, most likely. But you also get a 20% defense down for 3 turns. Now, sadly, that is after damage. But if you need to face guard a bit after the MP, then it kind of helps. But otherwise, for farming, it doesn't do much. Very interesting MP. I do wish she had maybe a bit more charm stuff going on. Besides this 7-turn cooldown, but, at least it's a pretty easy thing to apply. Now, the thing is, maybe I'm putting too much emphasis on this. In fact, honestly, I don't want to put too much emphasis. I want to mention it though. In a lot of wave 3s, you're going to fight servants, and some servants have innate resistances, and you can also whiff the charm. Even if it's 100% base, that doesn't mean it cannot whiff. Let's say you're fighting sabers, oh baby, most of them have like a 20% base resistance, so, you just might whiff it sometimes, and then your damage is going to drop considerably, but...
I think that's actually super important because people always mention Space Ishtar's 80% buff missing, but they never mention.
Yeah, and even if that misses, it's not even it's not like a damage mod for the MP that is missing. It's 20% arts.
Damage is lost.
Yeah,
definitely very important to mention.
Now, I don't think there is a CC charm, right? There is a CC that is anti-charm, but I don't think there is one that would charm. Because I don't think there would never be a hard CC one. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit broken.
So you can't really make too much. You can't really make it too much better either.
Yeah.
Anyway,
like
her looping. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, sorry. I'm just saying sometimes you do like card MP like for the skill 3. Like sometimes I see people do that. But,
Ooh. Anyway, looping numbers wise, again, assuming you land the charm on wave 3, she peaks the highest. No surprises there, because it's a damage mod that, her competition doesn't really deal with too much. But Ishtar still gets fairly close just because of how big the ramp up is on the MP as well. And it also scales well with Oberon. But yeah, Kama still peaks the highest with the premium team on Wave 3. But mostly their numbers are fairly interchangeable. Like Ishtar tends to do better on like Wave 1 and 2 with the same comps. So yeah. Yeah, I know 70k is not really close, but I'm saying like overall when you factor in the whole deal. For Wave 3, yeah, for sure, Kama, wins. Definitely, but like, yeah, because of the damage mod, she scales better with like Black Gray, like Plushie was saying as well, and like damage Cs as well, I suppose.
Yeah,
so there is that.
Yeah, it's because of the Black Gray.
So yeah, what else do you have to say about Summer Kama?
I mean, this is definitely a controversial one. I went from thinking she completely destroyed Space Ishtar to I think they're basically the same tier in terms of looping. And because Summer Kama suffers a lot from the first 2 waves because of the inability to use her MP damage up. Even though it does last 3 turns, it might as well be 1 turn. It might actually be a better skill if it was like 1 turn 50%, right? So because you usually don't use it in the first turn. And there are some like, and Summer Kama scales better with like MP levels, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if I checked the
well, probably because of the damage mod, right?
I think so, yeah. So she has her own problems. She like in terms of farming, I think she is like sometimes she's better, sometimes Space Ishtar is better. In the cases where she will be better is when you can't ramp up Space Ishtar's MP multiple times. Like maybe it's an unorthodox team where you can only use the AoE MP like once or twice. Then Space Ishtar obviously loses because she loses 1 turn to ramp up. But at the same time, first 2 wave problems. So
I guess it's worth noting. Someone put it in chat, but Oberon does give party debuff success rate, huh? It does actually make the Wave 3 charm way more consistent. That's actually a very good point.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I still like mainly I'm focusing still on the first 2 waves of low damage. But yeah, that's just how it is. Like that's just how the servant work. And in terms of outside of challenge, outside of farming, I think her survival is a lot better. Obviously, the first skill is really good. The charm is actually somewhat a form of survival.
Yeah, it definitely counts for that. Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, the skill 3 ramp up is also really slow unless you solo with her, which is possible. I think she actually can solo some stuff because of the evade, but I mean, obviously that's not what she's built for mainly. So I think they're on the same tier.
I think they should be on the same tier. We just have to decide it, right?
Yeah, I talk too much.
We just have to decide what tier it's gonna be, but I think they should be on the same tier regardless. I think I'm gonna move on with the copium tier, but we'll see. Again, there will be some maybe shuffling around once the initial placements are done, but for now, I need copium, dude. Okay. Oh, I guess we're gonna talk about their other competition, which maybe not so fair, but yeah, very similar servant, I suppose. We're gonna talk about another new servant that didn't exist in last year's tier list. We got Nitocris Alter. Fun fact, a lot of people don't know, she's permanent. So, kind of a fun little spook, I guess. So, once again, high attack, 12.6k. Close to Space Star. Kama is still a bit higher, I suppose, but yeah, still very, very solid. She actually does have the triple arts deck, which honestly, I kind of like, especially for DPSing. There's something to like about the triple arts with the arts MP. Very cool. So she keeps her caster deck even as an Avenger. No, skills, let's see. She gets Buster and Arts 30%, 3 turns, 6 turn cooldown. The Buster maybe not the biggest thing ever because she only has one of them, but it's there. And then also heals 2k every turn for 3 turns. So, if he takes some hits, she can heal a little bit, but it's an okay skill. It's fine. Maybe it would be placed on another servant better, honestly. Self 100% battery, there it is. 7 turn cooldown, grants the party good alignment for 1 turn. and increase the party's buff success rate up by 40% for 1 turn. And then all enemies get evil alignment for 1 turn, and then reduces their buff success rate by 20%. So that's a cool one, honestly, because again, that means that all enemy buffs that are 100% base become 80% chance to land on base, so they can actually start whiffing shit. This is a very rare debuff to have. There's not many servants that actually have this. I'm not saying it's going to be consistent or great, it's just a fun little thing to have that might sometimes, be, very beneficial. But yeah, besides that, we got the alignments going on, which will be a bit relevant here once we keep going. But yeah, 100% battery. It's an interesting thing. It really is. So her refund was like worse, right? But this really kind of is I think that makes up for it. So
yeah,
an interesting thing. Alright, third skill. It's a party 20% AoE arts. So quick math, she herself can get 50% arts for 3 turns. And this is also on a 5-turn cooldown, by the way, which is cool. Then if you have the second skill first, you don't have to worry about the chance-based ones. This means that you get a 100% chance to apply evasion to all allies with good alignment for 1 attack 3 turns, which it also applies to good alignment. Also, debuff immune 1 time 3 turns, and insta-kill immune 1 time 3 turns. So that helps with landing these things. If anything, the first 2 are the meaningful ones. The insta-kill is a bit more niche, obviously, but, there you go. So her cooldowns are a bit mixed bag. We have 5, 6, and 7. Her downtime is not atrocious, though, at least, because of at least the AoE arts and this also having a decent uptime. So overall, the skills, they're alright. I don't really see any big problems, honestly. 2% Buster Up, kinda misplaced, but there it is. 15% more MP gain on damage taken, cool. 10% crit damage, sure. Some gauge, 3.5% per turn, and Divinity EX, which again, it looks cool, but it doesn't do anything. Caster Anti-Append, sure, again, very viable for someone like her. Her MP then, first of all, 10% MP damage for 1 turn before damage. Sadly, doesn't ramp up like Ishtar does, but it's still an OC that does something which is cool. She has 150% anti-man damage mod. Doesn't scale, always that, but it's again common attribute, and she's an Avenger, so pretty easy to find targets for that. And then chance to insta-kill enemies and a bigger chance against evil. So it's 150% chance to insta-kill evil enemies. Is that how the math works? Does it just it's additive, right? I would assume so.
No, it's it procs twice. It's
is it 2 checks? Interesting. Yeah. Oh, okay, never mind then. It's a 2 check thingy. Interesting. Okay then.
Kind of weird, yeah.
So can she actually be used in insta-kill farming sometimes?
Sometimes.
Okay.
I mean, the general one is still like 100%, right? The general death, yeah.
Now, her damage numbers wise, she's similar to like Ishtar, but because there's no ramp up, she still loses on wave 3 for sure. But honestly, she's still fine. I don't really see big problems with her. Like, sure, she might be just below like Summer, Kama, and Ishtar numbers. But it's not like her numbers are trash at all. And because of her battery, it's an interesting little thing. You can actually farm some different types of like enemies, like the layouts, right? So that's something to take note of. Maybe as a DPS, I'm not sure if she compares to like Kama, for instance. I feel like she's gonna have way more consistent damage, Kama that is, but she should be fine for DPS as well, honestly. And again, she's permanent, so she's gonna be a great spook. No worries. What do you think about her?
I mean, she's really solid. Obviously I have a nitpick about her third skill. You don't always need the defensive effects, of course, but when you do need it, it's
it's the mismatch cooldown, yeah.
Yeah, it's the mismatch cooldown, and she herself isn't good, but that's kind of a nitpick, I guess. And yeah, 100% battery does allow her to fit into like even farm comps that doesn't have any Castoria. Sometimes it's a 100 battery. You always just use it. I think her damage is a little bit lackluster, but obviously she's competing with like some of the best options you can have,
like the premium stuff.
Yeah, so she's definitely pretty solid. The insta-death sometimes does work. You can use her as a Nitocris. I mean, she is Nitocris.
Like she does like what Dolman does, basically.
Yeah, sometimes. It is a lower chance, but yeah, kind of. She can kind of do that as well. I don't know. I kind of like the heal, maybe sometimes in challenge.
Yeah.
I like self-sustaining character.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's for sure. I think maybe she should be like a pretty solid A+.
I think that's fair. She's pretty good.
Yeah. She's, again, pretty damn solid, though. Not too bad. Alright, that's it for the Avengers. We are done with them now as well. We might go back after the initial placements, but now all we have left is handful of Moon Cancer 5 stars, and then the new entry, the big new class, the Draco Affinity, etc. So yeah, let's go ahead and talk about Moon Cancer SSRs. First up, we got Summer BB. AoE Buster, DPS, Farmer, Support. She's kind of a jack of all trades, honestly, but in my opinion, she doesn't really do anything super well. And I'll be the first to always say, I think her card log, you're gonna disagree, I know, because you love mint turning, but I think it's a bit overrated, honestly. I'm not the biggest fan of the card log. Oh, you do?
I actually, yeah.
Oh.
I actually made a video talking about how I think it's overrated as a support.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of
well, that's good to hear.
Meme.
I'm not going crazy then.
No, I agree with you.
Alright, so yeah, let's give her a nice rundown. 11.1k attack, so now that we've finally come down from the Avengers, we're gonna see more, reasonable numbers on these 5 stars. So still for a 5-star, it's just under average, because I think Moon Cancer has a 1.0 mod, right? Yes, okay, so it's just under average, but it's not trash. Double Buster, double Art Stick. Honestly, works pretty well with her. That's fine, no worries. They have buffed her self-mod as well, much like they buffed OG. I think these happened at the same time as well, which makes sense. So first of all, 50% crit damage for self 3 turns, 800% absorb, very cool as well. So definitely pretty consistent crits, because the base absorb is still... Well, it's not great, but it's not like horrible like Avenger or Berserker. So with 800%, this is definitely way more manageable. Then she gets 30% attack for 3 turns, 5 turn cooldown. Again, those effects alone, this is a great skill, right? But then they also gave her an extra attack thingy, like with normal BB. While normal BB gave Gauge to the team, she gets 20 stars with this, which actually can be really good, and especially kind of works well with her card lock, I suppose, but only if you use it on herself, really, which you can. I feel like crits on her are fine. Her MP is just kind of the problem, if anything. It just doesn't do that much damage. Second skill, we got a lot of stuff again, so 7 turn cooldown. What do we get? 50% battery, 3k heal, 20% buster up for 3 turns, 50% MP damage for 3 turns, and 1 hit evasion for 3 turns. Like you'd think that with these big damage buffs that her MP does a lot of damage. It really doesn't do a lot of damage, honestly. It's a pretty good skill though. I'll say that much. It's pretty good. It's kind of flexible. It does a lot, It's a big cooldown though, but at least you still get a good amount of stuff from it. And then the fun skill, I suppose. So on a 6 turn cooldown, you can lock the current hand for 3 turns when you use this. Now, if anyone dies, you shuffle, or you use swap, the effect is lost prematurely. So that can also interrupt it, I suppose. But if none of that happens, you have the same cards for 3 turns, and then you also get up to 10 stars every turn for 3 turns to, complement with, making the Rave Gen a little bit better. But again, with the first skill buff, it just makes me want to use her as the crit DPS more. Because then you get the stars here as well. I don't think really using her for supporting here is going to be all that amazing. It's consistent, but you might have to do resets anyway to get that, so it's a bit ironic when you think about it. Passives, 10% perm arts, very nice. Burn immune, always good to have. The foreigner passive on her, very special. 2 stars per turn and 8% debuff risk, so she even has some Van Gogh synergy, which again makes me want to use her even more as a crit DPS, so that's kind of cool. And 25% debuff risk from the Goddess's Core. Passive, so overall her passives are pretty good. Nice and simple. Anti-foreigner append, Yeah, but again, I feel like a lot of people have access to alter egos that just do the best job at this. But if you like her, go for it. The MP, I love and hate. There's two big reasons why I hate it. I'm just gonna say them. The OC is a fucking joke, and the damage is not great. The OC is stupid as hell. Why is it like that? Why is it a 10% chance to do a further gauge reduction by 1? It's pointless. It's a troll. It's a troll effect, dude. It doesn't do anything. It even scales up to 50%. It's not even 100, dude. But at least the normal effect still has a guaranteed AoE drain down. It's only a bonus, another tick to land on that, but it's so stupid. Arguably, sometimes it's bad. Like, let's say you're fighting 3 enemies that are bosses. They have the same class. They're all at 2 ticks. You drain all of them guaranteed once, and then one of them gets drained another tick. Then suddenly they're off sync with their MPs. So that's why I really hate the OC. It can actually be a demerit too, with how your defensive cooldowns align. Oh boy. Now I think we do have the damage numbers though, but again, those are some ugly numbers though. Oh, like look at the turn 1 and 2 damage. It doesn't even peak that high on turn 3 with Oberon. Like it's just, it's ugly. You think it would be higher, right? Because it's a buffed MP as well. Actually, no, it's not a buffed MP, but with the
it has
the 50% MP damage as well. You'd think she would peak higher, but no. Pretty ugly numbers. And considering she's a moon cancer, which honestly, you know, I'm not biased here because my waifu is one. Moon cancer is one of the worst classes in the entire game. So yeah, it's not really doing her any favors here. Those are some not legit 2 numbers. What do you think about Summer BB? I would mostly just place her as a crit DPS, honestly. Not as a support, not as a farmer, just as a crit DPS.
I 100% agree with you, honestly, with the Van Gogh and like the very popular quote-unquote Van Gogh Dolman comps for a lot of like weird farming. Maybe it's fast farming because you only use cards. Her skill 3's star per turn effect might actually be more valuable than the card lock sometimes even. So like, yeah, really, really good the crit DPS, especially after the buff. I think I also completely agree with you with the fact that you know, her card lock, if you only use it for a support on a certain other DPS, it's usually not worth it. She even has skills that will actively pull stars away from your DPS. I mean, she does generate a lot of stars, but usually it's not worth it. You would have to reset your cards, or you have to do something wacky like pair her with Ruler Artoria. Ruler Artoria to like shuffle card and all whatnot. So yeah, it's only worth it if she herself can provide other values, which is when she's a DPS, and she is pretty good because Van Gogh's 100% extra crit up on the foreigner passive characters is really dumb.
And her own skill already provides a good amount of damage for her crits and consistency too.
Yeah, definitely. So, but yeah, really bad MP damage as
I think the MP should just be used to get a guaranteed tick down, and then maybe a Buster Brave chain.
Yeah, definitely. The OC effect could have been something, maybe even card related, but unfortunately,
or more crit damage, or something like that.
Definitely.
So I'm thinking honestly like a B plus.
I mean, I like her as a crit DPS though. Like I like her quite a bit as a crit
I just think her class is pretty bad for that though. And you know, I'm not biased because you know Jinako is there as well. But Moon Cancer is just a bad class. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Like even the base absorb is like 50s.
Yeah, I mean because of Van Gogh and Dolman, because she can do both. I will like personally, I do like her a bit more, but I can't understand why she's like people don't think she's amazing. Because when you're using her as a Buster servant instead of a crit servant, she's
just don't bother. Go for the crits instead. I feel like I'm gonna place her in B. I think I'm finally gonna give Gorgon some company. Maybe she could be higher because of the comps you listed. I do think there might be some legit stuff in the crits, but I don't know. I think you could do way better, honestly, with someone else instead. Yeah. But you know what? There she is. Fun times. Alright, then we're gonna talk about her. Let's go. We're gonna talk about Jinako. Let's go. Completely unbiased review incoming, of course. So, what is Jinako? AoE, DPS, tank, support, utility. I don't know. She kind of does a lot of things, but I'll be the first to admit that she doesn't do anything amazingly well. But there's stuff to like about her for sure, even for people that don't have like an insane copy like I do. That's for sure. Also, let me fix the Ascension. That's better. Okay. So, obviously, if you want a DPS with her, that 9.1k attack is pretty atrociously low, so only my copy really does any decent damage, and usually does with Honey Lake as well. So for anyone that has a normal copy, just don't expect her to do crazy damage, because she won't. She will do very little damage, so that's pretty much something everyone already knows, pretty much. But hey, you know what? It's not all bad, because her HP is super high, and she can actually tank some hits as well. So, you know, would I still prefer if her attack was a bit higher? Probably. But you know what? At least she has the highest HP in the game, so I can flex with my copy. Watch them make someone that has a higher HP, and I'm just out. Anyway. There you go. Triple art stick, I think, is fine. Her MP gain is not the best, unless you get, like, really fat crits. But at least she can participate in a lot of arch chains, which is good, because her MP is really good, at least. The MP is good, and you do want to have it up as much as possible, so that's good, at least. First skill is actually very solid on a team environment. It's a 20% team gauge with 20% attack up as well for 3 turns, and then everyone gets the 5 stars per turn, so much like Himiko, but instead of 8 you get 5, so you get 15 stars per turn on a team environment for 3 turns. Great skill, honestly. This is still a great skill. Like, maybe her best skill, arguably. So, yeah, this is a really solid skill. Up like half the time as well, so no worries. Then her 1-turn taunt that also comes with a 1k damage cut for 1 turn, and also a 30% attack for 3 turns. 5-turn cooldown is pretty legit. I'd like that it's not a 6-turn cooldown. That would be pretty annoying. So 5-turn cooldown, at least she can taunt here and there for sure. And she has a lot of invul in her kit, and this damage cut also helps. And the high HP, plus healing, so she can definitely tank many turns. Even for people that don't have an insane copy, you can still get some good taunts out of her. Then the third skill, which has been buffed, which is I'm actually pretty happy about this buff, because it kind of gives her a unique supporting presence. So first of all, it's a targeted invul for 1 turn, also 5-turn cooldown, which is pretty interesting. It improves the target's MP generation by 30% for 1 turn. I kind of wish it was 30, but whatever. But now, with the buff as well, you get 30% MP damage for 3 turns on the target, and also anti-lawful damage. 50% for 3 turns. Now, it does come with a skill seal, but honestly, there are ways to deal with that, honestly, so it's not that bad. And if you're not gonna, you can either use your skill in a better order anyway, so you don't have to worry about that turn. And obviously, there's still the fact that, you know, your cooldowns don't tick down if you go to the next turn with a skill seal. But again, there are ways to, like, remove the skill seal. Command codes, mystic codes, MP skills, etc. So it's not the worst demerit out there, considering now after the buff all the stuff you get on a 5-turn cooldown. I think it's a very legit skill, and again, this gives her a very fun, unique presence because of the lawful damage mod as well. I'm pretty sure no one has that on targeted, correct me if I'm wrong, or even on AoEs, so there you go.
Yeah, nobody has any, like, I think it's just Oberon's Bond CE.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, but nothing of this magnitude.
Anyway, 20% magic or debuff risk, pretty cool, considering, you know, for people that don't know, when you have a taunt, all single target enemy skills will land on the taunted target as well. So let's say they try to do a single, like a torture technique, she has a chance to resist it too, so that's cool. 10% quick up, not very relevant for her, sadly. And then the divinity buff is like, not good. So passives-wise, sadly, not the greatest, I suppose. He has an anti-Lancer append, so it's only relevant for me and no one else, so just ignore that, I guess. The MP is great, though, is great. The worst thing is the Ocean, even that is useful. It's a 2k heal on base for herself, which chances are she's gonna get hit a lot during a fight, so, you know, it's some value. And then big 30% defense down on all enemies for 3 turns before damage. That is good. And also a self-invul for 1 turn. This is the reason why my Jinako is literally a god tier soloer as well, by the way. Just saying. But yeah, regardless, even if her MP, even with this being before damage, it for most people it will not do great damage, but it's still nice because it's 3 turns, and it helps for your other servants as well. Because most people will never bring her as a solo DPS. You can. I even use my level 90 MP1 Jinako in JP sometimes with like either a double Castoria Tammy setup. It still works. It's just a bit slow, but it works. But yeah, most people are just going to bring a second DPS anyway. And I guess that's where also the buff to this third skill also comes into play. Because you can give them this. Give them a damage mod. So I feel like before the buff, she was kind of like whatever, you know? She didn't really have a concise place in the game. There was never really a reason to bring her. You could, but you could probably do better, even if she still offered some stuff. But at least now with this, I feel like if you're going up against a lawful alignment boss, there is legit some reason to actually consider Jinako as one of your main, like, frontline characters. Like, seriously. I know Plushie probably has some more experience with, like, maybe setup-based stuff, like min turning, but I feel like even for normal clears, because of this, there is actually a reason to bring her. And you can call that copium, but I think no one else does this. I'm just saying. Now, obviously, there won't be any loop numbers because only I'm crazy enough to try and loop with her, so just forget about that. But yeah, do you have anything nice to say about Jinako? I mean, you can be as brutally honest as you want as well, obviously.
I mean, I use her a lot. I specifically pulled for her on Valentine's Day just because.
Was that when the buff happened?
That was like during the Pope Joan one because I'd never got spooked by her. I was expecting to get spooked by her.
But was that when the buff was already live, right? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I pulled her mainly for the buff. Because 50% anti-lawful is just kind of irreplaceable. And it's not like that's the only buff she gives. She also gives generic buffs on top of that. With her the skill 3 gives
battery attack stars.
Yeah, MP damage up. 30% is quite sizable as well. So yeah, she's basically kind of known as the anti-Morgan weapon because that was like she was the most used for and stuff against like the Morgan Super Recollection quest. She was there was no other.
Yeah, you could solo with her as well, which is funny.
Yeah, and she's a really good solo unit. Because she has her own invul on top of the invul on her MP. So
and you can easily tank some turns with the damage cut as well if they don't like chunk you with the fattest crits.
Yeah, and she has a lot of HP. So like there aren't a lot of turns I would say that she would be even at a critical number, and she does also heal herself. She kind of has a self-sufficient package for solos. It is a little bit slow, but her solos happens like in most CQs. Like for example, like this JP CQ can probably solo with her. Most gauntlet style CQs you can solo with this character. So yeah, I definitely think she's a bit overhated.
I think so too.
Yeah, anti-lawful's really good support. Numbers really solid. Like I'm always like chewing out like Neo Bride for not giving 50% anti-sky. Like Jinako gave 50% anti-lawful. Why not anti-sky, right? So I actually like her quite a bit. Obviously not a looper, but good for solo and good for support, which is great.
Oh yeah, Copy. Thanks for using not the statue icon. Thanks. Anyway, call it copium if you want. I think she's an easy A tier. I mean, mine obviously would be higher, but I think she's an easy A tier after the buff. She has a lot. She definitely has a use case, and that's good. I will die on this copium hill if needed, dude. I will die on this hill. Okay. Keep in mind, not only have I used her a lot, my JP one is still free to play. It is, well, not the account, but the copy of Jinako. It's MP1, fully max skills, no Kaban codes. I've used her a lot there as well, and I've still been successful, okay? I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying. So there you go. Sure, my NA copy is insane, but I have also a reasonable copy.
Yeah.
Alright, there we go. Let's, two more Moon Cancers. We're gonna talk about Summer Kiara next. Let's see. AoE Arts, DPS, and Looper. Probably, or maybe not probably, definitely sees more use in looping for sure. Now, sadly, she doesn't have the amazing Avenger attack line because she's a Moon Cancer, so 11.1k is below average for most SSRs, so Sadly, this class again is not the best, but you know, there she is. Double Buster Level Art Stick is pretty reasonable. I kind of like it on her. I don't really see any issue. I think it matches. Unless they wanted to give her triple arts, which I doubt. First skill is a fun one. You know what the fun part is? I've seen a lot of people that only use her in farming max the skill, and they don't know that the MP damage doesn't even scale. If you max this, it does nothing for farming. You still get the same effect for farming on rank 1. That's the funny part. Anyway, what do you get? 1 time guts, 5 turns, 6 turn cooldown, so better than usual. Usually it's 7 turns when it's a 5 turn uptime. Fully cleanses self, okay, cool. And then gets 2k healing every turn for 3 turns. Pretty good sustain for DPSing. 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Nice bonus. And then she gets the mermaid buff for 4 turns. So every turn, at the end of your turn, you get a rank up, like buff thingy that you can use to spend on your second or third skills. And you can rank them up a maximum of 2 times. So it's kind of hard to explain, but if anyone's ever used it, you know how it works, right? So we'll see it better once we look at the other skills. But on its own, honestly, it's a pretty good skill. It's honestly not that great for farming, if anything. Well, I guess the rank ups are pretty good for farming, but for bosses, I like the other effects here too. Then we get the second skill. So without rank ups, what do you get? 30% battery, 20 stars, 5 turn cooldown. Even on its own, this is actually not bad on a 5 turn cooldown. With 1 rank up, you get 40% battery and 25 stars. And then with 2 rank ups, you get 50% battery and 30 stars. So it goes from good to very solid, depending on your amount of rank ups. Now the third skill as well, on base, what do you get without any rank ups? Party gets a Harp of Healing, so 1 hit evasion, 3 turns, 6 turn cooldown. Pretty cool utility there. Removes all sure hit on enemies. Pretty, maybe a bit niche, but there it is. I guess it's nice to have, because you literally apply the evade yourself, I guess. So, you know, makes hopefully sure that it actually works. Then you do a special little debuff on them. It's a crit chance down, but it's a special debuff because it's like that because it helps with the MP damage, basically. So it's basically a crit chance down for 3 turns, 10% per stack. So just it's special because the MP, you'll see what I mean. Anyway, 20% AoE defense down, 3 turns, and also a 20% AoE arts down, 3 turns. Honestly, on its own, without rank ups, it's really solid, actually. It's a lot of debuffs already. But then, if you use rank ups, you get more of those stacks. And I guess the defense up goes higher as well. So you do 2 stacks of the crit chance down, so 20%. And then you get 25% arts res down and defense down. And the last rank, you get 3 stacks of the crit chance down. So 30% crit chance down, 30% defense down, and 30% arts res down, all for 3 turns. And that's not even without talking about how it affects the MP. So honestly, he actually has some pretty interesting skills. That's for sure. And you can get, by the way, you can get up to 4 buffs, I believe, rank ups from the first skill. And then it's on a 2 turn downtime. So yeah, if you're patient, you can get some really good value from her skills. Passives, we got some good stuff. Oh, is it 3?
I think it's 3, yeah.
Maybe it is, actually. It says it's... Oh, yeah, it's for 4 turns because it's at the start of your turn, right? Isn't it? Is that how it works? Right.
It doesn't all of it, I think. If you... like, the maximum is you level up twice, and if you...
Oh, does it consume them all regardless always? Is that how it works?
No, it only consumes 2 if you have more. If you have, like, 3, it only eats 2 per skill.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, okay, that's good. Alright, fair enough. Anyway, passives, 12% permanent arts, great, love it. 12% permanent MP damage, great, love it. Then we get some minor stuff, 2% crit damage, insta-kill res, and mental debuff res, cool. And then, dude, the fourth one is honestly pretty big. This is the same as OG Kiara has. 14% defense up against humanoid enemies. And again, for those that don't know, 99% of servants in this game are considered humanoid. So for bosses that are mostly servants, hey, that's actually quite a bit of mitigation permanently there for her to, you know, take advantage of. So it's a great... like 3 or 4 of these passives are really great, actually. So it's like quality over quantity. I guess it's still a lot of passives, but you know what I mean, because some can even have way more. Anyway, anti-caster append, that's fair. Again, for considering she can loop neutral, yeah, you can absolutely take use of that. And then the MP. So first of all, instant kill load overcharge, danger, danger, but then you remember, oh wait, it's not before damage. Danger avoided. Okay, thank freaking God. She would not farm if that was the case, so they did definitely learn their lesson, so it's insta-kill before or after damage. Oof. Now let's talk about the other effects. The only effect besides the damage is the amount of damage she gets from her mental debuff stacks. Now, mental debuffs include Terror, Clock Thingy, Sleep, Confusion Clock Thingy, Charm Resistance Down, Charm, what is this two different sleeps? I guess, it's Eternal Sleep from Oberon, right? Anyway, and then this one. This is the Bewitchment one. This is why it's a different one, because they wanted it to affect her MP damage as well. So it's not a crit chance. Crit chance down would not boost this damage. It does boost it now because it's a special mental debuff. Even though the effect is still a crit chance down, it does boost the damage of the MP. So, very, very cool. So you get 20% more damage for all of these debuffs on the enemy. So if you do the quick math, herself alone, if you use this on max rank up, you get plus 60% MP damage because of 3 stacks of Bewitchment. So that's how that works. And then you can maybe even have some more of these from other allies, I guess. But she herself only provides the Bewitchment of these damage amplifying debuffs. So there you go. Pretty cool stuff. With that, she could definitely hit really hard on her MP. Oh, yes. Now, looping numbers-wise, let's see. She actually does pretty well, huh? Yeah. Again, even as a Moon Cancer, she actually compares to a lot of these Avengers we've been covering. Maybe a bit lower on the premium setup, but certainly, especially the turn 3 damage, he just absolutely peaks. You know it's big when she's even higher than Summer Kama, who not only is an Avenger with an insanely high attack and has a damage monitor MP, but yeah, like, look at that. Look at this peak. Like, this is really what Kiara is, like Summer Kiara does. The turn 3 damage, when you spend the rank up, max rank on the 3rd skill, and you just go ham. But again, yeah, this doesn't account for some of them maybe getting resisted as well. But I digress, the potential is good. So overall, maybe her damage is a bit more lackluster. Is not a big deal, definitely lower, but at least you have the turn 3 peak, I suppose. And honestly, she definitely has presence in bosses and challenge quests as well, for sure. What do you think about Summer Kiara?
Yeah, well, I like Kiara as a character, so I do.
Yeah, I love me some horny bitches as well.
Yep, but like her farming numbers are deceiving because she, like, unless you use her battery on turn 1, there's absolutely no way you get the skill 3 at max value. Because if you use the battery anywhere between,
so it cripples your damage because you have to spend a battery that doesn't improve your damage on farming.
Yeah, or you use it on the last turn. I guess you can use the skill 3 and then the skill 2 on the last turn, but sometimes the refund doesn't line up. So she significantly has a lot less flexibility in terms of her skill usage. Like, this isn't even considering her Bewitchment missing, which can happen if the enemy has higher debuff resist. But I do like her a lot in high difficulty quests. Her skill 1 is a very good survival skill. It's also a pretty decent heal. And she has self-cleanse, she has AoE evade, she can save her team even pretty well. So yeah, I like her quite a bit. I think obviously she doesn't really compare to the the other sort of.
It's mostly a class issue, if anything.
Yeah, that as well. I actually think she probably,
her attack is definitely lower than the others we were just comparing her to.
Yeah. So she's more of a CQ unit in my opinion.
And yeah, also Oberon helps with her, 3rd turn as well with the debuffs, of course, much like with Kama.
Yeah.
I think she should be A+, honestly, next to Nitocris right there.
Yeah, A+ is fair. I don't
think I can place her at EX anymore. I used to do that, but
no, yeah. I don't think she can.
Like, some people are even arguing she should be on the Copium tier, but I kind of like her just below these two, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that she's better in challenge quests, especially like longer ones or debuff heavy ones. She can definitely tank a lot more damage, but most use cases you don't really need that as well. So
like, here's the thing. Chad is saying, like, yeah, she might be, maybe she's better in CQs than those two. But, I mean, these two are still good at CQs as well. And they still farm way better. So I feel like giving them the small edge, I feel like it's more relevant. Because, again, most of the game is farming anyway. So there is some merit in focusing on that a bit more than the CQ performance. Because, let's be real, both Ishtar and Kama, they still, do fine in CQs as well. So...
I don't get why these people saying Ishtar is bad in Ishtar is not bad in CQs. Like,
I've never really had issues when I used her in CQs.
Yeah, she still has the ramp up MP damage. She still has the good extra attack boost on the the extra attack. Like sometimes the thing with a lot of these damage dealing servants is that Kiara has a lot of self-sustaining kit, but there are supports that can help her. Like maybe if your account is not that well built, a sort of more self-sufficient servant would be better. But like sometimes if your account is more well built, maybe you just want damage because the other stuff other people can provide. So I don't necessarily think Space Ishtar is bad at CQs. Anyways.
Yeah. I mean, we might do some shuffling again, but let's just move on for now.
Yep.
Okay. 2 newcomers left, huh? Kind of some big entries, huh?
Yeah.
All right. I'll be the first one to admit I never use my Arcuade. I never use her. I think people that use her only have the really fat copies. They are like the biggest fans of Tsukihime. But you know what? I'll give her a fair rundown anyway. I'm not gonna let my bias, just even if I never use my own copy, affect this rating. Let's give her a fair rating anyway. So, what do we got? AoE, Buster, DPS, Farmer, 11.6k attack. So, again, the class could be better, I'm not gonna lie. Because Moon Cancer kinda doo-doo. But, maybe she could be on the top side of the class, I suppose. That's very reasonable. We got a double Buster, double Arch deck, which, fair, that works. She can still do Buster chains with the MP if cards align, and, it gives her better MP uptime. Even with the crazy battery and whatnot, it's still relevant. At least for DPSing. Alright, first skill, we get an AoE skill seal, 1 turn. Also drop defense, 20% 3 turns. And also self-attack up 30% 3 turns. Pretty vanilla, but fairly good skill. I like the numbers. It depends whether the skill seal will be all that useful or not, depending on the encounter. But, more damage, basically. Not too shabby. There it is, the 100% battery and also 20% MP damage for self for 3 turns, which, this is really all about farming, really. That's really all that is. Obviously, it's nice to have for CQs as well, but, man, this is definitely the one you want in farming. Because it's a 7-turn cooldown. Third skill, it's a full party invul, 1 attack, 3 turns. It's not like a full 1 turn like Merlin, but it's still cool. It's invul, so it's better than dodge, I suppose. Increases buff removal resistance of good alignment allies for 1 turn, 100% on max rank, so your buffs are safe for good dudes. And then also charges party's gauge, except for herself when you have the field created from the the MP, right? The Millennium Castle battlefield. So your allies get a nice 30% boost. Which is, again, this one, if anything, is mostly relevant for bosses and not that much for farming. So, there it is. Also, did they really call this funny vamp, this skill? Okay, I just noticed that. Okay. 6-turn cooldown.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called in Tsukihime or something.
I don't know too much about Tsukihime, but it sounds pretty amusing. So, overall, a fairly basic kit. I mean, the numbers are great, but yeah, a bit basic, honestly. Passives, we got a lot. 21% debuff res, great. 12% arts, pretty good with the double arts on 4 hitters, yes. 10% debuff success rate, yeah, why not? Helpful. 10% crit damage, cool, even though the Moon Cancer absorb is kind of small or, tiny. And then the nice passive, so when you have the MP field, you get a rainbow buff of 30%. There it is. It's really nice, needless to say. It doesn't stack, obviously, because you can't stack the field or anything, but it's very easy to have uptime on this for both farming and DPSing. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, it carries over between rounds as well, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
Only the visual doesn't, but the
Yeah,
you can
the
see an
buff
icon on,
itself
like, the
thing,
top
the thing
right.
that enables it does, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's very nice for both farming and DPSing. For passives alone, she has 42% permanent arts when you have the MP field. Pretty cool. He has an anti-foreigner append, which again, maybe not the most useful. Unless you're a huge sip of her, which there's definitely no shortage of, then go for it by all means. Then the MP, so before damage, you get the battlefield for 3 turns, which again is very good that it's before damage, because then you get that 30% rainbow buff to help with the damage of the MP and the Brave Chain as well. She has this is still kind of mind-boggling to me that they made it a scaling effect. So it's not like usually these are either flat 150 on normal effect or 150 to 200 on OC, but they made this one scale off of her MP level. So at MP1 you have a 150% chaotic alignment damage mod, and at MP5 you get the 200. So I'm still surprised how they did this. They clearly wanted to milk money off of people, I'm pretty sure, because they added a second scaling MP effect for the level. But you know what? Fair enough. I respect the hustle, I guess. And then the OC itself is a 20% refund for living human allies, except self, sadly. So again, it's mostly just for your fellow dudes. Some supports are like that as well, for instance, so it's not all bad. Very interesting little MP going on. Alright, let's look at the fun numbers then. So she definitely has a lot of interesting comps. I guess Jord has listed like a lot of different ones available. But yeah, I guess you could do double Oberon as well. Wait, can she not do double Witch? Oberon?
No, because the second battery is 7-turn cooldown. So even if you use it on the first turn, you can't refund it.
Oh, right.
That is actually the biggest source of her damage problem.
Yeah, no
like,
one.
She'd do a lot more damage.
Yeah. Damn, dude. Wow. So what is her best comp then? Is it the double Oberon Witch? It seems to be okay, but maybe.
Best like last wave is double Oberon, but like best in general, I would say is probably plug Ibuki, because Ibuki has a cooldown reduction by 1.
Yeah.
So that's how you do it.
I mean, the Black Grail double Witch with Atlas seems to be decent too for like consistency at least. It doesn't peak, but it's consistent.
Yeah. With no plug, she has really good damage because she can run Black Grail, and most people don't.
So I guess in a sense, the funny thing is, she's both free-to-play friendly and free-to-play anti, right? Because at MP1, she probably won't be doing crazy numbers, but at MP1, she can also, with just like double Koyan and Black Grail and Atlas, she can just already do decent looping, right? In terms of like the comp accessibility.
I guess, but I mean, usually that's farming free quests.
Yeah, true.
Damage, unfortunately, like 90+ was just way too brutal.
Probably the best whale farmer. Is she? I don't know.
It depends on the comp. I used her for other stuff, but I guess I'll get into a bit later. Let me finish.
Okay. Fair enough. Dude, this is a tough one. I basically haven't used mine at all, honestly. I never really got into her. So, do you have anything to say about Arc?
So obviously, like, people are gonna hyper focus on her being the sole DPS with the Buster looping. She came out, people think she was insane because with Atlas she can run Black Grail, and then suddenly 90++ became a thing, and everybody's plugging Oberon. And when everyone's plugging Oberon,
suddenly it's no longer an issue if you run 3 supports. It's the norm now.
Yeah, and then suddenly when she can, she's like, eh. But honestly, I do still see some use for her. Because I do use her quite a bit on like maybe lower HP waves or like the first wave, because technically she has 100 MP battery and then she has 30 AoE with the third skill. So it's actually a lot of compositions I does rely on that, because she can
like multi-core.
Yeah. She can do like, but usually like the problem is if her MP level is low, like 1, you can probably only farm stuff like free quests and embers, which is really fast still. Like, she's probably like I do use her in all my ember farming, and it's very fast. And if you do have her at quite higher MP level, I still think she can supply quite a bit of multi-core farming. I think she still has her values. And of course, when she sees anything that is chaotic, she just wipes the floor with them, especially if you have like higher MP levels. You don't have to rely on overcharge. So I don't think she's horrible, honestly. Like it's just like people probably expect too much from her, and then
I guess maybe the best part about her is the versatility, because of how you say you can do like so many different AoE counts with her alone. You can do multi-core, and because of 100% battery, you have a lot of CE options as well, I suppose. So there's a lot of versatility, at least, I suppose.
Yeah, I still quite like her. Because of the versatility, but obviously, yeah, she does have damage problems at MP1, but who doesn't, right?
I don't know. I feel like she should be A+. I don't know. Tough call.
I agree. I think she should still be A+. Like because potato damage, haha, but she doesn't have to clear the big ones, and she can still perform pretty okay in CQs if you especially anti-chaotic.
And for people that really simp her, don't worry. If you have a fat copy, you can just farm whatever. It doesn't matter at that point. We're just being a bit more, reasonable with the criteria. So if you just simp her, get a really fat copy, you can probably farm whatever you want. So I wouldn't be too mad about this.
Yeah, the castle passive is also...
Yeah, just make her EX yourself. Easy. Just do it.
Pay for EX. I mean, yeah. She can't plug Oberon. Like if her third skill was including herself, she would be able to plug Oberon. Then she'd actually be.
Then we'd see some crazy numbers.
Yeah, I think her damage problem would like just disappear. Like not completely disappear, but like be alleviated a lot.
Yeah.
So just wait for that buff. I mean, people love her, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. For the buff, that is. Alright, I guess we're done with the those classes. Ruler, Avenger, Moon Cancer, and now the last entry is the brand new class. And I guess we can't even call it Beast class, because the affinity supposedly will be different for future Beasts, right? Because I think on the stream they literally titled it Beast of Sodom affinity, and not Beast like as a whole. So as much as I would love to see this OP affinity on someone else too, I don't think we're sadly going to see it. It's going to be different, I think. But the one thing I will immediately say as we start to talk about Draco here is that the affinity itself is insane. It is definitely the best in the game. Just insane versatility, just completely undermines several other classes in affinities. So... that really is like the true biggest thing about Draco, if anything. But let's give her a nice little rundown here. You know what? Stage 3, there we go, that's better. Not that I dislike the first and second ascensions, but 3 is so nice. So first of all, we're back to some really nuts numbers. 12.7k attack, so similar to like Avengers again, very much on the high end. Cool stuff. He's got a triple Buster deck and an Arts MP. Oh yes, he's a single target Arts DPS for those that don't know. But honestly, I don't think the deck is a problem. He has a lot of tools in her kit that still enable her MP to be fairly spammable, honestly. At least from what I've used myself. So yeah, it's an interesting deck. It actually enables her to do some good face card damage as well, if anything. We got the first skill then. So self 10% battery every turn for 6 turns. You get 30% crit damage for 6 times. Again, this doesn't even ever expire. It's up there for as long, unless it gets removed by the enemy, it's going to be up there until you crit 6 times. So even though the number itself at 30% isn't the highest, it's so flexible because you're just going to have that up all the time anyway. And then also a 1k damage cut for 6 times. That's quite a bit of hits for a decent damage cut. It is a 7-turn cooldown. But you know what? Because of how the 3 effects work in duration, I don't think it's all that bad. I think there's a lot to like here, honestly. Second skill, AoE Skill Seal, also burns them for 5k for 3 turns. It's still kind of a meme, but it's starting to be on the more higher end of dots, I guess. But yeah, still kind of a meme. And then also... wait, they listed as a 500% chance. Interesting. Oh, because it's above. Oh, obviously, yes. I don't know why. I thought it wouldn't be listed like that when it's upping them. So yeah, it's the one scary thing. it ups the gauge of all enemies by 1. Just boom, their ticks go up. So sometimes scary. Obviously, if you time this on a turn they MP, it does nothing. It's just there. And sometimes you can even prematurely make them go from like 1 tick off to their MP and then maybe use like a Merlin illusion or something. So, you know, there are ways to like play around it. It is pretty annoying though sometimes. I will be the first one to admit this can actually be a legit demerit. So just to get that out there. Then she also gets 40% attack for 3 turns. Very solid. And she gets the special Grail status for 3 turns, which really mostly just works with the 3rd skill, right, as far as I know. So let's talk about the 3rd skill then. If you don't use the 2nd skill before this, you're not getting much stuff. Because the only thing you get without the Grail status from the 2nd skill, you get buff removal resistance 1 time 3 turns. That's it. I'm pretty sure everything else requires you to have the Grail, right? So let's see what we get though. So considering there's the demerit on the 2nd skill, surely it's worth it, right? It kinda is, honestly. We get 40% Dragon damage mod and 40% Roman damage mod for herself for 3 turns. Pretty cool. Also worth noting, I guess, is that with this event, the 5-star command code also applies Roman trait to an enemy. So that's kind of cool, actually. I think it's also for 3 turns, so it can actually be used for herself. Or was it 5 turns?
Roman,
oh, wow.
Yeah, it's really
so it's a very great CC for her to actually enable a damage mod on a boss. So it's super, like, important, if anything. Then you get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. 1-time debuff immune. You get ignore defense for 3 turns. You get 20% increased healing for 3 turns. And you get another 20% MP gauge for 3 turns. So if you pop everything turn 1 for the first 6 turns, yeah. Actually, no, with the first 3 turns with this, you still get more afterwards. But for the first 3 turns, you get 30% gauge per turn. It's already kind of easy to get to MP from the get-go if you're not already starting with the MP from like batteries from supports as is. So getting some early back-to-back MPs is already going to be fairly easy, even with a full Buster deck. So there you go. There's a lot of stuff, obviously. 10% crit damage, pretty cool. She can definitely crit. That's for sure, because as the class affinity wasn't crazy enough, they gave it a base star absorb what equals about to the archer class, which is almost as high as it gets, only Rider beats it on base. So, you know, another reason why her affinity is just dumb. Even crits are going to be fairly easy to do. You get 2% crit damage, insta-kill res, and mental debuff res. Cool little bonus. And then this is a cool passive though. You get 500% debuff success rate. So unless the enemy is literally immune to your debuffs, you're going to land all your debuffs all the time. You cannot miss your debuffs. It's pretty cool though. Now, obviously, it's not the most useful thing for her, I guess. Really. Mostly for the skill set and the burn, but you know, it's a cool passive. So sadly, it could be better. But yeah, it's like Arjun Alter's wet dream. That's a good way to put it. Anyway, her 3rd append is against caster, and considering again she has good advantage against caster, well worth it for sure. Definitely good. And then the MP. Like, look how basic it is, right? It is. There's no normal effect besides damage, but then the damage mod, which is a standard 150 to 200 range, is literally against her own affinity great targets. It's against all the 7 normal classes. Like, what? That really explains why it doesn't have any other effect, right? Because not only does she already do 1.5x on all the normal 7 classes, and also takes 0.5x on them, including Berserker. Also, she does 2.0x again, so she's literally a better foreigner already, which is stupid. Then she also gets a damage mod on all the classes. Like, she's absolutely nuking Berserkers. She's like the anti-Berserker, if anything. Now again, yes, it is servants only, though, yes. But considering she's not a farmer, I don't think it's a problem, honestly. I think it's fine to be servants only, yes. Very interesting stuff. I think she even has her own little thing here as well, so, yeah. Like, man. There's a lot of different here because of the 3rd skill with the damage mods as well. Like, just with the, like, this is without the damage mods from the 3rd skill. You're already going to see some very decent damage from it just by fighting a servant of one of the 7 normal classes. Now, if you have, you know, one of the 2 traits, then you get even better. But this already is so easy to enable right here, right? It's so easy. Like, it's already so solid. Alright, I'm gonna let Plushie say some stuff about Draco as well, but personally, I'll just say this much. Some people say she might not be that great. I think she's really good. Mostly carried by the insane affinity, but I think she's very, very good. What do you think?
Alright.
Okay, let him cook.
Servants that get grailed by me over 100 has this very unfortunate fate of being hyper analyzed by me. And first of all, I don't think the class advantage is that crazy. I apologize. That is
fair.
Could be a hot take. That is probably the hottest take, because if you are it is really good if you're a new player because she takes half. But if you have more of a built account, usually you can handle the defenses, and that means she will be competing with berserkers. So characters like Vlad, like Galatea, like Kriemhild, whatnot. And also, she cannot fight a single extra class because she does. I mean, that's fair trade-off, right? Because you know, half and half. But like, I feel like a lot of these bosses in main story, like she's really dependent on how Lysenko releases their fights and stuff. Like bosses are not necessarily always servants, and bosses are a lot of times extra classes. And after testing her out, I think her ability to fight an extra class is basically zero.
Yeah, just don't do it. It's horrible. It's so bad.
Yeah, it's essentially zero. She dies like in one hit. She is the B666, but her cooldowns are 767. And I think I think it's a bit long. I think like if they want to push her power level, 666 could have been fine. She doesn't. Her only self steroids is 40% attack up. But I will note that the Roman CC is a huge buff. The Roman CC, if she didn't have the Roman CC, she wouldn't be that good. But like, I think a Roman CC is so good. If you do like did roll for her, but you want to slack on the event, don't try to at least get that CC. It's really good on her. But I just think her competitions is mainly going to be berserkers, and it's hard because the class is very polarizing, right? Like she can only fight the 7 classes, which I mean, quote unquote, only. It's very
well. It's still like 99% of enemies, really.
Is it 99% though? Like that?
Okay, maybe not that much for bosses, but it's still like at least 90 for sure, right?
That really is my question. I don't believe it's 90, but that could be just because I didn't like calculate exactly how many bosses we have. But the fact, and her MP in arcade, I believe, is just against 7 class enemies. And this is only 7 class servants, which I guess fair enough because she's single target. But overall, I think it's a fair class. I don't think it's a bad class. I think it's a fair class, and she's very polarizing depending on how Lysenko wants to format the stuff. And she can actually farm because the 30% passive. She gets a total of 30% passive charge every turn for 3 turns. The 10 lasts longer, but essentially for farming. This can help her maybe in multi-core. Maybe she can gain some passive MP. But I don't know, because the class advantage is only 1.5, and her MP is really good against servants. But what if it's not servant? I don't know.
Okay, I'm not... Okay,
like, obviously...
I want to make some counterpoints, but I'm not necessarily saying she should be like EX or anything, but I'm going to make some counterpoints here. So first of all, I do think it's not just saying like, oh, competition with berserkers. You got to realize she's a ruler that also does effective damage, right? That's, in my eyes, that is ridiculous. And not only, like, against berserkers as well, she doesn't even do 1.5x, she does 2.0. She literally has the same class full advantage that Foreigner does. That already is crazy.
I mean, everyone does to the berserkers.
And and the other argument is that berserkers, they might hit harder sometimes, but they don't have the defensive advantage on normal classes. They take 2 times damage. It's not even 1.5x. They take 2.0x damage. She takes 0.5. It's a huge difference, right?
Yes. Okay. But I think like that shines more in if you don't have a bunch of supports helping you, which is like maybe like soloing or restrictive setup, and she doesn't have any hard defense to sort of or sustain. Like she has a heal.
Well, I just view her as a ruler, so I already see her as a very defensive class anyway. She's just a better ruler, basically, against normal classes. She's way better.
I mean, I guess this also comes down to like I also don't particularly value rulers higher than other classes, so maybe that is my bias again. But I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, and then I have one more counter argument, which was that some people were saying that, you know, if you're gonna, like, if you're fighting a rider, yeah, you can pick an assassin for like 2.0, but you gotta realize as well, yeah, she does 1.5x on rider, but she still has a damage mod on the rider's servant enemies anyway. So unless your assassin also has it, she will still blow them out of the water. You realize that, right? So your assassin also has to have a damage mod that works. Only then will they beat her damage, you know? So people really need to factor that in, honestly. Only then.
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, it's
so honestly, I do agree with this, that, you know, if you have a super established account, you have like so many different servants with like different power mods on all classes and whatnot, then yeah, she might seem a little bit less like valuable. But I feel like even for like medium to high like accounts, I don't know, that doesn't really make any sense how to describe it, but like unless you're like a massive whale, I think she's gonna be great on every single account. Like she's so good.
I guess. I mean, I just don't like the fact that she can't fight extra classes, and the current trend. Like, this is not a very good take because, like, you know, it's predicting, so it's not.
Yeah, fair.
But I, you know, like the current trend, there's a lot of extra classes coming, or like there's so many bosses that are non-servant extra classes, and it's just like, yeah, maybe because I grailed and I was expecting her to fight everything, and you know, you kind of can't expect them to do that. But yeah, I think it's fair. Like I think it's a fair trade-off. I don't think it's above other advantages personally. But of course, she only came out, you know, I feel like nobody really has enough experience with the character.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
To say too much about that, and we will have to look at trends. So yeah, this is probably the hottest take. You know, I can drop maybe in the entire series because
okay. You know what? Yeah, fair enough. You know what? I might just plop her into A+, honestly. I think the only reason I'm not going to EX her, and which we didn't even talk about this too much, but the only reason why I'm not going to EX her is that the MP only has the damage mod against servants. If it was all the normal class enemies, then I would easy EX.
That would be really good.
Then it would be no questions. That's the only reason why I'm not going to plop her into EX. But yeah, she's just really solid and flexible, like insane value. Also, she's easy to max. Not that I'm going to put too many points on that, but she's really easy to max skill as well.
Oh, because I kind of...
It's just like old mats only and whatnot.
I think I forgot.
It was part 1 mats, yeah.
I see.
Okay, I guess now we're done with the initial placements, and let's see, do we want to change stuff? Let me get a better view of this thing as well. Let's see, there we go. So now we discussed for a little bit before locking in. Oh yeah, all the other classes, the other extra classes, they're going to be next week. We have to do this in 2 parts, because this already was like 5 hours almost, so we're going to do the others next week, hopefully. Okay, let's see.
Right, so first thing I'm going to point out is I don't think Space Ishtar and Summer Kama are lower than Caren. That's my 2 cents on that.
Should we get rid of the copium tier?
Maybe. Yeah. I think they're fine at EX, honestly.
Yeah. I just have the problem that I will place them in the same tier. I just can't decide whether it's A+ or EX. So I think we should get rid of the copium tier and just choose one of those. But it's hard because I don't want that. It says a placeholder there until we reach this point.
Yeah, but okay, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm only saying this because I don't think they're lower than Caren. Like, no way. I'm sorry.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe I'll actually trend upwards this time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of AoEs. Right.
Okay. Sure, dude. Sure. Okay. There we go. Woo! Okay. Anything else? Anything else?
I don't know. Maybe, but I kind of forgot.
I guess chat can pitch into you. I think I would put Ranmaru into A+, but because of EO existing, I think she's fine at A.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's fair. Eh.
A Rib has a pasta about Martha. Should be in B, huh? Useful as anti-devil is not a meme. Yeah, but it's like, what is it? Was it a 6-turn cooldown for a 1-turn buff? I don't like that too much.
I don't know. Well, it's certainly a controversial one, but
Mm-hmm.
let's see here. I mean, I feel like most of the stuff I want to say I already brought up, but then like we sort of agreed to maybe not move it when that happened. So yeah, right. So I mean, this is pretty fair.
Yeah. Okay, for George saying Jinako is not in the same level as the others on A, but she also does something no one else in the whole game does, not just on the A tier, okay? And I think the other stuff, the generic stuff she brings to the table on top of that, I think it's fair. Honestly, I almost want to even place her into A+, but I'm not going to do that because everyone would fucking lose their shit, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I gotta defend Jinako here. I think like her solo is one of the better ones. Like because it's so much defense. And It's not like it doesn't do damage.
Like sure, it's slow, but it's the thing that works.
And she has anti-lawful. Like anti-lawful might be min-turn brain rot, but like, come on.
I mean, it's a great support skill even outside of min-turning.
How is that full? Okay, check out like obviously Mist does it, but there's also a channel called Benny. You can check that as well.
Why not Jeanne at this point? Because it's worse.
Jeanne's MP rate sucks, dude. Jinako has an invul on her skill as well. She has like 2 invul.
Yeah, she has a backup in case she can't get the MP early. It's so consistent, though. I don't have problem. I solo every CQ with her. Granted, mine is good, but it's the refunds should still be the same.
I mean, she's afraid of buff removal, but like, who isn't afraid of buff removal, right? I don't know. I think
I still soloed the Taira fight in what's it called 5.5 because mine dealt the damage fast enough, and that when she got her MP on bar break, I used the Mystic code that gave me buff removal resistance for that 1 MP. I still soloed Taira anyway.
Did Benny also solo ORT with Jinako? I forgot if he did solo ORT, but he soloed a lot of like gauntlet quests because that's what Jinako's really good at, like multi-enemy stuff. Yeah.
BP too high. Is she? I think her crits are legit. Have you tried her in a Van Gogh comp after the skill buff, Rib?
Yeah,
that should be very really legit.
Honestly, I like just because I like that comp, I might even want to bring her up. It's really good.
Yeah, if anything, really she could maybe go up, you know. But I feel like I want to keep her in B+ personally.
Yeah, with Dolman and Van Gogh. I mean, yeah, this is a problem, I guess, because she is very heavily reliant on Dolman and Van Gogh, and you kind of have to at least have one of them.
You mean nuts? Oh, you meant normal BB should come down.
Oh. Yeah.
Should we combine the BBs?
I mean, I guess because normal BB, I only really like her first skill.
Yeah, you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this.
I only really like her first skill. Her other skills are kind of her damage is a little bit too low. I would to make a difference, I guess.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
Nobu too high. I'm still on the fence about Nobu being an A or A+.
I mean, okay. Well, I think Nobukatsu, like it's my bad because like as well because I think when we talk about archers, I also kind of disregard Nobukatsu, but I think the Star Absorber actually does help her quite a bit. Like, I like her triple buster deck. Like if she didn't have triple buster, she wouldn't be A plus.
Okay, fair enough.
It's
Yeah, for Dio also asking why is Amakusa A plus? He's mediocre. Well, honestly, the only thing he's not EX is because his damage is not amazing. He just does so much other stuff, dude. Like, he's gonna be a great addition to, like, any CQ team if you want to run a normal comp. Just does a lot of stuff, man. The only reason he's not EX is because his damage is not, like, top tier.
Yeah, like AoE buff strip that can be looped sometimes can just be pretty good. Yeah.
Kits is better than Gorgon for sure. Gorgon has way better damage potential though. Kits is easier to keep alive because of her class, but I don't know. I feel like you wouldn't really like. If anything, I think you would pick Gorgon more than Kits. Kits is better for team. I mean, you still get a team battery from Gorgon too, to be honest.
I mean, I don't see I don't see too big a problem. Like other than Draco, because obviously she's new, so I wouldn't say anything I said is is going to like even stick. But yeah, but I think others are fine.
I think Kits is more comparable to Summer BB than Ruler Artoria. I don't think so. I see them. I see Summer Kits and or not Santa Kits and Ruler Artoria being way more similar than her and Summer BB.
Yeah, Summer BB has chaotic evil and existence outside of the domain. Like if she doesn't have either, she wouldn't.
And even though I still don't think it's fully legit, she still has the card lock for supporting as well, even if she doesn't use it for herself. I think right now we're mostly just seeing the same things on the chat. I think I'm gonna keep Gorgon on B plus, Jordan. I'm sorry, even if I have used her on my free to play. I don't know. I'm just not too sold on her. I mean, she's fine and all, but I don't think she's all that great.
Martha? Somebody's saying Martha. I mean, she was relevant in.
Should she be like B or something?
Probably.
Yeah.
I think she's a bit more relevant than Salieri.
And Mighty Chain's kind of cool on her when you get it.
Yeah, and she does have triple buster, so if you want to do that.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, I can put her to B. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. I don't think any higher than that though, but yeah, sure.
I don't think we're sleeping on Salieri, bro. Like I tried. He doesn't even loop that well. Like if he loops well, sure, but.
I mean, I don't know why, but you know, Dantes still has one of the best quick lopping numbers in the game. That's the only reason why he's even on A, honestly, because his numbers are still very legit after his buff with triple Skadi Black Grail. He still does really good damage. Otherwise, I would love to place him lower, honestly, but I can't go against those numbers. Sleep on Summer BB? Convince me. Stop saying that and convince me. That's not helping, bro. You need to give me a good reason. Like, it's not good when some people are saying, oh, this preservative is too high. Oh, this servant is too low. Yeah, can you elaborate? You have like 200 words you can use in a message.
Like how, like I can see Summer BB higher just because.
Yeah, I could maybe see her in A as well, but I don't know. I personally, I'm not vibing it too much.
It's just the thing.
Rendering crit DPS that can just lock a Buster crit and an AoE MP on drain. So what is there with Van Gogh? Air crit supports. Like you've used it. Is it super legit? Like is it really legit?
I think it's legit.
Like it's really good damage, crits?
Yeah,
Okay.
because of Van Gogh. I mean, mostly it's because of Van
Well, I
Gogh.
guess we
anyone
should
who
treat them the same as other supports, so it really is fair then, I guess.
Yeah, I personally think it's legit. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Fine. There you go. I'll place her name. I'll trust you because again, I haven't really done it myself, but on paper it looks very good. I guess suppose. Sure.
How okay? Can somebody tell how is Mango Esports?
Okay, they're just trolling, obviously. just ignore all the Angra Mainyu comments.
No, he's not
Okay.
Esports. I mean, I'm always open to hidden tech like that. That's always cool when it happens. But
all right, I think I'm finally gonna lock this in. We actually took a lot of time with this, but yeah, I'm very satisfied with this. Again, with as I always say this, but with all of this, I can easily see someone being moved up or down, like a plus or a minus. Anything can move, basically. Maybe not EX plus because that's reserved for like the truly greatest of the greats, but everything else I can totally see moved around. I don't mind. And for anything bigger than that, yeah, we can have conversations and whatnot later as well, be it on my Discord, YouTube comments, etc. I'm down. I don't mind. But yeah, there you go. I'm gonna lock it in. So this is gonna finalize part 1 of the extra class tier list. We are now done with the Ruler, Avenger, Moon Cancer, and Draco Affinity Beast. So there it is. If everything goes according to plan, we'll have part 2 next week with the rest of the classes, including, I think, Mashu Shielder is there as well. So it should be as the same 34 entries as this one in total number. I think we have both Orthodox and OG separately as well. That's kind of cool, I guess. But yeah, I'm just gonna wrap it up there. So again, huge shout out to Plushie first and foremost for being here. I honestly did not expect this to be this long, but honestly I probably should have. This was like another 5-hour list. So again, thank you so much
extra
for being
class
here.
It's always exciting. Oh, no problem. I apologize if I sound a little bit like
no, you sound fine, dude.
Hot-headed today, but yeah, it's
good stuff. But yeah, again, as always, I'm down to having you on next week as well if time allows it. I'm sure chat and YouTube commenters like it too.
Alright.
So if you guys enjoyed this little thingy and you're watching this on YouTube, can you press the like button? That would be great. Because even if you maybe disagree on a lot of these picks, maybe, I don't know, you probably don't agree on everything at least, it still takes a lot of time and effort for us to do these. So, you know, at least maybe consider it like a podcast or something, even if, you know, not anything else. And do subscribe not to miss out on future ones. We still have one more left to go this year, and I'm sure I'm going to do other tier lists, like, besides gameplay class ones this year still, for people asking. And obviously do check out Plushie as well. His link channel will be linked in the description. Subscribe to him. He posts a lot of very good content, daily news, all the news stuffs. Very cool comps, challenge runs, you name it. You got it all. So do show him some love as well. Let him know I sent you if you do, like in a comment of his video or something. That would be cool. And otherwise, I hope to see you guys in the next video episode.